I want to bring in the former United States ambassador to the United Nations, John Bolton. He was also President Trump's national security advisor. As you know, Ambassador, Israel's ambassador for the UN Security Council to immediately convene following these attacks. What's your assessment of what's going on right now?
Well, nothing's going to happen in the Security Council, that's for sure. I mean, what we had tonight was a massive failure of Israeli and American deterrence, massive failure, a 200 ballistic missile, cruise missile, drone failure. And I think, notwithstanding that there appears to be very little damage, fingers crossed until we get the final assessment. And thank God if the death toll is low or non-existent. And while we're at it, let's thank George W. Bush for getting out of the ABM Treaty of 1972, unleashing American missile defense capabilities. But once we see what the damage is, I think it's incumbent on Israel and the United States to reestablish deterrence in a major way. And I think that means, by definition, Israel's response, and there should be a response, should not be proportionate. It should be far stronger, because when deterrence fails, to reestablish it, you have to teach the adversary that any gain they may hope to get by any future attack will be more than outweighed by the damage that will be caused.
So
I hope President Biden isn't.
Well, I was just sorry for interrupting, but give us your assessment of an appropriate Israeli response to what Iran has now done.
Well, what Iran did tonight that I think was most significant was the firing of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles from its territory directly at Israel. Almost certainly at this point, none of those missiles contained a nuclear warhead. But you never can tell when the next firing, the next salvo of ballistic missiles might contain a nuclear warhead. So I think among the many targets Israel should consider, this is the opportunity to destroy Iran's nuclear weapons program. And I hope President Biden is not trying to dissuade Prime Minister Netanyahu from doing that. And if he succeeds, and if at some future point the Ayatollahs are able to pull off what former Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon called a nuclear holocaust, history will know who to blame.
So just to be precise, Ambassador Bolton, you're recommending that Israel launch an airstrike to try to destroy whatever nuclear capabilities the Iranians might have? Is that what I'm hearing?
Right. I think they should go after the nuclear fuel cycle activities that are well known. Their locations are well known. And I think that would be the appropriate target, because right now Iran has demonstrated it is not restrained by any concern about a direct attack on Israeli territory from its attack. It has, by its own admission, fired ballistic and cruise missiles. And the only thing that has saved Israel is this amazing technology. Next time, if the attacks come from a different location containing nuclear warheads, Israel might not be so lucky. This is not time to play academic games and message and signal. This is a question of power. People say they're concerned about a wider war. The wider war began on October the 7th. That was not an Israeli war against Arabs or Palestinians or Gazans. It was Iran's attack on Israel using the Ring of Fire strategy. That's the strategic environment Israel faces right now. And the main cause, the puppeteer, the puppet master, is Iran. And if you take away their nuclear capability, that would be a dramatic hit to the regime, maybe enough to topple it.
Ambassador, my colleague Jim Sciutto is here with me in Washington. He has a question. He has a follow-up question for you. Go ahead, Jim.
Ambassador Bolton, given, and you know as well as we do, that Hezbollah and its enormous missile arsenal, many thousands of rockets and missiles, is intended in part by Iran to be a pressure point if Israel were to strike Iranian nuclear facilities. And I wonder, given the size of that, an order of magnitude bigger than it was, say, during the 2006 war, whether you believe Israel can today fight what would be a multi-front war, Gaza in the south, Hezbollah in the north, Iran to the east, and if you would then envision the U.S. directly involved in such a conflict.
Well, I think for the foreseeable future, Gaza is not going to be a principal battlefield, and it's certainly not something that's going to engage full Israeli military power. I think Hezbollah put pressure on Iran. It's one reason why the Iranian counterstrike took almost 2 weeks after the Damascus strike by Israel to say, you need to put skin in this game, Iran. So I'm not at all sure what Hezbollah's response would be to Israel taking out a nuclear power that hasn't done a thing for Hezbollah. The Israelis clearly have thought about what to do to neutralize Hezbollah. Perhaps their response, which also would be a pretty big problem for Iran, would be to go after Hezbollah now. My point is there are a number of steps Israel can take. Passivity at this point for Israel would be a big mistake. I mean, I think from the Israeli point of view, they should remember what Winston Churchill said in World War II, without victory, there is no survival.
Good now, coach. Which kind no gun? The gun with the pointer at me. C'est de café.
Hamza, sir. Thank you.
C'est ammunition. Àwọn people yìí náà yín ìbọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn o, kì í ṣe kékeré ṣá. Ta ti ń sọ pé Yorùbá lọ́ra jù wà píṣù tó ṣe ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ lílé yìí o.
Àwọn Yorùbá náà ló tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ fún
Àbẹ́ẹ̀ rí bàbá àgbàlagbà.
Òun ni lídà wọn. Wọ́n náà bọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ sí lídà. Ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀pá tó mú lọ́wọ́ àtà. Sọ́lá. Onígbọ̀ọ̀rà. Àti lédì yẹn náà. Okay, òun àti ìlera lè.
Tó bá kárí ìyànbọ̀ ní ó yá wèrè mọ́ tilẹ̀. Bó ṣókè jáde, àbó yá wèrè mọ́ tilẹ̀. Àpọ̀nà fẹ́ pa ẹ́.
Mi ò gbọ́. Meeting kini. Looking outside. Meeting kini. See face. Ma fi ṣe mọ́mọ́ mi kọ́wọ́ yín tún ìjà tó wá ní búlẹ̀ fún mi. Mo ń gbọ́ yàrá. Bí báyìí ni o. Ìgbọ́lá tó wá ṣe mí tẹ̀lé. Why are you in a hurry to remove them from the sun? I say put them there. Okay, return them. Hey, go back with the baba there. May I ask him, Magana, sorry. Kaperusu, Saradi Tukuna, Awoje, Tabashi Tapanawale, Ayamu Wabi. Na lie! Not just
Tony Joey.
Iran funds, trains, and arms proxies across the Middle East and beyond. Iran-backed Hamas started this war on October 7th. Iran-backed Hezbollah expanded this war on October 8th. And since then, Iran-backed militias in Iraq and Syria and Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen have expanded this into a global conflict. Iran is the world's biggest state sponsor of terror. Its network of terror doesn't just threaten the people of Israel, Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria. The regime in Iran fuels the war in Ukraine and beyond. Iran will bear the consequences for choosing to escalate the situation any further. Israel is on high alert. We have increased our readiness to protect Israel from further Iranian aggression. We are also prepared to respond. The Israel Defense Forces prepared for all scenarios, and we will take the necessary steps, together with our allies, to protect the people of Israel.
Hello. Some days before yesterday, Israel fired at an Iranian diplomatic building in Syria and killed 2 senior Iran's generals. Iran vowed to respond. Biden warned Iran not to respond. It all changed yesterday when Iran fired over 300 missiles and drones at Israel as a response. Here is where we are today. Putin warns Biden not to attack Iran. Biden tells Netanyahu that the US will not engage in a counteroffensive against Iran. Netanyahu tells Iran that despite the failure of 99% of its missiles and drones to make any serious impact, it is not yet over. Are we at the beginning of a third world war? In Nigeria, what is life like for members of the Obedient movement in the era of Bola Ahmed Tinubu's presidency? In today's 90 Minutes Africa, we ask one of the most committed Obidients you can find anywhere in the world. Omoye's Corner of Omoye's Corner Show will help us assess the Nigerian political landscape and what the future holds. Wherever you're joining us in the world, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Now join us as we welcome to the show, Omoye's Corner. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Omoye's Corner will join us in a few minutes. She's at the California end of the country, and she's running late. But before she joins us, let me have a chat with some of you who are here in the studio. If you want to join, please turn on your camera while we wait for Omoye to join us. Alaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good.
Good.
So there are so many things going on across the world today. One is the situation in the Middle East. The other one is in Nigeria. There is this Yoruba Nation activists that were picked up by the government. So we want to start having conversation around that before our guest joins us. So let's look at the Middle East. James, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, because if what you were seeing in the Middle East, if it escalates now, it will be a different ball game. Issues about Nigeria and all the other parts of the world will become minor, and we may go into a different era in world history. So it will impact all of us. It doesn't matter who you are, where you live in the world. It appears that all the elements of a major crisis are all in place. One of them is that you have a prime minister like Netanyahu there in Israel, and in America you have a presidential election. And all these things have impact on who will win the next election in America. Of course, in China and Russia, you have the situation in Ukraine. I think it's a perfect storm. It will take a lot of restraint and world activities to stop this from degenerating into a major conflict. All right. So Let me start with you, Alaba. What are your expectations? What do you think is going to happen in the next few days?
I think the calculations of the U.S. politicians would be U.S. politics will be very calculative to the domestic audience, because this is an election year, and how they respond to the situation with Israel will be well calculated. Both the Biden team and the Trump team would see this as a political opportunity to impress on the local populace in terms of, how well they support Israel. That's number one. The second thing would be, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party has been, against this persistent support, unwavering support for Israel. So they're going to be measuring it to strike a balanced note. In public, they would still openly declare their support for Israel, but I'm pretty sure there will be backdoor discussion on how to make sure that this does not escalate into regional conflict, because politically it might not favor the U.S. current ruling party if this thing goes off full-out blown war. But another thing to look at is that if there's a war, the current government in U.S. usually U.S. don't change government during war. If they get involved fully, so that might be another political calculation for Biden. In essence, I'm pretty sure they'll be talking to Netanyahu to try and see how they stem him down on this escalation, not to go beyond. I noticed one thing while listening to the U.S. news report on it, that the 95% of the Iranian strikes did not achieve much. This could be strategic in trying to still give room for diplomatic discussion to pipe things down. Everybody will be quite weary right now, and I'm pretty sure even Israel will be well calculated and limited in its response. That's just my view, because I'm more interested in how the domestic population here in the U.S. responds to this escalating situation worldwide.
All right. Thank you, Halaba. Thank you so much. I think our guest is here. Is that Omoye? Oh, hi. We can't see you very well. I'm not sure if this is intentional, but okay. No, it's not
It's because of the glare. So I'm trying to. If you can't see me with this on, I don't want I can take it off if you want to see my face properly.
No, not the sunglasses. I'm talking about your image. Okay, let me show you how it looks. It doesn't look like this is what you want to see, us to see. Unmute yourself. You're muted.
Sorry about that. So I'm charging my phone. So the way the charger is located, that's why the view's like that. I don't want to run out of battery while I'm talking.
Okay, so why don't we come back to you in 10 minutes? Let me just...
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
That works.
All right. So let's get the view of everybody here, and then in 10 minutes we'll get our guests to join us. All right, Alaba, thank you so much. Mr. James, what is your view from where you are? We know that Biden is trying to stop Israel from escalating fighting, going further in this fight with Iran, but Israel has vowed that they are going to continue. So what is your take on what will happen next?
I will not be able to comment on the position of the United States because I don't understand their internal politics. But what I think is that it will not result in a world war. Although the Second World War actually, anyway, it depends on what we mean by world war. Because even the First and Second World War, I remember the whole of South America was not involved.
Yeah.
There were particular reasons, yet it was called the World War. These are great European wars, which has been erroneously labeled World War. Anyway, the problem there is that Israel is supremely arrogant, although they were also provoked, but the provocation was not in a vacuum, according to the UN Secretary General. The history of the region is defective. That defect has not been corrected by the international community. Since 1948 till now, particularly the Western countries, they've been extremely hypocritical. That is the root cause of the problem we are grappling with in the Middle East. And as for the Jews, well, they are used to they are used to captivity. They've been in and out of captivity, and also that territory has been troublesome in history because all the great empires of the world, the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Ottoman, the Romans, the Byzantine, all the empires that existed in that part of the world, they've conquered and lost that territory. What's it called? The Jews, they've been to captivity very many times, even more than is recorded in the Bible. There is a book written by James Messina. The title is The Source. Yeah, if you care to read it, you'll see that region has been very troublesome. And from the look of things, the Jews are likely to go back to captivity at least once more, from what I'm saying, because the Iranians are preparing for a war, while the Jews, that's Israelis, are fighting battles. What the Iranians are looking for is just one success story, and that is all. So they are not in a hurry. So it is very childish of Netanyahu to be provoking by bombing their embassy in Damascus.
All right, Revolution. Dan, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, and hello, Dr. Rudos. Anyway, talking about Israel and the enemies surrounding them, it's a long history, and it's difficult to really say much about them. You know, I was about to talk. I was more interested in the Obedient movement in Nigeria, how we are faring.
Okay, that will happen next. We are going to talk about that.
I don't want to talk about Israel, and because it's unending. Sometimes you think it's over, you will see another one. Sorry.
All right, thank you. CM, welcome to the show. Yeah, we missed you yesterday.
Okay, thank. Well, I think I really need to remark this. Yesterday, for no reason, I don't know why I was kicked backstage. I don't know. So, but I can hazard a guess. A lot of the people on show yesterday are all having the privilege to add themselves on, or remove themselves, or remove whoever they don't like. So probably if I'm having the same privilege again, it would have been a balance of terror, because that's what I like. So that if I suspect somebody deliberately removed me, I will remove the person. So we settle, so that the scores will be settled. Because if you have what I have, then you give me a respect. When we are equal, we negotiate. If you are higher than me, you oppress. If I'm higher than you, I oppress you. But that is by the way. So coming to what we're saying today, you see, the history of Israel, this is where Israel is on in her element. If you want to discuss the hostilities against Israel, you have to go back to 1947. That was why I have to quickly pick up this book. I'm reading it maybe for the fourth time now. This is the best history of Israel ever written. This is the best history. It's a voluminous book. Very, very voluminous. So Israel started suffering in the hands of the Arabs the moment United Nations said the Palestinians, these are your territory, Israel, this is your own. Israelis were happy. Started rejoicing as if they are kids giving a bar of chocolate. Instantly, the Arabs start to bomb them. Immediately, instantly, they started dealing with them. So since then till today, under whether there's a provocation for it or not, Israel is always under attack. But like the Israel, I've read their history, they will prevail. That's what I'm trying to say. Iran, like Israeli Defense Secretary said, Iran is the greatest exporter of terror. Not just a sponsor. Sponsor is different, but to export it. Iran is responsible for Hezbollah, Hamas, ISIS, Muhajirun, just name it. Even Boko Haram in Nigeria, they're all a satellite. They're all an affiliate of what Iran is doing. So Iran only exists to sponsor terror. They have oil wells, they're oil-rich nation, but the citizens are not benefiting from it. So all their foreign policy is hell-bent on how to destroy Israel. And for the first time, this is the first time Israel will attack them or they will attack Israel directly. So it will be an interesting weeks and days ahead. Yes, this year is America's election 2024, but I don't think it will have that gets in whether Trump or Biden.
All right. CM, your line is not good anymore.
For the
you're breaking up. CM, you're breaking up. Just join us again. Try and rejoin.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
All right,
what's happening to me? So this is the time to cut Iran to size.
All right, maybe Iranians are after you.
That network.
Yeah, City Go. I don't know how they pronounce your name. Yeah, welcome to the show. Yeah, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, fellow panelists. I'm actually interested in Omoye's corner and the Obedient movements. But as regards the Iran-Israel war, let's not be too quick to call it a third world war. I don't think any one of us will wish to see the third world war in our lifetime. But that notwithstanding, it's a very dangerous world right now, looking at what is developing. We saw it coming. We saw it coming. Most of us would probably be expecting it, but it is here in reality. I want to believe that they would not escalate it beyond what it is going on right now. Hopefully, there will be a de-escalation in order to solve the current crisis between Israel and the terrorists. So terrorist organization. But basically, I just want to say that I would like for the Bidens and the international leaders to come together and put an end to this war and terror, because the world does not need any further escalation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Well, this is what John Bolton was telling the Wolf on CNN. He was saying, and it's always important, if you think about war, think about John Bolton. They are the people pushing America towards that direction. He's saying that Israel must respond, and this is an opportunity to cut down Iran to its position. What did he say again? And that the next time, the target should be Iranian nuclear facilities, because next time they might use a nuclear weapon in any of those missiles. Because the fact that America and Israel, they were able to shoot down 99% of these missiles, if they had a nuclear warhead in it, it would have been a different thing. So it's a dangerous world, and Israel under Netanyahu might react. They might follow the advice of people like So what is your take on it?
Someone's mic is still on. That is feedback.
Go ahead.
Okay, anyway. With the Israeli and what is going on, I know that we are in Western world. Either we like it or not, it's going to affect us. But my own take is the fact that nothing should happen in terms of Third World War. If it happened, how many of us are ready to go to war? Because either way, either we like it or not, it's going to affect us. And what I'm thinking of, are we going to return home if the West start to, engage in this fight? Are we going to run away and go back to our country and say, well, anyway, let them sort whatever they want to sort out. We have a place to go because we don't want to die.
Well, how old are you? You should be thinking about being recruited to fight for America, and you are thinking about returning home. You should be thinking about. I know, no, I'm not asking for your age. I'm just saying that you might be one of those people. If you are not old enough, they might come for you to go and fight.
Dr. Damages, honestly, you are not exempted in that area or any one of us. Trust me, except if you are 90. And so, just apart, I'm just thinking, this is just my own personal thinking. But then, when I look at what is happening with the Israeli, Palestine, the land, and everything they are fighting for, sometimes I do question myself that what is wrong with human being? If we look at it biblically, like the land God promised the Israelite, and I look at where is that land? I used to make a joke to some of my friends, like the land God promised the Israelite when they freed from Egypt was actually Nigeria, because that was the land that full of milk and honey. You have oil, you have everything. But because they lost their sat nav and they keep wandering, instead of 40 years, they wander for 400 years before they settle where they are. And they are fighting over a dry land. They've killed so many. Every now and then, we keep hearing Palestine, Israel fight. They can't cross the border if you go to Jerusalem. Anyway,
Wale,
to me,
Are you sure it's Nigeria? Do you have proof?
well, I'll tell you, when Moses sent the spies to go and look for the land, I think one of them came back. I can't remember where in the Bible that says, I think is in, oh God, if I remember during the course of this time, I'll tell you. And he came back and said, they found one land where the land is consuming all the good things. And that I will find it during the course. I read it somewhere in the Bible that said Moses sent some of the spies, I think I can't remember how many of them. And according to that description, I thought which land could be devouring his own good people and the good things. And when you look at the description, is it not Nigeria? Where Nigeria are killing his own children. People got killed, people avoidable death.
Hold on. This logic, it shocked me, no be small. So was Nigeria there at that time? What was going on in Nigeria, the present day Nigeria, at the time that Moses, think about it. What was going on? Do you have the structure you have now in Nigeria? Why do you think that time they were talking about Nigeria of today? You should think about Nigeria of that time. What was going on in Nigeria of that time?
Okay, if we say that is Egypt, where Israelite, rescued or freed from, Egypt exists, isn't it? So definitely Nigeria exists as well. It might be a bush or
I agree. That's not the issue. The issue is that we are Nigeria. People were in Nigeria. Today is Nigeria. But who were the people? What was the structure? You didn't have the structure you have now, but you're using the structure now to ascribe to something.
They are developing
the Bible some 2,000 years ago. How do you do that?
They are developing. They continue on their wickedness. So they are just.
You shouldn't call it Nigeria. You shouldn't call it Nigeria.
Well, that's the land that was given. I don't know the name before Lugard that said they discovered.
Yeah, you should.
Was it Lugard that discovered
you
River
know where Moses sent them? Did they come to Yoruba land? Did they go to Igala land? Did they go to Benin Kingdom?
Trust me. We look at it very well.
Nigeria on this one. Nigeria has nothing to do with
the Igbos. They are very smart. They're very wise. They are the one that they are the descendant of Israel.
All right. Well,
anyway, saying that, what I was going to say about the Israeli, trouble and everything is, sometimes I used to wonder, why can't these people go back to the drawing board? If I don't know, maybe these people ruling, they don't have the basic of what humanity actually entails. If they just apply the root cause analysis, what is the problem? Why are we here? What are we fighting for? Can we agree on something? Innocent people are dying. People want to gain power. They want to show that, like CM said, I'm powerful than you. I need to oppress you. What do we want to gain in that? But that is human nature. It takes, I don't know what it takes for someone to say, I'm not going to oppress those who are below me. I'm going to provide the humanity. Whatever you want to take that doesn't belong to you. Anyway, can we not? I don't know. With the Israeli wall and everything, I think I'm just looking forward to, if it happens and they throw the bomb, I just want to die once. I don't want to die like amputated or head. Nah. Those who want to gain the whole world, let them continue, because it's just a mad world we are living. Honestly, what are they fighting for? Innocent people are the ones dying from these so-called whatever. Have you seen children? They have no food to eat, and then someone wants to trigger a nuclear bomb. The nuclear bomb costs millions. Are they using that to provide amenities for people? No. So it's mad world we are living. Let's be honest. I'm not part of government. I'm not part of them, but let them destroy the world, and then we'll see what happens next.
Thank you, Wale.
I'm waiting for that lady, actually, because of the lady that, is coming.
Yeah, it's coming.
I have a question for her, and that's why, not a question, I just want to have a conversation with her.
All right.
Please don't cut me short 2 minutes, because I know you.
All right.
Always cut me short.
Thank you, Wale. When you start talking about what happened in 2,000 years ago, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rodolph. A good day to other fellow panelists. Good day, Mr. James. Ati Omoye Ferreira. Good day. So so the Yoruba Nation saga. So I just want to appeal to that fake one Nigeria place, that if they don't want trouble on their hands, they should just treat that matter with discretion. I mean, it's a good thing that they didn't kill anybody, and they rounded up the guys, they arrested them. Fine. So for me, I mean, regardless of the factions within the Yoruba nation, we are divided into factions. Some based on ideology. Some believe we should go force for force with the government to get our sovereignty. Some believe, let's go through diplomatic means, let's go through referendum and peaceful means. And some want a combination of both. It's just a matter of ideology. It is very clear that the large majority of Yoruba people, both home and abroad, want their own sovereign country. So Nigerian government, you think you rounded up some couple of thugs and whatever in court with camouflage, that's okay. But just be careful the way you handle the matter, you treat the matter. Be careful. Otherwise, you will have matters, you will have people. That is exactly how Boko Haram started. You don't want blood on your hands. You don't want. So I'm just going to appeal to them. Treat with discretion and think of the message and not the messengers that you rounded up. Think of the message and what they are actually the ideologies and what the principles on which they are fighting for. That's all I'm going to say.
Are you saying, are they, because I saw where Sunday Igboho was saying that he wasn't aware of that group of people.
No, so like I said, you see, the problem with the Yoruba Nation agitation is that it's been factionalized. It's broken into different factions. Some sympathize with the Tinubu government and are saying, you know what, is our Yoruba brother in government. Let's be diplomatic about this. Let's appeal to him. Maybe he will listen and he will do the right thing. And some are saying, you know what, they're all one and the same. Nigeria can never give you what you want. We have to go force for force. You understand? So the ideology, and some want a combination of both. So it's like it's been factionalized. You understand? It's understandable. In any true democratic society, you won't find people having the same kind of ideology. You understand? That is Yoruba for you. You understand? We are kind of divided in a way, So it's not surprised that some would denounce, because some like the leadership is just factionalized. They're trying to run ahead of each other. Some think they have they have all the wherewithal to achieve and lead us to that nation. Some think, you know what? No, I am the one that can carry us to that. And some, and again, some believe that They're collaborating with politicians, and it's all fake. It's all, but for me, regardless of who is carrying this or who is talking or who is leading this, it is clear to me that a large majority of us want that sovereign country, but it's just the fact that we are factionalized, and some for me as a person personally, I believe all options to achieve that sovereign country should be on the table. Because it's pointless if you continue to pursue diplomatic means for donkey years and you don't get it. There will come a time when a generation of people will come out and say, you know what, enough is enough. There's just no headway with this one Nigeria thing. There's no headway. Let's be honest with ourselves. 60 years, and I don't see light at the end of the tunnel. I don't see Nigeria even trying to bend to make amends. Even as much as Nigerians are trying to make positive of the so many negative things happening. Oh, maybe in Abia State, what's his name? Oh, this guy won the governorship. It will use the money for the people, will make things better. It will make, you understand? And we're trying to make positive of the so many negative lights happening. You understand? Oh, maybe in 2027, things will be different. You understand? When we all know, as things stand right now, it's all wishful thinking.
All right. After our guest, we will discuss this in full. It's one of the topics we have to discuss.
Sure.
Yoruba Nation and the government reaction, because it's not different from it looks like it's not going to be different from the way they react to the Biafran movement.
No. Me personally, I'm not going to shy away from the fact that all options are on the table. I don't freaking care what Nigeria thinks of me, as whether they want to think of me as a renegade or anything. I don't freaking care. That country is not working, and I'm in my 40s, mid 40s, and how many more years do I have on this earth? Am I going to see that country of my dreams, where not just me will prosper, but where my children will have that opportunity, where my children's children will have that opportunity and be proud of a country like we have in the US, in Canada, in UK, in the free world? Are we going to ever have that? For me, that dream is fast fading away, and I don't see hope, in the horizon.
All right. Thank you, Olumide. Let's go to forefathers. I heard that you were on until 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. in New York time.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Damages. And greetings to everyone on the panel, chat, and the viewers. Yes, we had to shut down in an emergency because we're worried that we're going to lose this stream, because we just kept going on whether it was going to go to 20 hours or so. So we just had to shut down very quickly. The last thing I did is being the one responsible for killing B2B's video. So, yeah, that was interesting. It went on too long.
Guinness World Record.
Yeah, sometimes it's not always very healthy. It's too long. Because I think we did it once and the video didn't show up on YouTube because of it. I think if you go over 20 hours or something.
No, YouTube cuts off at 18 hours or so.
18 hours. You see, that was close. We're getting close.
And,
thank goodness they shut it down.
The StreamYard will cut off in 10 hours. So anything you do after 10 hours won't be on stream.
You see. Yeah. I have to watch out for that. Yeah, this issue with the conflict in the Middle East. I think Americans Biden is a terrible leader, that's for one. And most Americans, what they are doing in the Middle East is not ideal. Even if I understand why they are doing it for their own interests, it's for their own interests, that's why they are doing what they are doing. Because if you look at what happened with the attack on the Iranian consulate, Iran waited for some days for UN condemnation to occur. They didn't do anything. And I was a little bit surprised that even China, nobody even brought up a kind of resolution to say, you know what, let's condemn Israel for attacking a consulate. This is not normal behavior. Because one of the pillars of international rule of law, the so-called international, what do they call it, world order or something like that they call it, is that you respect certain norms, which are diplomatic norms. When people have diplomatic premises, it's regarded as the nation itself. You're not supposed to mess with it. And when Israel decides to go and attack Iranian generals and they killed other people there, they never talk about because they said they lost 13 people in that place, other civilians there. Because it's a consulate, it's a building where staff work in there. They killed other people in that place too. And it's a jet, not even a drone. A jet went there and targeted them and killed them there. And nobody came at the UN Security Council to say, you know what, this is not right. We've just broken a norm here. Because of it, anybody can go and attack a Chinese embassy, can attack. It's all about power in the end. And this is one of the things when I'm on this platform, I try to tell our people, when the chips are down, the masking of the wall is beginning to reveal itself. What shapes the wall is always about power. And we've never been engaged in that game. The idea, if you mention nuclear weapons to our people, it's like, why? Why should that be so distant from us? If that word is so distant from us, we are dead already without even knowing it. Because you can't run away from the truth of the world. That is what it is. And if you look at what is going on now, one of the reasons why you see that they are being careful with Iran, because they know Iran can go nuclear. Iran has enough fissile material to go nuclear any moment. As a matter of fact, they have enough to put together a nuclear weapon in a few days if they needed to. And so with many countries like Switzerland, Japan, many other countries that you don't hear that they have nuclear weapons, but they have enough to build one very quickly. Why are we not in that position? You don't have to build yours. Why are you not having enough fissile materials, have nuclear power plants to be able to go in that direction? We don't even have any power supply. And when I say all this is here, people think it's a joke. Because imagine all those people in Israel that day now. If that thing had come true, killed a lot of people, then Israelis go back, fight. You see the bloody nature of war. Now you begin to have an idea what it was like for our forefathers, what they experienced when they were all defeated by the British. How it was like for the women and our children during that time. When was destroyed, their kings taken in exile. You guys don't understand it. But because we don't even see it, they had generation upon generations to groom our leaders to become docile like the way we are now. Can you imagine if we witness what Israelis witnessed? What we witnessed was far worse than anything Israel or Hamas has witnessed. We were completely destroyed. Our people, our kings and everything, the ones that resisted, they took them away. They replaced them with their own. Every custom, everything changed overnight. That is what we experienced. And when I say that we should start waking up to the realities of our lives today, that these people, when the chips are down and they tell you no and you say yes, you will die. That is simply how it's going to happen. You will die. They will come for you and take you out. And if you say you are not going to face that challenge, you will still die. That's the irony of the situation. If you play dead, you will still die. The only chance you have is to act. You have to make your life purposeful.
All right.
If you let me, because this one I feel very strongly about it. If you die in the process while you are fighting this stuff, you are going to die anyway. Let's face it. We are all going to die. Then the ones that come after you carry it on and carry it on until you emerge like one of them. That is, they've made the sacrifice themselves. All the sacrifice they are making, their people are making that. Look at Israel. When I saw Israel, Tel Aviv yesterday, look at how developed they are. Look at how developed they are. They've advanced so fast, so quickly, because they are actually awake. They are thinking for themselves. We are not. Other people are thinking for us. They tell us no death penalty. They tell us this. They tell us that. The human rights, HGI. When our people don't have any power supply, we have to start thinking for ourselves, because these people, this world doesn't owe us a living. It's not their fault. It's just how the world works. There is no use of an antelope pleading mercy with the lion. It's not the lion's fault. It's just how the world is. And that is how we are to them. And it's not their fault that they will take advantage of us. It's our fault that we don't become a lion or a dragon.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. Alaba, I want to go to Ibo Basic, but go ahead. 1 minute. What do you want?
Yeah, thank you for that 1 minute. The forefather said it's a joke but the real joke is the fact that forefather is not addressing what is making us not able to If you don't address what is not making us not able to, and keep saying that we are not able to, that is the joke. You need to stop joking around.
I did address it.
You see, this issues like nepotism, corruption, sabotage, man past man. These are the issues we need to first of all address before we start talking about building nuclear weapons. So that is the joke when you put the cart before the horse. So we're not here to joke, and I'm here to always curtail you.
All right. Thank you, Labo. Igbo Basics, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you all the panelists, and good to see you again, Mr. James, fellow senior citizen.
Yeah, as a senior citizen, I wanted to... Yeah, so Igbo Basic, as a senior citizen, I wanted to know whether you were there during the beginning of the Second World War, and if this is what we are seeing now.
Dr. Damages, Ojioso Abakuro Ogama person wey take race, the race after a war. You don't know say na that way war be. I haven't experienced a war. I really don't wish anybody war. But if war comes your way, it is what it is. As a matter of fact, sometimes it's good to fight a war. Because in a war situation, everybody's almost equal because the same bomb would kill everybody. It becomes a matter of survival of the fittest. In the case of Nigeria, we have an undeclared war, but it's a war that goes on each and every day. To me, I don't have much to contribute to this war situation. I haven't seen one personally, I haven't lived through one. For the rest of the days that we have ahead of us, I just people waiting for America. They don't even know how good that they have it made, and people who are in several other places. So to me, when I realized that Israel had bombed Iranian embassy, and then these other people come, they say, how do they put it? They say, don't go touching the tail of a lion, whether it's dead or alive. Because when you do that, the rest is history of what will happen to you. So for me, let us pray for peace, because in peace, everybody thrives. But the situation is such that sometimes it's good to destroy, to rebuild, but not the kind that it takes a lot. Look at the situation we have in Nigeria. Majority of the part of Nigeria did not know what happened. So they didn't really have much to develop after the Civil War, the Nigerian Civil War. The North and the West, they just had a little taste of war. But the whole of East really had it. They had it down their throat. And that's how come after that war, you saw all kinds of developments, in which case a lot of good stuff has also been lost. So as far as this situation of the war is concerned, a third world war, I don't see a third world war coming. I really don't see a third world war coming. I don't see it.
We will take a break at this point, and our guest is ready to join us. And when we talk to her, we do it the normal way. I will talk to her maybe about 20 minutes. I'll get you guys in, and we talk to her. And when we're done, we're going to, when we're done with her, we talk about Yoruba Nation in details. I'm getting more information on what is going on. Also, Junior Pope. There's a story today in the papers that he was offered a life jacket on the boat, but he refused because he was dirty. So we are going to take a break, and we will bring in our own Omoye's Corner to tell us a little bit about the Obidient movement in the days of Tinubu's presidency. So let's stand by.
And congratulations.
In our politics in Nigeria, I don't think anyone has the right to stay on the sidelines, to be honest. It would be criminal if anybody seeing everything that's going on right now decides, oh, I want to stay on the sidelines, it doesn't bother me, it's not my problem, it's not my concern. So nothing keeps me up. I do everything I know I can do, and I go to sleep well, without any worries. So having said that, I want us to really, we have less than 100 days to the election. Pretty much everybody knows who I stand for in this panel. We have less than 100 days. My question is, what are we doing? What is there? What is left to be done that we have not yet done? Who are the people that we ought to speak to that we have not yet spoken to? Now, having said that, a lot of people will not ask, they don't believe in the new Nigeria. There's some people on the extreme end that are just saying burn everything to the ground. There are people who don't care. There are people who are holding on to their candidates, even though they see clearly the child, even the blind, the deaf, and whatever, can see that this person does not have the capacity to move the country forward. We know that. But those of us that are fighting hard for Peter the Rock Obi, what are we doing about it? What are we doing about it? Are we putting our money where our mouth is? Because at the end of the day, if that country sinks, guess what? It's going to affect all of us. It's not just going to affect some people. It's not going to affect one ethnic group and leave the others. Everybody will cry. Everybody will be served the breakfast. Okay? So I want us to stay focused for those of us that believe that Nigeria is still servable. We can still do something. We can turn it around. And it's worth fighting for those of us who believe in it. We need to do what we must do to ensure that we have the right, sensible, common sense leader, Peter the Rock Obi, in that office, so we can start to walk from the ground up. Because guess what? The work we have is humongous. We have not even scratched the surface. We're only talking election politics right now, but the work that we have is so much. And it's not just for us to talk and spend so much time talking. We need, if you're interested in politics and you want to do good for your people back home, throw your heart in. We got to get it right. Nobody's going to come fix it for us. You know, we really need to get our hands dirty and ensure that we vote correctly, first of all, because if we don't vote correctly, we will not have a country to call our own. We will not. So vote Peter the Rock Obi wherever you are. They talk to you when they house, when they chop agbado somewhere, and what they call that local pier Olumu. Then they call it for where I come from. When they chop agbado and Olumu or coconut, and they talk to you, when they that corner under that tree, I don't know what they do. You need to vote correctly so that your life go fit turn around, so that your children will see a better Nigeria. Most people for this place now cannot take their children home. You can't even confidently say, okay, children, let's go home on holidays. Make una try and make we see. You guys are afraid of one thing or the other. So what are we talking about? There's no black nation that you can boast of and say, oh yeah, I'm going to this place. We need to get it right, my people. I know we all have our differences, but until we start to think of our own overall betterment as a race, we just play 10-10. These people are planning to decimate all of us. We are still here, still saying it's not from here, it's from here, it's old, it's not old, it's young, it's not old. Meanwhile, the people that are really pushing this game, they are behind, they are waiting, they are enjoying as they're listening to everybody now. They're enjoying it because they're like, yeah, we already know that. They can never be on one accord now. So let's get it right. I don't know what else to say, but to say, please, if you are still sitting on the sideline, wake up. It's about you. It's about your future and that of the children yet unborn.
All right. let's welcome to the show Omoye's Corner. Omoye's Corner, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Greetings, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yes.
So,
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. So how has it been for you? We are now about 8 months into the administration of Bola Tinubu. How has it been?
Well, it's been very sad to say the least, you know. It's been very sad watching what's been happening in Nigeria, you know, slow degradation. And I was listening earlier when you guys were talking about the, you know, Israel and Iran thing. And somebody said, um, somebody made a comment that I wanted to touch on, like in reference to Nigeria. Yes, somebody said we're already in a undeclared war that's going on in Nigeria, and that's exactly what it is. Um, Hearing, especially in the north, where so many people have been kidnapped, so many people, accidental bombings of citizens, not once, twice, that has been recorded. That's what they've shared on national news that has happened, right? We don't know. There's so many numbers that they're not adding up, right? But we hear all these stories every day. And the fact that you have bandits, kidnappers, you know, putting themselves on TikTok videos, showing off the money that they were paid ransom, you know, the money that was paid for the ransom, for the release of the people that they kidnapped, and taking the videos and telling you, hey, yes, and showing off their weapons, videos of officers with them actually calling and, you know, giving other people heads up and saying, you know what, these people are about to pass through, give them the opportunity to pass through. I mean, how many can I speak on? On and on and on, you know. So it really has been sad. It's been one trauma to the other, to the next. Every day you wake up, it's a terrible news in Nigeria. Every day you wake up, it's terrible news in Nigeria. There's no break. It's almost like the citizens have been numbed. They've been beaten down over and over and over and over again. They're desensitized. So all right now, they're trying to do is just leave from the one day to the next. Just try to leave from one day to the next. Apart from the fact that inflation is at its highest in Nigeria. I don't remember it being this bad, even during Abacha's time, even though there was high inflation at the time, because you know we were under what's it called? Yes,
Sanctions.
sanctions. So it wasn't this bad, right? So now you witness Nigerians not being able to feed themselves. I was on Twitter for some time. I mean, I got off Twitter because it was just too much. I'd take a break, right? People, you know, coming around and putting money together to pay off people's ransom in millions, hundreds of millions. If that doesn't bother anybody, I don't know what will, right? And then you have people who are not able to feed themselves, always in people's DMs, asking for money. Father is in the hospital, mother is in the hospital. On top of that, the healthcare system is nothing to write home about. I know people who have lost one parent or the other, or a child, because the healthcare was nothing to write home about, over very, very small issues like headache, or you know, malaria that we know about, maybe because they didn't have the money to put down, on and on and on. And it's almost like everything that we were screaming about prior to the election is what we're witnessing unfolding right before our eyes. And it really is sad. I can't even laugh at anybody, because I remember during the election I was saying, whatever happens to you, I don't care anymore. But it's a lie. I care. It turns out I really do care. And I wish I had the power to change these things and make sure nobody suffers. The sad part is the people that supported the right person to come into the office, and we all know the election was stolen, right? They're suffering as well. What was their crime? You know, I read the story of a lady who worked, I think it was a bank she worked in, and she left a note and just took what's the medication that they take. Is it Totapiapia, one of those local medication? And she drank. She's done. She's tired. She's tried. She can't anymore. Not one, not two, not three, just like that. And it bothers me because I'm like, how it's almost like, in that scenario, for instance, I'm not trying to downplay this girl's suffering in any way at all, but how if that opportunity was given to her, fight or just take the easy route? Is it not better for you to fight going down than just go into your room and just take that, or someone trying to jump off the third mainland bridge and people rushed to them to stop them from jumping? Why would you want to do that? Why not take that anger towards the people that are the cause of this problem that you're currently experiencing? So I can go on and on, Dr. Damages. To be honest, the Nigerian situation is really sad, and that's why for me I can't give up, even though I said I was going to give up Nigerian politics because that was very, very devastating for me. But I can't help it because I'm still connected one way or the other, So that's it.
Let me ask you, do you know someone called Reno Mockery?
Yes, I do.
So he has a lot of followers, and this is what he tells him, that people like your Principal Peter B and yourself and people who are on the opposition, that you guys only talk about bad things that happen, that when good things happen, like that the Naira is gaining value, that Dangote is about to flood the market with cheap fuel, that you guys don't talk about it, that things are looking up for Nigeria. What do you say to such argument?
Well, we all know. I mean, I don't have all the facts in front of me, first of all, with regards to the Naira, right, increasing. But we all know how they're doing it, right? So there was a raid on the Bureau de Change people, right, to get their dollars back. Because apparently, right, those Bureau de Change people sell black market rate, right? So in order for them to get the dollars back, they had to raid them. We saw videos of that. We read about it, right? So, and then because they saw that the economy was so bad. Remember, the man in power right now has been traveling, trying to get people to invest in the country, and nobody's willing to invest. Okay, that already is a red signal, right? Now, what he's now doing is, okay, maybe thinking within now and saying, okay, let's go after Bureau de Change, just throwing stuff out there just to make sure that the Naira gets back the strength that it needs to gain back. And I think, and I don't want to say something that I'm not fully confident about, but something to the point, somebody was alluding to the point that the way they're getting the Naira to fall is going to ricochet and even get worse. I mean, allegedly. I don't know the whole story, but that's it. That's it for that, right? And then on the issue of what was the other thing that he talked about that is doing well, apart from the Naira increasing that you mentioned? Remind me again. I can't hear you.
It's all connected. The Dangote refinery.
Okay.
Dangote refinery
is now okay.
Is producing and.
Yeah, but Dangote refinery is getting oil from the United States.
Oh, I can hear you. So.
Okay. There was static. You were like, yeah, from your end, but it's okay. Dangote refinery. We have oil in Nigeria. Why does he have to? Sorry. It's static. I don't know why.
No, sorry. I think there's a delay from your end. So when I speak, it takes a while for you.
Okay.
It's a delay. I'm not sure from your end, but let's continue.
Okay, well, with regards to that, right? We have oil in Nigeria. Don't we have oil
Did
in
you hear me?
Nigeria? I didn't hear you, but
All
I
right.
heard when you said there's a delay from
I
my
think we
end.
should take a break. Maybe
Okay, all
you
right.
can rejoin
Reconnect.
again.
Okay, all right. Sounds good.
And
Yeah.
we see what the problem is. But when we are done, I will ask a few more questions about how our P2B is doing, and after that. Okay. Yes, yes. I think yeah, there's a delay. So let's yeah, you try
Since
to
Dr.
and then
Damages
we has
and everyone,
yeah.
greetings.
Get
I'm
back to
surprised that you
this
guys are still talking. That's what I'm surprised. You ought to be on the road right now. You ought to be on the streets right now. You ought to be flooding every Nigerian embassy right now. Because I don't know, what are you going to tell your kids? A lot of you have kids. What are you going to tell them? That you allowed a criminal become your own president. And your children are going to grow up in that flawed system. Everything I've heard so far is really sad. It really speaks to the acceptance of evil. People have been accepting this bad behavior for such a long time. It's become a pattern. So people don't see, people look for ways to justify the decadence. That's what I hear going on. That's what I see. People don't care anymore. They're like, okay, well, he's there. He got it however way he got in. That's cool. He's there now. There is no way you can grow anything on a foundation of evil. It is not possible. It can never be possible. It's only been what, a couple of months, and the dollar is almost at 2,000. It might even hit 3,000 the way I'm looking at it. Every corner of Nigeria, there's kidnapping, there's bribery, there's banditry, there's terrorism. We're literally witnessing genocides happening in Nigeria, and we are here talking, still talking. We talked from last year, we are still talking now. Talk is good, but they say that clap, they say they enter dance. After you have talked, you have to back your talk with action. What I'm hearing is a lot of very spineless people that ought to be on the streets for the sake of your children. Is this what you want your children to grow into? If they wake up tomorrow and say they want to go home, which home are they going to? You think that your children are going to grow up to be leaders of tomorrow? Hell to the no. It's not going to happen. They've already positioned their children to remain perpetual masters, and your children become slaves. If you don't know that, know it now. I don't care how much you try to justify whatever happened. I don't care. Evil is evil. Some people will come and say, oh, you know, Nigerians are this. Now, speak for yourself. Individualize your experience. If you grow up in a crooked fashion, with crooked parents, with crooked character, speak for yourself and your associations. Do not speak for those of us that grew up under high discipline. I will not accept it as long as I hear it. I think as men on this platform, you should take it upon yourselves to make your voices heard. Enough of the talk. Do we realize what's going on in Nigeria? Do we understand what we have welcomed and we're allowing in our presence? Do we understand it at all? I don't think we understand it. I don't think so. Some people don't have any family in Nigeria anymore, so maybe they might not care. You understand? Some people still do. You might not have direct relatives, but you have relatives, distant relatives. Whether you like it or not, Nigeria, has soiled you. As long as you're Nigerian and it runs in your DNA, you are soiled. We are walking traumatized people. We don't know that yet. We have not even started to deal with the issues, the layers of abuse as Nigerians. We have not even started to deal with that. And then add to it this conglomerate of evil that has taken over. Yeah, some people are celebrating. Yeah, my brother is there now. Our local, yes, whatever. Salute to you. I celebrate. I am happy for you. But guess what? It is turn by turn Nigeria Limited right now. They don't even need to announce anymore. All they do is show up.
All right, welcome back to our conversation with Omoye's Corner. I'm sorry the error, the problem was from my own end. I figured it out late. All right, so you were talking about the state of things in Nigeria. I wanted to know from you what you think about how Peter B has been performing as an opposition leader.
As an opposition leader, I believe, even though I don't completely agree with the way he's handling it, right? As an individual, because my personality is different. I wouldn't, if I were in Peter Obi's shoes, I think I'll handle it differently because I first of all take advantage of the popularity that I have and go to town with it. That's my personality. Now, I understand his personality to the point where he's taking it the way everybody has a different strategy in handling situations. So, in my view, he's doing what he thinks or knows best to do. That's the strategy he wants to use. That's who he is. And what am I? I'm just probably doesn't even know myself. You know, even know whether anybody they exist like me, right? But I think he's doing an excellent job in his own way. What he's doing is a slow revolution, in my own opinion, in my own perception, right? It's a slow revolution because what he's doing is he's opening the eyes of the people to understand what it means to have good government, to understand what it means to have the basic needs, the list of needs met. And what Peter B is doing is he has no enemies, right? He's making sure that he's carrying every single person along. Every person matters to Peter Obi. Everybody. No one, right, is too small or too big for him to associate with. We see that in the way he's been visiting poorly developed communities, especially in the north. And guess what happened? Once he started doing that, a lot of his critics from the northern aspect, the northern part of the country, are now coming out and speaking up and saying, wow, look at that. We had representatives from these communities that have been in government for years and years, and this same community has not had any water. And they've taken billions and trillions of the people's money. Let's when somebody does well, let's acknowledge it. These are the same people during the election that didn't have anything good to say about Peter Obi. He might not know, and I have to say this, he might not even know that he's doing that, but that's just the person that he is, right? He's trying to change and at the same time open up the eyes of the people. That's exactly what he's doing. And I see that. I see the impact of it. I see the effect of it. I see how people are responding to it. There's no, I don't see, I have to give him kudos for that. Would I do it the same way? No, I don't think I would.
Now, it appears as if the Obidient movement is transforming. Yesterday, we had him on this show, and someone suggested that he wanted to contribute to help build things like boreholes in places that are not being, they don't have water. And we also know that Obidient movement are on their own coming together to say, we we like this kind of thing. We will contribute money and do this kind. What is the transformation going on within that movement?
Yeah, so that's a beautiful thing, because once we saw that he was doing that, going to communities and trying to change those communities by giving them the regular things. There was a community, I think, in the north who had to walk miles to Niger just to get water, right? So when we saw that, everybody now came up with the idea that, okay, let's us also do our own part, because it's not up to one person. Like I said yesterday, everybody has to chip in whatever they can, right? And start to, where we find communities that don't have the water or the necessities, right? Let's also pull resources together to help them. Let's do our own part. So obedience, some well-meaning Nigerians, right? Because obedience cuts across all over the party lines and whatever. So they said, okay, well, wherever we find a need, we will meet it. So there's a community also in the north, and one of the people headlining it is from the north. And he shared photos of and told us a little story about that community and all of that they don't have water and stuff. So people have been pulling resources together to help them get the borehole. So it's been moving from. So everybody's coming up with ideas. Like there's also a lady who takes care of displaced kids, right, in the area, in the Jos area, in the Plateau area. So, and those kids didn't have a classroom for a long time. They didn't have a pot to piss in a long time. They had to go outside nights, to do their business and all of that. So Obedience, would send her money, because she's like the one organizing everything, to build classrooms. They didn't have water. They pulled resources together. They did a borehole for her. Even, so it's been beautiful to see individuals on their own, taking up the development of communities in the best way they can. Yeah, so that has become a thing now amongst well-meaning Nigerians.
Okay. When you see this crisis in the Labour Party, what do you think should be done? Do you think that Peter B should leave the party and find home somewhere else?
Um, when I see what's happening, first of all, I never believed in the Labour Party, to be honest with you. I never saw the Labour Party as a strong party for Peter Obi. I saw it as a party of necessity, right? Like something he needed to join just so that, because without a party you can't you can't run for office in Nigeria. So that was more like a necessity. So I didn't really pay attention, even though everything started happening, all we saw unfold. I wasn't surprised by it at all, because they're the same people who ran. Remember, when Peter Obi joined Labour Party, a lot of people got the Labour Party ticket on different levels, reps, Senate, and all of that. They rode on the back of Peter Obi's popularity. So a lot of people were jumping from the worst of the worst parties from all over just so they could get the ticket, right? So seeing that what's been unfolding hasn't been a surprise to me and a lot of people. But at the same time, I, for one, I desire for him, I would hope that we're able to create a new party for Peter Obi, so that we can have the necessary checks in place, for stuff like this. Because the person of Peter Obi, the kind of leader he is, he's a straight and narrow person, and he needs accountability, right? He needs people that can also hold themselves accountable on those levels. So even though I'm not happy with what's going on in LP, because it's kind of like for lack of better words, like a dent. I didn't like the whole drama that unfolded with the chairman and all the monies involved and all of that. But I think, for me, and I've shared this with some people who also support Peter Obi, that we should just find a way to um, create a new party. But what the argument is that the possibility of creating a new party with this government in office that knows the power that Peter Obi holds. Even though I don't think that it's impossible, but they are of the opinion that it might be dragged out. And the other thing was, people were trying to clean up the Labour Party, some well-meaning Nigerians, by wanting to be a part of the party itself, right? By wanting to be a part of it so that they can help with the structures and the dynamics of how it works. but they were met with, roadblocks. You understand? You hear stuff like, oh, you don't know how party runs, you don't know how it works. So many issues, but I don't know. Personally, it's the person that I'm more interested in than the party, because people make up the party and they will do what party people do. Nigeria.
Yesterday, Peter B was here, and we talked to him, and most of the questions were about leadership of that party, whether as the presidential candidate in the last election, he should do more as a leader of the party. Also, when he went to Harvard yesterday, he received several questions around that. Do you think that it's easier for him to become to reform the party, as take it up and be the leader and reform it, than to go and form a new party and build it from the scratch?
Okay, so I'm going to answer the question in two ways, right? And just for the record, I'm not a spokesperson for Obedience, and I'm not a spokesperson for the Labour Party. In case people are wondering, no, I'm just a regular citizen doing my own duty, and doing the one I can do. Okay, so having said that, yes, on the one hand, I would want him to take over the party as the leader, as the most populous leader, and the reason why that party came into popularity. I would certainly take over. I will call a meeting of the board members, or whatever they're called. Have them sit down and say, I call the shots now. You're fired, you're fired, you're fired. That's me. Bring the people. Oh yeah, let's hold the election from the top to the bottom. Hold the election. Who win? Hold them by neck. Hold them by their blockers. Tell them, say, you see this party when you join, so I'm sorry, I'm switching. But you see this party when you join, so no can't do this nonsense, because we go drag you from here to Timbuktu. Okay, that's what I would. On the one hand, I would want him to do, right? Take over that goddamn party and make sure the right people are put in the right place. That's one. On the flip side, there's an argument that, well, he's just like a visitor in the party. He doesn't, shouldn't really bother about the party dynamics, blah blah blah. Which I say is BS. I call bull on that. I don't care. That party became popular because of Peter Obi. The drama that went on in that party was because of Peter Obi. So because of that, he has the popularity and he has the voice to take it and make sure that the right thing is done. That's my own opinion on that.
Okay. Yesterday also, he talked about how he's been suffering because of his opposition to the government, how people are isolating themselves from him. He mentioned in the past about things he's going through, how his phone is being tapped and so many things. If he decides at one point and he says, I'm no longer interested in this because of the kind of pressure I'm under or the kind of attack I'm under, what will you do? As someone interested in Nigerian politics, do you move to somebody else? Is there anybody else in the political arena that you think you can move on to supporting?
Absolutely. I don't think that Peter Obi is the only person that can carry Nigeria forward. Never ever thought about it. I just admire the fact that he had the courage to step out, because there are a lot of good people in Nigeria. Dr. Damages, I grew up knowing a lot of great people, ordinary people, right? Not having any political affiliation whatsoever, just great people, right? So I don't doubt if Peter Obi says I'm not interested, I will not lose sleep over it. He's come, maybe that was his purpose, to come in, open the eyes of the people and step aside. Maybe that's what it was all about, because I'm one person who believes in, people's vision and purpose, and there's always a reason for something. There's a use for anything that comes your way. So if someone comes in and is able to do something and they don't do it anymore, That's what they came to do. That one single thing that you can take away, that's what they came to do. So for Peter Obi, if he tomorrow says, I know I beg this country, I can't do, oh, let them not come and I want to enjoy my grandchildren. I will move forward like nothing happened. I will thank him for opening the eyes of the people. I will thank him for even me opening my own eyes, because I was never interested in Nigerian politics. Never in a million years thought I'll be sitting here and talking politics. Never, right?
I wanted to ask you, how did you actually become politically aware, and why is it that there are not a lot of women who are participating the way you are participating?
There's a lot of women, by the way. They're mostly on Twitter, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there are a lot of women that I found, because when I joined Twitter, this is one of the reasons was Peter Obi that carried me to Twitter eventually, right? But I found a lot of women that are very vocal, very powerful voices in the Obidients movement. I was pleasantly surprised, right? So what got me interested was Peter Obi, to be honest. So I was hearing all this, ruckus about Nigerian elections about to take place, blah, blah, blah. And then I met Common Sense Sisters. Common Sense Sisters say, hey, Omoye, check out this guy. His name is Peter. I'm like, Common Sense Sisters, Nigerian election. Me, I know they're interested, I beg. I know. They were like, no, check him out. I said, what's his name? They said Peter Obi. I said, Common Sense Sisters. How many times did I call you? They said, check it out. I said, okay. So I went to find his video. And apparently he was doing an interview with a Brekete family on that one day. And I happened, because I was already listening to Brekete family, because I was amazed at the work that man was doing for people in Nigeria. So I was always watching him. And sometimes I would call into his show too as well. Never got through anyway, but I tried all the same. So I joined the program when Peter Obi came on. And just the humility, the way he was relating with the people, the way he answered the questions, I was like, what? This man is running for president in Nigeria? Hey, this is the man, right? So after listening to his Brekete family, I went to look for other videos of him, older videos. I started listening. I said, talk about consistency. This man has been consistent. Then I saw what he did with Anambra. And I remember meeting a group of girls that came from Anambra school. I think it was a Catholic school, to the Bay Area, to do something. I think it was tech, I think. Brilliant kids from Anambra State. I was like, wow, right? But at that time, he was no longer a governor, apparently, in Anambra State. It was the person who took over from him, but it was the foundation he had laid that had birthed that. I was amazed, right? Then I started reading more and more about him. Not a perfect man by no means, right? Nobody is 100%, but overall, I was like, this is the guy to take us out of this madness where all of us from the diaspora can go back with the skills that we've acquired over the years, right? To go and fix the system so that it can thrive, right? So when I listened to him, that's what started drawing me in little by little. I started listening to more of his videos. I started following him intensely. And then we got to get introduced to Ahmed Dati. I was completely blown away. Ahmed Dati is my spirit brother because he reacts just like I do. I was like, yes, great combo. Fire. I like the fire that man has, right? But I respected Peter Obi. I was like, okay, these are the people that will take us out. And then listening to them more and more, start understanding Nigerian politics, how it works, listen to the APC people. I was like, what the hell? What in the actual world? Then found out that a lot of them lived in the diaspora. My head was confused. How can you live in a developed world and blah, blah, blah? Anyway, right? So that's how I started to develop my interest in Nigerian politics. And then I started to feel bad. Like, man, we just allowed the worst of us to take the reins of power. Because I remember growing up, they kept saying politics is a dirty game. Politics is a dirty game. It's a filthy game. That's what I kept hearing. And that's, I think, is what drove a lot of people away. So throughout my growing up years in Nigeria, I had no interest in politics. But I started feeling bad, like, man, I wish I just imagine if I know what I knew then, and what I would have been able to do, not necessarily being in any political office, but just being able to change a few things. So anyway, yeah, long story short, that's how I got involved. So it was all in a span of what, within a year or a little over a year. That's what has birthed this person that you see. I myself, I'm shocked at myself because I like soft life.
Yeah, we're going to bring in our audience to join us in this conversation. But let me give you the chance to talk to people about your program. You have a program that you run.
Oh, yes.
So talk to them about that while I bring them in.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have also Omoye's Corner was initially, I started off just talking about everyday issues, relationships, whatever, right? Not really having anything specific, but it was like a village. So I call it village meetings where we just come and talk about what's going on in Nigeria, the different communities and what happens, and we talk about farm and all that. So anyway, so it's now become more political. So my platform now is more about politics in Nigeria, and now we have the Edo State politics coming up, and I was like, okay, we need to start. What can I do? What can I do? It's my state. Let me add my voice. We gotta get it right. We have to get it right if we're gonna take over. If we're gonna fix Nigeria, we need to take it piecemeal by piecemeal since we're not doing anything action-wise. So the state election is coming up in Edo State in September. So I decided in my own little world to talk about it, hear from the different candidates, and figure out who the best person is to take Edo State. So it's all thing political, everything in between. If you like that kind of thing, do subscribe. And you're most welcome if you do. Follow if you haven't followed already. And also remember to click on the notification bell so you can get notified anytime I pop up. So we have one discussion on the Edo election coming up next week, Saturday. I did one yesterday. Next week, Saturday. So if you're interested in that, you can come on and we can talk. That's it. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you so much. And we have our people. If you're in the studio back end and you want to join the conversation, please turn on your camera. We can bring you on. But let's start with you, Alaba. You are next. We are with Omoye's Corner. So if you have a question for her, a comment, you can go ahead now.
Yes, comments and a question. Greetings, Omoye, and greetings. Nice seeing your beautiful face again, and listening to your wonderful brain. They say righteousness exalts a nation. We have not been exalted as Nigerians, so that means we must not be righteous people. But that's subject to debate. When I think about Nigerian problem, personally, I like to compartmentalize our situation, say, what am I dealing with? But before I get there, Omoye, this came up yesterday. This is how I view Nigeria. I feel Nigeria is like a car, but either the tires are gone or the engine is gone. And we have a lot of people who wants to drive the car. Let's call it a molue, wants to drive the molue to their destination. Well, let's use a molue. Molue is better because molue has passengers. Nigeria has more passengers. But the engine is bad and the tires are gone. So the state we're in currently is that we have a lot of educated Nigerians who wants to drive a molue bus without an engine. So we should, all of us, the educated ones, should be focused on fixing the engine before we start thinking of driving. That's how I view Nigerian election. It's a waste, it's a bridge to nowhere. All elections, local to the top. But some people would argue and say, well, you got to work with what you got. So, okay, I said, yeah, and we don't want violence. Okay, so what we got? So I started compartmentalizing. That's how I got my 10% elite, educated elite, and my 90% non-elite. Now, while doing that, our biggest enemy is ignorance of self and political naivety. to effect change. Our biggest enemy is that, apart from the fools that are ruling us. So when I look at our leaders, and so as the comment section's been saying, are our people docile or our leaders docile? Now, in my compartmentalized head, you know, when you answer me, I want you to put these things in numbers if you can. If you can't, that's okay. In Nigeria, what percentage are good people? What percentage are bad? What percentage are silent? You understand? What percentage are pacifists? What percentage are radicals? What percentage are progressive? What percentage are opportunists? What percentage are patriotic? What percentage are unpatriotic? What percentage are hypocrites? What percentage are real people? What percentage are the movers and shakers of that country, and what percentage are not? Who holds power? What's their percentage? And who supports them? What's their percentage? Who opposes them? What's their percentage? Who does nothing? Now, when we get to the who does nothing, that's where we come in. Like you said, how you got involved. I would say initially you were one of those who have lost hope, doesn't partake, and does nothing. But there was a moment of clarity that came to you and you got involved. You understand? The same with me. While I was in school, I was involved against the Abacha Babangida era, got expelled. But as soon as I got out of the country and things started going south, I washed my hand of anything Nigerian politics until January of last year, when a friend of mine kept telling me, Alaba, there's a movement in Nigeria. Nothing's going to happen in that country. Real interest. You understand? See, there's a movie. I've been watching them on YouTube. Maybe they could have a change. Then come the election. And I was all on the internet following every detail, and I saw the madness in display. I'm like, oh my God. So that's how I started talking. So now my question, enough with all those analyses. Now my question is that what can we do to get the non-activists, those who have lost, who are not partaking like you? What can we do to get people to be like you, to partake? What the likes of Rudolph are doing, and you and Niger Watch and a few Omayegun, what you guys are doing, perfect, good job, but we need more. You understand? How can we get our people to that state of moment of clarity to see? Remember, it's just to see that we have a bus. It's not to see whether the bus doesn't have tire or the engine is not. That's another level. You see, that's another level. Just to see that there's this bus and it needs to go somewhere. You understand? What can we do? That's number one. Number two, the likes of Obi, Showore, and all Nigerian political actors and those running for governor, working, partaking in this quest to be drivers, although yesterday said he would rather be a mechanic. Are they heading the wrong way, partaking and engaging with the current rules of engagement? Or should they pull back and say, maybe we all need to start raising mechanics so that we can fix the engine before we start talking of driving? So those are my questions. I don't know if you can put it in that context. You know, think of, when you answer, think of people like Reno, Mokri. Where do they fall? You can cite example. If you give me number, you can cite example. People like Kulata. Where do they fall? You know.
All right. Thank you, Alaba. Thank you so much.
Hey, all right. So this one a jam question, no. That jam question ain't gonna make you
Yeah, no, baby, jam question, no. I know be Dundee, I know be fool.
You came with bazooka questions, Mr. Fierera. I don't know if I'm saying it. Mr. Alaba. Let me call you Mr. Alaba. Okay. I go try. They say to eat an elephant, you go cut them slice by slice. First, the one I remember, top of the question is, how do we get people who are those side or who don't want to be interested in Nigerian politics is by doing what we're doing. Because to be honest, nobody pulled me out from my regular routine of what I was doing. Because what triggered the interest for me, and I dare say there were a lot more people during the election. There were a lot of people during the election that didn't participate in politics, was not interested in politics, that got interested because of the candidates that they saw in Peter Obi and Ahmed Dati. Because I had a few friends who you dare not mention politics where they are. They don't like talking about the subject at all. All of a sudden, right? Because they saw that I was interested, they were like, Omoye, really? Oh my God. He's so, guess what I found out about him? Guess what I found out about him? I've spoken to my people back home. They started connecting with people that they'd lost contact with in Nigeria to educate them to. So I think that what will trigger people's interest in Nigeria is we continue to do what we're doing. I know it's a slow process, but that's the only option we have for right now. And then if we have the opportunity to talk to them, we can also educate them about what it is. Because the truth is, nobody's going to fix Nigeria for us but ourselves. Whether we like it or not, with the chaos that's going on in Nigeria, there are people behind the scenes that are taking our resources. And I'm sure you guys know this already. There are people who are building real estates on your lands. They're taking people's lands, not by force now. Like they just intentionally evict people and you have strange people living on those lands. So when I have the opportunity to speak to my friends that are non-political, this is what I say to them. I'm like, we cannot fold our hands forever. We cannot throw out, because we live in so-called advanced societies, or you're in the diaspora and it's okay for you. You cannot lose sight of what's going on back home. You don't have to do so much. You can start slow. So that's that, right? And then with the likes of Reno and the rest of them, I don't know who's in their ear. I don't know if they listen to anybody. I really don't. But I would assuming that, okay, they have the right people in their ear. I would assume that they have people who would tell them or, lay out the situation in Nigeria out again to them and say, listen, we know that maybe you're making money off of this. This is what you're getting paid. It's helping you with your lifestyle. How about this? How about you look at it this way? Because the lifestyle you're living right now, you can actually achieve much more if this thing is in the right trajectory. So that way it will give you the opportunity to be all that you want to be. I'm sure he doesn't know, all he wants to be is just to be like I don't want to insult the man, right? But we know how he is. You don't want to be that person. So maybe if he has people like that in his ear that can talk to him continuously and help him open his eyes, maybe there's a chance. But I don't know. I don't know the guy. I just see his comments on Twitter sometimes and I cringe when I see it, right? For someone who's that educated. Now, with regards to the percentage of people, I cannot put people in percentages in Nigeria. Do we do poll in Nigeria, and how accurate is the poll? Me, I don't know. Poll in Nigeria is non-existent. So let me first start from there. However, I do know that growing up, I grew up with a lot of people that I looked up to, men and women, right? I mean, men that were focused and like visionary people, took no nonsense, right? Told you how it was, call you out on your BS. I grew up with people like that. During the military reign, some of those people were taken out because they were too vocal and their words were painful. Okay, so they silenced them. But do they still exist in Nigeria? Absolutely. They are the poorest of the poor. If you're looking for the real Nigerians, and I'm not saying all the poor people are, right? But majority of them live within the poor. Why? Because they refuse to dabble their hands and put their hands in all this mess. There are people like that in Nigeria. They rather just remain the way they are. They've lost everything. They live in their great-great-grandfather's houses. They don't have a house or anything to their name, but they're the most decent people in Nigeria. So we still have a lot of people. Now, when you talk about righteousness exalts a nation, it is true that the leaders that Nigeria unfortunately has had has over the years destroyed, eroded the minds of the people with propaganda, as we see tribalism and religious bigotry on a very high level in Nigeria that has never existed. They continue to use those weapons to keep the people down and then removal of education where people don't know who they are, what their history is. To your point about, people don't know, that's exactly what that's what's going on. A lot of average Nigerians, they don't have a knowledge of history, right? They don't know who they are. They don't know where, there's nothing to reflect back on. They cannot go back and say, hey, this happened, so this happened. This happened, so this happened. Sometimes you're talking about some of the history in Nigeria, and a lot of people don't have a clue. They don't have a clue. For instance, I can speak for myself. I did a bit of history. At least I watched Roots when I was growing up as a child, before they snatched it from the TV stations. I already had a little bit of an idea of what happened there. And then they taught history in school, and I did history 101 in the university. Not detailed history, but history regardless, right? I learned some of that. But I tell you, it took me coming to America to relearn the history, the transatlantic slave trade, and all the other history that were not taught to us in Nigeria. It took that. So imagine the ordinary person in Nigeria that has no history in the curriculum at all, has no idea of anything. The only thing that they look up to is palm-colored people and their history. And these palm-colored people are smarter. They created everything. They did. That's what they know. So that's why there's a lot of self-hatred within, even in Nigeria. They would give preference to a palm-colored person than you. If you go to Nigeria and another palm-colored person comes to Nigeria, they will choose that palm-colored person over you. You understand? So there's a lot of self-hatred that's going on, that's going to take a lot of education and reimagining of the mind for the people in Nigeria, for them to even begin to understand. But in the scheme of things, with regards to us taking back the country, I said it somewhere before. I think it was on Twitter. I said it on a space. We have to go back the same way we did the election, where people were going to the grassroots and talking to the people. We need to go back and do that. We need to find ways to educate people on the grassroots, from the grassroots, and find ways, even if it's volunteering, to teach history in some of these schools. I'm serious. If that's something that you want to do, take it upon yourself once or twice a year, where you can go give back a little bit to those people and educate people from the bottom up. That's what it's going to take some time. What happened in Senegal? They took time. They were growing the movement from 2011. I heard, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, did the election, how many tried to get into power, how many times lost? And then one of them ended up being in jail, only to come out and they won the election. What do you think will happen when those people come into power? They're going to change the landscape. They're going to change the trajectory of their country, because it's been a vision that they've kept focused for a long time. So it's not going to be a fast. It might happen fast for Nigeria because people are already doing some of the work, but it's all now up to us to go back and start to teach our people, in this time right now, what's going on. Open their eyes to what's going on. We have to do the grassroots work. I don't know if I've answered all the questions, because some of them I go don't miss some. Plenty where.
Yeah, I think you did well. A lot of the people on the comment section were saying, now I'm not going to interrupt you. I will let you talk. If it was a man, I would have jumped in and interrupted them. These comment people are there's something else.
All right.
But you've answered it perfectly well, and you're doing a great job. And
thank you, sir.
let me just keep quiet before I start throwing other things on you. Let's just.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. James, you're next.
Yeah, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Good. Sister, you are welcome. Good. I heard you saying you read Roots, Alex Haley. Okay. I'm interested because I'm calling from the Gambia. The setting is right here in the Gambia. Anyway, let me begin this way. Every person has a calling, and yours happen to be, you're an activist. Let me put it that way. I don't know if you will prefer that appellation. You're an activist. And
I don't be activist, though. I'm not an activist. Let me borrow the words of Peter Obi. I'm desperate. I'm beyond desperate to see that country move in the right direction. Yes.
Good. In the process of doing what you are doing now, you are in contact with politicians. So I just want to draw your attention to something which you should make known to them. And that is, all the parties in Nigeria today are disorganized. There's no organized.
I'm not in contact with any of the politicians.
So
Sorry
what I mean, they listen to you.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Okay, I got it. Okay.
Yeah. Now, the issue is, all the parties in Nigeria today, none is ready for leadership for one simple reason. They are not organized. People have told Obi a number of times that he lacks, party structures. And to a very large extent, they are correct. Now, what is the need for these party structures? It's not just to go and observe election and bring results and say, no, you need to do a lot of groundwork before you face the electorate, that this is what I have for you. This is something all the parties are not doing. Throughout my stay in Nigeria, it's only the Unity Party of Nigeria, which was Action Group, that did something like that. Now, this is what I mean. Let's say you are meeting the people of Benin City. Labour Party executives in Benin must have done the groundwork. For example, if they have water problem, what volume of water do they drink in Benin City every day? What is the population of Benin City? How many houses are there in Benin City? Where will the water come from if you are elected to office? Will you use surface water or groundwater? How many boreholes will you drill? How many water reservoirs will you construct? That is for water alone. Then they do the same thing for agriculture. They do the same thing for schools, hospital, employment. These are the things parties should be interested in before they appear. Before they present their manifesto to the public. But all we are hearing so far is just talking and talking and talking. Atiku is a good man. It's this, that is dependable. That is not what we want. I'm citing Awolowo as an example because he did it during my time when I was in Benin City. He told us the number of children in Benin State schools in those days, primary, secondary, and higher schools. Tertiary education. Also, the pencils we used, he told us the number, the erasers, the sharpeners, the rulers, textbooks, teachers, desk, and what have you. This man quantified everything in fine details and presented it to us. Now, he was able to tell us where the money will come from, the problems it's likely to encounter, and things of that nature. No party in Nigeria today is doing such a thing. And I just want to conclude by saying that there can never be a change in Nigeria without a revolution. And that is, a fact of history. There can never be a change anywhere without a revolution. Although not all revolutions bring about the desired changes. So what we need in Nigeria is a revolutionary government, not the kind of government we have now. They are taking us nowhere. Let's get that very clear. Let me just quickly add something. The only lady I see in Nigeria, the only person I see in Nigeria who is reasoning along this line, I think is the present Commissioner for Agriculture in Lagos State. I think she's a woman. They interviewed her some time ago on television. She was able to tell the interviewer the quantity of onions that we consume in Lagos State for a year, tomatoes, potatoes, meat, and she was able to quantify it and also told the interviewer where they hope to get these things from. And for supplying us, this is what we'll do for them. You know, these are the kind of things parties should be interested in. They have fooled you and me for too long that we should be very wise in their dealings with these people. Thank you so much, Mr. for sparing us your precious time to talk to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. James.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. I agree with what you said, though. I mean, like I said, Nigerians, I don't know how accurate and how effective the polls are. And in all honesty, to your point, that is what ought to have happened or needs to happen before anyone comes out and says, "Hey, I want to run as local government chairman," right? For instance, you should be able to account for the things that your people lack, right? So if it's, for instance, water, you should be able to say, okay, we have so many communities, so they're going to need this number of boreholes or whatever drillage needs to happen for water, right? You need to be able to account for the number of things. But unfortunately, are we there in Nigeria? We are not there. So it's almost like we have to, first of all, you know how I grew up on the farm. Before you start to plant, if the soil is hard, you first till the soil to break them up so that you can plant your seed. That's what needs to happen in Nigeria. Your talk about revolution, okay, all right, we've been shouting revolution for a long time, but who is starting the revolution? Where? We're already losing people as it is in Nigeria on a daily basis, and we don't even have a revolution. So as much as we talk about revolution, how it won't take start, where it won't start. Do we have a date? God die and die, right? So that's the thing. But everything you said, I agree with Mr. James. I can't even push back on anything because in a normal system, that's so it's supposed to be. You should be able to account for things so that it is structured. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Thank you, James. Pansat, you're next.
All right. Thank you very much, Rudolph. And congratulations yesterday, by the way. And Ms. OC, welcome to the show. I also saw a little snippet of you yesterday. And of course, Rudolph was forced to bring you back in here today to update us on what's going on. Now, I'm disappointed that you said to the last gentleman that you agree with everything he said. It's good to be pleasant and be nice. I understand that because instead of counting the votes, turning back that beavers, and he's talking about what do you say, Awolowo and erasure and pencil. I don't know what he's talking about. They stole that election. But before I go on, let me say hello to every other panelists and those who are on the comment section. I'm a little irritated by the tricks some people play when they come here. And I'm not going to forget that today, believe it or not, is the 10th anniversary of the Chibok girls 10 years ago. These are Boko Haram insurgents. Boko Haram obviously is euphemism for northerners going into a government secondary school and loading up girls. 276. Up to today, only 89 has not been accounted for. Nobody, I guess we just are supposed to forget about them because it's temporal, time has gone. And I don't think so. So let's give him like just one moment of silence and then I will address our guest. All right, thank you very much. Now, Omoye, you're an inspiration. because you're a sincere person, a genuine patriot. You know, in those days, people used to say they want to have boys, they don't even want to have a girl, that kind of thing. But somebody who has you, it's like you are a true African woman, a warrior, and you care about us. You're personable, you're beautiful, you're educated, and even though you're here in the United States, you could be doing a lot of things, but you spend your time tirelessly, not only come here, admonish a lot of people, like I do when I come here, and other platforms that I see you, you try to help, and then you open your own thing, you go to work, you do other things, then you come back, and you continue with heartfelt, unfeigned, honest, authentic Nigerian spirit. And we're very proud of you. You're not going to get any awards. It's not only Peter Obi who we have discovered through this season. You're an ardent supporter of Peter Obi, what they call Obidients out there. And the Labour Party, I differ with a lot of people on a lot of platforms, because I believe that a lot of people try to distinguish between Peter Obi, Obedient Movement, and then the Labour Party. And in their head, it seems to be like only Abure is in the party. It's not only Abure. I have a lot of Nigerians, respectable Nigerians in that Labour Party. Abure is the chairman of the party. He deserves not only respect, he deserves due process. You make any allegations you want, that's an electoral post. He ran for the office and is chairman. You could make any accusation that you want, but you have to prove it. Some of it are even criminal in nature, which means the burden of proof is not by preponderance, not alone this prima facie that they want to use. You have to prove allegation against somebody beyond a reasonable doubt to moral certainty. And they're not members of the party. They're the first to say, hey, look, I'm an Obedient, but I'm not a member of Labour Party. If you're not a member of the party, you should stay out of it. If you want to have input in that party, go and join the party. You can't be outside the party and talking nonsense, accusing people of stuff. This is a man who fought valiantly. He was in the company of, by the way, who here could stand next to, what's her name? That's a Labour Party, P2B's associate, has a show. Aisha Yusuf.
Yeah.
Could you, like me, I couldn't pass Aisha Yusuf for a week. I'm gonna be looking at a girl and I don't want her to see me, right? Aisha Yusuf is right there with Peter Obi, who obviously passes because he's a good man, and this Abure and all that. What Aisha didn't see, you're the one who's gonna see it from outside. Aisha cannot tolerate any nonsense. So he's been demonized. And when Peter Obi comes and he says, you know what, I'm going to land at some point, because look, there's no difference between you and I as far as politics is concerned. So all I have is praise for you, but I will conclude very soon because this is your show today. And we're blessed to have you here. But what I don't want is the corruption that we have with a lot of folks here who what they want to do is to nick the Labour Party and then expose Obi so that they could then devour him because he has humility. So that nobody's going to do that protest for you at that revolution. You're going to do it by yourself. And how I'm going to know you're serious, because first of all, you look stupid. I mean, Nigerians, with all due respect, you got girls kidnapped 10 years ago. You're not protesting that. What is an election compared to something like that? We have secondary school girls, our daughters kidnapped. You don't protest, but you want to make it look like P2B is a weakling. He doesn't protest. You're there, your inflation, it's over. At some point, it was like 30-something% when I was keeping I was taking a look at it, and you're there sitting there looking stupid, and you want a scapegoat every time. So there's a lot to protest. It's not just the election, but they turned off the beavers. You went and registered for a plebiscite for an election. You did all that. You went and registered and you voted, and they turned off the beavers. Are you going to take it? There's no other country like Nigeria. So I conclude, I know you're looking left to right here, Rudolph, by thanking you for not only bringing Peter Obi, but also you back it up. Now, who else can follow up with you? You brought OC, and I believe you're promising to bring Aisha. So I am very proud of you. It's a good job. And the rest of the panelists, I'm sorry that it took me so long. I don't have any question for her because we are grateful. You should look at her work. I go to her channel sometime, and you should try that. I go over there once in a while, and she'll be there, even if it's just her. She's just as genuine as she is every other place that I see her. So thank you very much. I would take my bow, and I drop my hat for you. Yes, sir.
Great submission, my brother.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pansat. I really, really appreciate. Thank you for the kind comments. I really, really appreciate you as a fellow comrade, because I remember during the Peter Obi election, we were like, we were on the same side and we're pushing, And you mentioned that I was agreeing with everything that Mr. James said. I wasn't agreeing with everything. I was only agreeing to the extent that there has to be some level of organization and structure. Like you should know the number of things or what you want to come into office to fix. With regards to that, that's what I agree with. I don't know much about Awolowo and the rest of them, so I can't speak on that. So that's what I meant by I agree with everything that he said with regards to that. Maybe I didn't make it clear enough, but yeah.
No, you did. I accept that.
Yeah,
like we say, make we count the vote. You say, make we go look at Erasure and Awolowo. Make we count the vote. Now turn on the beavers.
Exactly. And again, I mean, I keep hearing revolution. Start the revolution. I said it here yesterday when I came on. Like, okay, we keep pointing at Peter Obi. He's just one person. And maybe that's all he came to do. Maybe he came to stir the pot so everybody else can do what they need to do. How about thinking about it like that, So for me, this whole revolution thing is kind of old. I'm just thinking in terms like Mr. Ferreira said before, prior, compartmentalizing. What do we do? What can we do now? Since we don't want to go on, we're still living. Everybody's not dead yet. So what do we do? Let's start taking it to eat an elephant, slice by slice. Okay, should we take over reps first? Okay, let's start with that. Should we take over Senate within the rot in the system? Let's start to find ways to build since we are not ready to enter the streets. But thank you so much, Mr. Pansat, for the kind comments. I really appreciate you. You know that I respect you a lot, and I appreciate the fact that we're standing toe to toe, hey, on the battlefield. Hey, we fought a good fight. Thank you. I appreciate it, sir.
All right, thank you, Omoye. This is what Pansat needs every day, and we should get someone to say that to him every time. Janaba, thank you so much for joining us here next.
Thank you, OC, and thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me, and the fellow panelists. Good day wherever you are, or evening. I just want to, I don't know, after my conversation, if lead for you to answer any question, you can go ahead. But I believe we are all fighting for a good cause to see that Nigerian work for all of us. And it's a long walk, but we all can start from somewhere. During your interview or question from Rudolph, you mentioned that give back to the society. We understand that our society have suffered so much over the years that people have lost their self-esteem, pushed to the corner, struggling to live day after day, see their own children dying and their parents dying for lack of medical care, and so many other problems, kidnapped, and all the things that is going on in our country. And one of those things that have chained us down is this religion mindset. I hear one of my fellow brothers say that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach. If we measure our society by religion, I think we are first or second in the world, Pakistan and Nigeria, in terms of religion, and we are the most backward society. What I'm trying to say in essence is that when we use a common sense approach, a vision for society, a standard, an ideology on how to drive a good governance, it will prosper whoever you are and whosoever that is leading the country to a certain level, instead of using that analogy that have kept us backward. Religion or spirituality is a personal choice to me. And when we use it like this, we keep the people backward. Reason because we are giving them a hopeless hope, because we are created in God's image. The Bible said that the earth was full of darkness, and they said, "Let there be light." Whatever the spoken word that created the light, that the darkness vanishes, must be a strong word. It's not a cheap thing. And even in our own personal life, we can go to our community and started talking to Nigerians. I am not to be found, but I believe he have touched and changed our politics, the demography, and has spoken well to issues that people are looking at him inspirational. It inspires me as well, but not on politics ground. But then we can begin to talk to our people, change their mindset. One of my experience I had in Nigeria recently was I was boarding a plane from Abuja to Lagos. It's written on my receipt. I'm to carry 20 kg. The whosoever was weighing the thing said, "Oh, it's 15." All he is trying to tell me is that my luggage is overweight, and that is the mindset you see in Nigeria all over. So how do we speak to this mentality of people taking a personal responsibility? It matters a lot. The bigmalism, I am man past man. You cannot talk to me. I'm above the law. I was hearing Rudolph listening to him on earlier, why he mentioned that the guy that was drowned, I think Junior Pope, that he was offered a life jacket. You see, these are the common sense issues that keep our society backward. End of the day, the people, so it's a policy. It's a policy is better than your self-responsibility of your life. And that is how we all can change this country that we are living in. Speak to the people, change them, because people are suffering and people are product of their environment. Sometimes we have the opportunity. I'm rounding up now. I know it's me. You could have talked to your brother the same way you are now ringing that bell when they were talking. So we talk to these people, change their mindset, tell them what is moral in the moral compass, what is not acceptable, and that some of this behavior come from being too desperate. We all can be desperate for good, but when you are desperate that you lost your common morality, then it's what the society will build. And that is one of them. One of us will become our leader one day, and then we're expecting a change where people behave this way. So I think the change starts from all of us. Thank you for coming, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Abba. Thank you for your submission. But my own opinion, not is that religion is one of the big problems we have in Nigeria, whether you like it or not. It continues to be. You're talking about self, people are, desperate and stuff like that. They look at the pastors. The pastors have everything, have the clothes, have the shoes, have everything, have the cars, have the houses, and living a lifestyle, flaunting in front of their members with no hope at all, you know? And with regards to morality, good or bad, religion does not change you, doesn't make you, it's not the one that will tell you to do something wicked to your neighbor or not. You just have to have the heart. You have to have that heart to be kind to one another. Even though, yes, you believe whatever you want to believe, everybody has a right to believe however way they want to, right? But at the same time, where there's a problem, let's admit that there's been a problem. Let's not shy away from it, because this is part of the new Nigeria we're trying to birth, right? So if there's a wrong in a sector, let's call out the wrong. I'm not sensitive about it, right? Because I know that there's been serious damage has been done to the psyche of the people. So, and to your point, which I agree with, is that we are the solution to the problem. So we now have to get to the grassroots, find a way to do that, to start to re-educate and re-engineer the minds of the people. Because we are all we've got. We don't get where we the wrong go. That country still has. For as long as we live on this earth and you come from there, your DNA does not lie. It will continue to, you will always find something that will draw you back to that place. People they were not even born on that soil. They're still finding ways back there. So there's a reason. So my own point is this: if there's a problem in a particular place, religion, politics, whatever it is, let's not shy away from calling out the bad eggs and making sure we're holding each other accountable. That's the only way we can thrive. That's the only way we can thrive. And everybody has a right to practice whatever religion they want to practice, right? So that's all I'm going to say on that. But other than that, I really do appreciate your submission, Mr. John Abba. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Jagun. There are people pushing for me to skip all you guys and go to NS. If NS, if for any reason you want to leave, let me know. We can do that. But if you we continue to go along the same line. Okay, Jagun, go ahead.
Thank you, and good afternoon, good evening. I'm happy for you to move on to NS as long as you come back to me, sir, because you like to forget me or
No, she's okay. Go ahead. She's okay with us going. Go ahead.
Fair enough. Again, great show yesterday, and I must pat you on the back, Rudolph, for achieving that goal. I think the conversation that we had with Peter Obi yesterday was fantastic in terms of its closeness. He sat amongst us like our brothers. He came down from the pontiff, wherever we may have put him, and he sat down amongst ordinary people, thinking people, like brothers. And this is the kind of humility that me personally, I respect. The kind of pompous attitude of most Nigerians, even those on this platform, very pompous people we are. It's very good to see somebody showing the light of humility. I think we should all take a leaf out of that book because we're far too pompous for ourselves. Anyway, OC, I beg you, OCO, my darling, I would like to congratulate you for your spur, for your attitude, for your vigor, for your championing the Nigerian cause, for your pointing out foolishness, because foolishness is abound. It's all around us. Yet we walk through it like it's normal. I hail you as a lady, as a woman, as a strong Nigerian woman, who is clear in your thinking. I don't really have a question because I find I agree with you a lot. However, I'm sure as we continue to talk, there will always be moments of disagreement, moments of opposition maybe, but the fact that you are a communicative person, you know how to communicate, which I think is so important, to know how to speak, to understand the effect of what you're saying is, and to make your meaning clear. This thing is not easy. It's not an easy thing. A lot of us take it for granted. A lot of us think that we're so well in communication that we don't know that we're not really communicating. So, I'm highlighting these things, especially on this platform, for people to understand that there is a way of communicating. Many of us are fantastic at it. Many of us are very poor at it. We need really to sometimes just take a step back and see that. I don't have a question for you. All I have is good praises, good energy. Allow your future, your steps to be guided well by the Father. Understand your giftings and continue to pursue it. I thank you, my dear. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Jagun. Thank you so much for the kind comments. I really appreciate it. I'm taking all the kind comments. I am taking it all in. You don't get it every day. Dr. Damages does not tell me anything. You just order me around, tell me she'll be here by 7 a.m. You have work to do. But hey, this one that I'm receiving praise today, I don't take it for granted. Thank you, Mr. Jagun. Your own will not spoil. Your own will not, whether you like it or not, God will bless you. Thank you so much, my brother. You and
Thank
Mr.
you,
Pansat, I really appreciate. Thank you.
All right. So for me, about kind comments, I got one now that just came up. So Igbo basics, Yanes.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, I will start by congratulating you for a job well done yesterday, having Peter Obi come to be with us. Yeah, I watched the program. I'm sure you'll be wondering what happened. I didn't show up. Yeah, but I did watch the program. It's not every fight that you have to fight. So for that, thanking you for a job well done, because I'm a cultural man, I'm going to present this kola nut for you. That's who I am. I go with culture.
Thank you.
Where are you waiting?
The Shinap.
Don't go there. You go come here. Come get your schnapps. Okay, no wahala. Anyway, our dear sister, Omoye, I'm going to put it this way. I know that Uncle James, if I call him that, Senior James, was here and he talked about from the Awo era. I'm going to take us back a little bit. For those who have had the opportunity to pass the Great Zik of Africa, NCNC era, and you come through there, you come through NPP, and whatever the names of all those political parties that existed, NPN, and then you come through all the rest of it. So I've had the privilege of riding through those era, and then come a certain point. I haven't participated at the point in time when they used to snatch ballot boxes, when some of us were even accused of carrying ballot boxes, when actually what we simply wanted to do was to bring from Uzuakoli to Iberi, where I am from, so that our people can be able to exercise their right to vote. That's what we did. So after all that experience, some of us kind of like, you know what, enough is enough. Stayed in the background, went on about our business, don't want to be bothered. Until we ran into people like Dr. Damages, through the process of World Igbo Congress and all the rest of the effort that we made while out there, while young. What am I trying to say is, Dr. Damages, last week, not yesterday, you brought us Stella Damas. And Stella Damas was a great one. She did a very good job. Everybody was calm. Pressures were now rising. Then you brought us Peter Obi yesterday. And then it's all revolving around obedient. Let me put it this way. Some of us actually played some very serious roles around during the obedient era. We formed an organization called Foundation Democracy Initiative, which I headed out of here in New Jersey. And we all made our contributions to the big tent. I'm sure, Omoye, you know about some of those groupings that were happening. So congratulations for the job that you have been doing out there. But let me put it this way. You, as somebody who is still very young, and this goes to a bunch of people on the stage here, do it while you can, because as you go into your older years, you're going to have to think 4 times before you even take one step. You will think 4 times. Not that we have backed away. The situation now, before I put my question to our sister Omoye, is such that those people who sold their wristwatches, their telephones, some sold their refrigerators, because they believed in what was happening, that movement that came up. And then all hopes were dashed. And we are where we are now. People talking about 2027. A lot of people have backed away right now. And without backing away, it simply means we're going to have to do the extra work in order to get them back interested. Once bitten, twice shy. For me, how do you say you grew up in a farm? Which is a great thing. And that's a part of what makes you who you are. For me, some people were saying, can we have many more of people like you? Yes, we have a few of them down there, like I just mentioned, still the mass and stuff like that. There are people of your caliber that are doing the same thing, but you still need to network and so it to come to bear. I am a senior citizen, and I have been issued a certificate of retirement from active service. Never mind what you see. I think I'm around 70 plus. But what does that mean? Being retired, when they issued us certificate of retirement, if you don't mind, it says certificate of honor. This is to certify that Chief Alex Nkweriheke Apiebe of Abankalo Autonomous Community and a member of Udebri 2 age grade has faithfully and patriotically discharged his or her responsibility to the Iberi clan and has meritoriously retired from active service of the clan. In appreciation, this certificate of honor is hereby given the 27th day of December 2023. So a retired person I am. What does that mean? It means that I'm no longer expected, if there was to be a war today, I'm not expected to come and join and fight the war. If there is contributions that are being made, I'm not expected to come and do. But anything else I do going forward is voluntary. What interests me in a place on people like Omoye that we have here is what can we do? Because for me, that I have retired doesn't mean I have thrown in the towel. I'm doing things, but I'm doing things not in the town, but in the bush. That's where I am doing things. I'm practicing what is called bushcraft. And in that process, every investment I make going forward is in the bush, which when I'm done here, training kids, I will retire not to the town, but to my villages. I'm from Abia State, and you can see what's going on. So the question I have for Omoye is, how do we address those who sold their wristwatches, their refrigerators, and came in full force, but with the hope dashed? What can we do in your position? What can you do to be able to reach out to the locals? Because I believe in the localities, not the people in the town. The people in the town are bring money. But the people in the localities, in the villages, what can you do to encourage them that this politics begins in the grassroots?
All right, thank you, Igbo Basics.
Thank you very much, sir. Igbo Basics. What can I do? What can we do? Is to help them replace the wristwatches for them. We can afford to. We can pull resources together and replace their refrigerators for them. It's that simple. You replace it for them, you encourage them further. You explain that this is how the politics played out. This is what happened. I'm sure some of them already know, and continue to encourage them. Some of us some of us sold some of our savings into this election that we're not going to ever get back. Right? Some people pulled from their retirement for this election, in case people don't know, that they're not going to ever get back. So everybody has to be refreshed one way or the other. And I do understand, especially in the villages and all of that, some of them maybe lost, their produce. For those who go to the farm, right? They lost their produce because they didn't harvest on time, or maybe they harvested, they didn't get a chance to go to the market to sell those produce on time. So it got ruined and they lost money. We can replace those things. Those who are capable to pull up those who are not capable. Right now in Nigeria, we got to be thinking about everybody. while at the same time encouraging and re-educating the people, because we're so divided right now. It is sad to watch. So that's what I have to say there. It's as simple as that, to be honest, because there are people who have come forward, especially and have said, this is what happened. I put my school fees money in towards this election, right? And they lost that money. What did people do? They pulled resources together and gave them back their school fees money so they could go back to school and carry on with their lives. Everybody sacrificed because we all wanted a good Nigeria. But if it's in your power, yeah, do it. If it's not, get other people, pull resources together, do it for the people, and let's keep it moving. We have to look out for each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll visit Omoye's corner.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for basics. Wale, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Miss Omoye, thank you very much for, taking this challenge on the last minute, because I realized that yesterday was when we were given the invitation and you accepted it. I really, really support you, because when I see ladies like you coming up on here, debate with men, what you did really amazed me. Thank you so much for what you did. I have three. Probably you've answered some of the question, but let me go straight. What I think from your submission yesterday. When I look at our country, especially Nigeria, I see women to be the enemy of women. Someone like you would really want the country to be better. And what I mean by that is, when you look at our election, when people go for election, you will see over 60 or 70% of women casting their vote. Why are they not thinking like you? Why are they not seeing that if that country is going to get better, it's going to probably come from them? My mom, my sister, my auntie, they all just follow one, politician that I don't know what they've done to them. And moving from there, when we have women who come into politics, and I'll give example of our young dear sister who just got into this better gate. Why? You expect women to even make it better, challenge the men, do things differently. But and I'm kind of wondering, if men are the evil, they can't get it right, they are greedy, they are selfish, women are supposed to think of the coming generation, the children they've given birth to. They really want a good life for them. But no, they dance and wine and dine with the same men that are destroying the country. So when I see people like you, I thought, why women are not listening? If they don't listen to men, that, men with their ego and everything, when they see people like you channeling the good direction, are they not meant to listen to you and support you? So that's why I said women are the enemies of women. And they give birth to us. They're our wives, they're our daughters. Why? I try to figure out what is going on, but I can't see it. Now, looking at I've talked about the young women, Nigerians themselves, I don't know. Sometimes I used to question myself that, are we cursed? What is wrong with us? Even though we know the right thing, we will never do it. We're very complacent. Now we are thinking of 2027. And I can bet you 2027, the same thing is still going to happen, if not worse. People are thinking, Obi will come in 2027. What happened to my uncle, who is a judge that has been bought? What happened to my auntie in the INEC, who has compromised, changing everything? These people, do you think these Agbados, do you think they are sleeping? They are still working 24. They are even thinking of 2040 election. And they are getting the country into so much debt that even the coming generation won't be able to pay that debt. I pity Mr. Obi that even when he comes in, how is he even going to get a sleep with amount of debt these people have, put the country into? And people like you who really want to save the country, I don't know how you manage to sleep. in my house, I know you're going to ring the bell, but I'm going to spend 2 more minutes. Either you ring it or not. I didn't hear that bell. Oh, if you like it, ring it again. Anyway, sorry about that. So you've touched on religion. It's, I don't know. Please, are we cursed? What is our problem? Why can't we get it right? Now we are talking of war, third war is going to come. Where are we going to run to? Back to the country that has no electricity, that people are getting kidnapped, that, I beg, let me just, please, I don't know. Are we cursed?
So your question is, are we cursed? Is that the question?
So many women,
Okay.
religion, any angle you want to take from.
Okay. All right. Mr. Wole, right? That's your name. Thank you very much. So I'm going to touch on the women, what the question you asked about women not supporting women. So first and foremost, and you related it with better edu, right? So what you have to understand is that the men choose the women that are agreeable to their fraud and their corruption in Nigeria. So Better Edu did not just get there by accident. She just did not fall into it by accident. She was groomed to get there so that she'll be able to continue in that corruption. And what I find is that a lot of times, right, because women have not been given enough opportunities in Nigeria, that's the reason why it seems like women are not in support of women. So when they get to a certain position, they have this queen bee attitude, meaning, and I think Sanusi spoke on it a while back. He had a video that he touched on it a while back, right? Where he said they get there, instead of them to pull up more women so that they too can take up positions, they make it difficult for them to come up. There was an example that was given. I remember when the wife of the leader in Nigeria right now, she was in the Senate House or so, and they were looking for another, there was a vacant seat, and they wanted to bring in another woman. She stood in between it. She refused, she and somebody else, and said no. Why do you think that happened? Because they know that if somebody else comes up, they, this attitude that some women who lack exposure and, for lack of better words, uneducated and get there by chance, right, don't want to see the competition. They feel like, okay, I want to be the only baby girl here, right? So somebody else coming will come and take my shine. They're not thinking far enough. We don't have a lot of those women you consider leaders. Some of them, not all of them, right? They lack vision. They lack a sense of purpose. They don't realize or understand their power when they work together. So when you have, and it all boils down to lack of self, lack of knowledge of self. When you don't know who you are, you feel threatened by somebody else. You feel threatened by someone who's trying to, or who probably even does it better than you. Instead of you to give that person who does it better than you the opportunity to give what they've come to this world with, right, which is a solution, to give that solution to the world, you stand in their way. That's not how it's supposed to be. So there's a lack of knowledge and understanding in that regard. And then most times it also falls back. I know you said that the women raise the men, which is, I'm very glad you said that, right? The women raise the women, raise men, and you have sisters and all of that. Another thing is that for a lot of women or a lot of men, when they want to marry, they do not marry correctly. They marry those that they can silence and say, who are you talking? Don't talk when I'm talking, right? So when you have a woman who is intelligent and who would be in a position to help you align and also be her own powerhouse on her own, a lot of the men cannot handle it because they themselves don't even have a true knowledge of self. Okay, when you know who you are as a person, man or woman, you are not threatened by anybody. If you have somebody on your side that is equally wanting to do the best they can, you will be happy about it. You would encourage that person So it goes both ways, right? So if the women are not giving the women, a lot or more women, the opportunity to shine and give their support regardless of the pushback, and let's say the women say, oh no, we don't want, and the men are saying, no, she knows the job, this is who we want, and we're standing by it. Guess what? They'll keep pulling each other down. So you have a lot of women occupying positions they have no business occupying. I can count on my finger, a lot of women that can take those positions in Nigeria, in the Senate, in the House of Rep, and turn it around. Will they give them the opportunity? No, they won't, because politics, religion, and then there's the tribal aspect of it. That is the problem that we have as a society. So it's not so much, women don't support each other. It's that the environment does not allow the women to thrive. So a lot of women get married and they say, instead of them to, for instance, you have a partner who is a president, for instance. As a woman, you should already have known the problems in the society, and you don't need an office to achieve good work. You don't. You can start to put things in place and say, let me do this part, let me do my own part to make my husband's administration to shine through. A lot of them don't do that. Instead, they are busy. Let him not go and have one girlfriend outside, let him not go and marry another woman outside, and then why are they doing that? Because they don't have trust in their men as well. So the men, since they know that there's this what's it called? There's this vacuum, right? They should create an enabling, because it's a man's world. They should create, especially in Nigeria now, let's just speak it, you should create an enabling environment so that the women can thrive and not feel like they have to be at each other's throats. That's the reason why it seemed like, women are not supporting women. That's not the case. It's because the environment itself is very volatile towards women. That's why it seems that way, and there are a lot more women better than me that are doing massive work, but the society does not give them the opportunity to thrive. So it takes a collective effort. The men saying, no, this is who we want, and this is who we want, and the men being okay with a woman leader. You have to learn to be okay. Like, you know what? She knows her stuff. Let her do what she needs to do. Typical example was the lady who was just made CEO of Zenith Bank. The comments that woman got in the section that it was posted in, where people were saying, we're not going to bank in Zenith Bank anymore. They've now made a woman CEO. Hell no, this and that and the other. This is a problem. And most of those comments were coming from men and women alike. So you see, we have a problem. You see that it's a mindset problem. It's a lack of vision problem. It's a lack of self-knowledge problem. That's what we're experiencing. So until we start to educate our people to help them understand that, look, you are not in competition with each other. You all came with a solution. Find what you're good at and give it to the world. The rest will gravitate towards you. Until we start to do that, it's going to be a long night, So that's what I'm going to say there. So on your own, right, you can do your own part by, encouraging people and telling them, when you see people arguing unnecessarily or trying to get in each other's way, encourage them and say, no, it's not about this person. You are good at this. Let this person shine where they're good at. I think we all need to encourage each other to be the better version of ourselves, first of all, and then we can start talking about, who wants to lead or who, because we have a lot of capable hands, women and men. The society just doesn't give it the opportunity, So thank you. I hope I've been able to answer that question.
Thank you very much. But people
No. Wale, no, please. Thank you so much, Wale, for your question. Let's go to NC. My computer froze again. All right, NC, go ahead.
NS.
Sorry.
Okay.
I can't see anybody. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, for having me. Thank you, Omoye, for coming on here. I just came on because Omoye was here, and I wanted to say how much I love how she brings her voice to her discussions, very passionate. I care about economic policy, so sometimes I'm on her show debating her about economics, but it's always really a good time. And I just want to say that women support women, and yeah, I really don't have any questions, but I'm really happy to see you here, and I thought that I should show my face in support.
Thank you so much, Ernest. Oh my God. I'm sending you hugs. I hope you feel those hugs as tight as ever. Thank you so much. I was waiting for you to. I was like, oh, Ernest, finally I can put a face to the name. I really appreciate your support. Thank you for always coming on my show when you have time. Thank you for bringing your wealth of knowledge. Look, House, Dr. Damages, here's a capable woman. She writes government policies.
That's what I'm
Here's
telling you now. So
exactly.
I want to know how we can bring her here to be coming here too. Is it by getting her?
Please, yes.
Is it OC? Is it bringing you every week with that will bring NS so that I can know how to approach? We need people. We need
Now that she's on here, Ernest, please, I'm going to encourage you to do it because this woman right here, Ernest, has a wealth of knowledge. I kid you not, guys. She has so much knowledge. It hurts when I'm like, oh my God, these are people we need in Nigeria, right? So, I mean, I'm sure right now, Ernest, please, anytime you have, please visit Dr. Damages. Don't be shy to add your voice. I know it's dominated by men, but bring other women too that are just as knowledgeable, if not more than you, that will come here and let the men know that we have women. They just don't talk because of the kind of society we come from. So please always add your voice when you have a time, Ernest. This woman is blessed with a wealth of knowledge. I beg. Don't take her for granted. Cram her name. Ernest, you see her in the comment section. Pull her up, Dr. Damages, so she can come and teach us, what she knows. And, if there's an opportunity where she can shine, even as we're trying to build Nigeria, let's get her in. We need people.
All right. Thank you so much. Ernest, I sent you my number on the private chat. Let's connect, please. I want to get more viewpoints, especially from women on this platform.
Thank you. Oh, and I would be remiss if I don't greet Mr. Electricity. Mr. Electricity, I'm greeting you. Sorry. Yes, it's good to see you.
Thank you. I guess I'm next. Ernest,
No,
can
you're
I?
not next. You're not next yet. It's a CM first.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
All right.
Yeah. But I'll keep NS here. NS will be here while you speak. CM, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Omoye, for putting up appearance. Actually, the thesis you delivered was really meant for women. To be honest with you, I wish they listened more than the men because although you are an inspiration, but I feel the women would have benefited more. It's like you are waking them up. It's like you are waking them up. So if they listen to you, good for them because they say if you develop the woman, you develop a nation. So you are a good example. I wish they will listen to you. To some of us that have interacted with you for quite a while now, I'm not disappointed. You delivered. You delivered your line. However, the Nigeria that you look forward to, well, we may differ here because Nigeria as an entity is here to be born. And from every waking day, it's like the hope is fading away. Some of us left what we were doing to join the obedient bandwagon. Not because of primordial sentiment, because we've not had a Nigerian since 1960 that is standing for election and say, go and verify my past. If there is anything you found dirty, incriminating, say it and I stop campaigning. That alone puts Obi far and above everything else. But Nigeria being what it is, what do? They have to go and switch up the IRF and they start to blow grammar. So that hope, well, to me, I wouldn't tell somebody to think the way I'm thinking, but I have, let me say, I have the patent to my thought process, just like I concede to anybody to think the way he or she wants to think. What you said is true, it's inspiring, but the Nigeria of today, the way I'm looking at it, there's no hope in the horizon. With the way P2B has been dealt with electorally, it shows that Nigeria as a country, they just do not want to join their colleagues at developed countries. No way. Unless something change. I don't want to be absolute, but on the evidence, as today, nothing. Nigeria is sinking. But for those that want to be hopeful, I wish them good. But for me, I'm no longer so hopeful because hope is not a strategy. I do not see why somebody will make a law and not obey it. It's only in Nigeria that people will sit down to construct a piece of legislation, and yet they don't want to enforce it. The Englishman taught me that if you don't want to enforce any law, why bother making it? Why? We left card reader that we want IREV, beavers, due to from ingenuity. A graduate of electrical electronics engineering at Insoka, working with INEC, engineered it, just like one Philip Emeagwali helped to bring the internet to humanity. We thought that it will work only for people to go and switch it off. And today we are still bringing different permutation. It won't work. So to me, that is the, what is it called? Is it the game changer or the deal breaker for me? So at that point, I will stay Nigeria well. That is their point of departure. But I won't allow my thought process to influence others. I like what you said. I agree with at least to 90%, a great 90% of what you said is what you are worth listening to. But for me, I still I still have my evidence that Nigeria, as presently constituted, is unsalvageable. It's irreformable. Just like what Rudolph read yesterday, what Ojukwu saw, like the Ottoman Empire. Yet we are called upon to sacrifice our own very being to sustain what have never been known in history as a product of human civilization. It's a shame. Let me leave it here. Thank you very much, Omoye.
Thank you very much, Mr. CM. Sometimes I'm in that headspace where, for me, for a long time, I've said that Nigeria if Peter Obi doesn't get in that set, and we're seeing it really going down the drain, right? Everyone that's been shouting revolution, revolution, me they wait for the revolution no show. Everybody they shout, let's do this, let's do that. I know they see any action. So and then I would now remember that people still living in that country, still trying to make ends meet, and they're human beings, right? So as much as sometimes I do think that way, in all honesty, that forget Nigeria, it's gone. But there's that human aspect of me that says, okay, there are people still living there. Okay, well, what can we do to at least maybe small by small find ways to crawl back? I don't know, for lack of better words, and this is just me or in my own head thinking that way. Maybe if we start to take our local politics seriously, perhaps, maybe that's an angle, perhaps not, So I can't disagree with you, to be honest. I cannot. I do, because sometimes I do think Nigeria is gone. But then again, other times there are people still living there and still trying to survive. So we'll see. I guess with time, we'll all see what happens, right? So I don't know. Nigeria matter. Person go tire. When you wake up the next day, you say, no, I can't give up. So, I mean, I go leave am there, but I appreciate your kind comments as well. Thank you very much, Mr. CM. You be when you talk, all of us they listen because they come with the knowledge. So I personally respect you a lot because of the knowledge that you bring. There's a lot of teaching that you bring to the table. And I don't take that for granted. I just thank Peter Obi for bringing these associations about, because I would not have known of Dr. CM, Dr. Damages, Mr. Pansat, everyone that I fought alongside with if it wasn't for Peter Obi. So thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate.
All right. Thank you. I wanted to get KJ. I thought he stopped so that he could comment, but I think he's off now. And Mbore, I can see you. I know you've been bumped out. I don't know why your connection is coming in and out. Let's go to Pastor first, and then we'll continue.
Yeah, thank you, Reverend Rudolph. Good evening, my corners. Thanks for coming on the show. I don't think I have a direct question, but just to highlight what individuals can do or to buttress the point, what individuals can do. But see, if you are in the space of giving up on Nigeria at this moment, and there are about 200 million people there, and I believe you have family there as well too. What do you want? What do you wish for it to happen? For a nuclear bomb to be thrown there and just wipe everybody away? Then they now import people from a different country to come and possess the place. As much as things are not going on well, it's not enough reasons to come to that conclusion that it's beyond redeemable. That's a very bold statement to make as far as I'm concerned. I respect your opinion. Like I said, individuals, most people know my stance in respect to Section 68 and Section 110 of the Constitution. Those of us in diaspora, I will say this, that we start with the change ourselves when we either go home or come back from home by being abiding citizens. I gave my last experience when I told myself I wasn't going to give anybody money at the airport as long as I'm going home. I'm going to carry the necessary luggage that I'm required to. And when I'm coming back, I will carry also the required amount of kg that I'm asked to carry. And I saw a difference in that I didn't give room for people to ask me money. I also was not willing to bribe anybody. So these are the difference we all can make on our own and collectively. But I will still say that we can't give up on the country. Things are not looking good. Like I said, given to my last experience back in Nigeria, things are not looking good. But the people, what happened in terms of Obi was people were willing to come out. People wanted that change. And that is where I fought him, even though I didn't have the opportunity to ask more than one question yesterday, that it needs to capitalize on this desire of the people and push further for a particular change, which I stand on, Section 68 and 110 of the Constitution, because the people listen to him. So if he's able to push the people against their legislators, I use the word against, it's a very harsh word to use, against their lawmakers, and we're able to have a change in that chamber, I argue that the change will trickle down every aspect, every institutions in the country. But unfortunately, they are not talking about that. So, don't give up. That's all I will say. Don't be. I don't know what grammar to use. Don't be. I enjoy whenever I go there. I would never trade Nigeria for any other country. It ain't gonna happen. Even if Third World War comes, they say we should go back home. I'll carry my bag and go back home. It's the best place I can ever imagine to be. Thank you. I yield the floor back to you.
All right. Chris, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph, for giving me this opportunity. This is my second time coming on your show. Yesterday was the first.
Wow.
I got an invitation by the principal we're talking about to join the show yesterday. I had the privilege of observing when you officially invited Omoye to these today's event. I also want to use this opportunity to extend my greetings to you, Omoye, and the rest of the panelists. My name is Chris. I'm calling in from Canada. I had the privilege of listening to the response of Omoye when you asked the question with regards to Reno Mokri, with regards to if His Excellency is playing the role of opposition. I would say, in addition to what Omoye responded to, yes, in fact, I would always argue that if there are any progress that this current administration has made, if there is any, that it is the critique and the opposition His Excellency has played that has led to that. In countries that are parliamentary system, as a matter of fact, the opposition leader earns about the same money the prime minister would earn. The only difference is probably on special security votes with regards to either travel expenses, security, and otherwise. But other than that, same salary scale. So the opposition is very critical. Now, coming back to the last election in Nigeria, I don't think there have been any evaluability assessments or evaluation reports that has been done yet to assess factually if we can say His Excellency Peter Obi did win the last election. I know folks have brought out themselves to undertake this course, and in no due time, that report would be available prior to the next election, which would now give us a view as to where are the challenges. But speaking of as a Nigerian and knowing what's usually going in our system, one of our problems is the institution. I don't want to agree that Nigerians did not come out in mass to vote His Excellency Peter Obi. However, what went wrong is what we need to assess. That's where we need to look at, because if everything had played out the way elections should have gone, without the corruption, without the disenfranchisement, I guess at this point we'll have a very clearer view to say this is exactly what happened or this is not what happened. So not until that evaluation is concluded, we really cannot speak to what went and how we can then fix it prior to the next election coming in. But the institution definitely is our major challenge. So what I encourage folks here and other platforms to do is continue to think out how can an institution, I definitely do understand from my own thinking or my own assessment that the leadership has to take the center role in trying to change the institution, because our problem was this last election, the institution. So not Nigerians. Whether you like it or not, we had different candidates. People are out in democracy to follow whoever they want to follow and vote for whoever they want to follow. We don't expect that because we have the mindset that P2B is the best, every other person should align with us. No. However, people should be free to go wherever they want to go, but the institution has to be correct. So whoever that wins would know that the person carries the mandate of the people. Having said that, I also want to use this opportunity, Rudolph, as one of the organizers bringing P2B to Canada on May 3rd, to solicit if you can also extend your contacts such that we could use your platform to stream this event. His Excellency will be coming to Canada May 3rd, and he has a high-powered meeting with the government of the day and as well as the opposition here in Canada May 4th. So he has two events side by side, and also attending a wedding while in Canada. So he's going to be here for 3 days, from the 3rd to before he leaves back for Nigeria. We are privileged that Canada happens to be the first country that he would be visiting post-international trip. So I want to solicit if you can extend the contact so that I can be in touch with you to see how we can also use the platform, to stream this event. It's going to be huge, and the committee that is working tirelessly to ensure that we have a very successful event that is going to center around. Let me just pick up the topic that with the theme for the event, which is going to be centered around capacity building and inclusiveness in governance. That is going to be the theme that he's going to be speaking to. The event is going to be holding in the Hilton's Garden in Vaughan in Ontario, Canada. Then the next day, there's going to be a selected few that is going to accompany him to meeting with the key leader in the Canadian politics and as well as the Ontario politics. So if you can help me, as well as folks who are here that have a good platform, we could see how we can synergize to continually promote it. The whole idea is to get our people engaged, to still re-echo the Obidients movement, and for him to also share his insight. There's a whole lot of I move on the streets, people ask me, what's these questions with regards to Obi, is he still contesting? Is he leaving parties? I say, hold on to your questions. You're going to have the opportunity to ask him these questions when he's on ground, because he's also a town hall meeting experience in diaspora on the May 3rd, 4 p.m. So, in order not to bore this panel, I would leave it at that. But I sincerely want to thank you guys for what you're doing, and to request Mr. Rudolph as well as Omoye, if with your kind permission, for us to have that link so that we can promote this cause further. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Chris. I have my number on the private chat, so you can get it there and we can talk after the show. Osi, you want to say something?
I'm not sure he had a question, but I guess he just, but he agreed with me with some of the things I said. So thank you very much,
all right,
Mr.
Chris.
All
right. We just have two more people, and then that will be it. I know that you have to go somewhere. Yeah. Alaba, what are you saying again, Alaba? After you read that book.
Yeah. Yeah. Before she goes, I would want to run through a few possible solutions.
No. Hold on, Alaba. Hold on.
Not now. When it's my turn.
Okay.
Just before you kick her, you send her off. I just don't want her to leave without hearing what. Yeah, that's just not now.
Okay, Tone, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hi, good evening, everybody. Hi, Omoye. I just caught a snippet of what you were talking about, men, that most Nigerian men tend to gravitate towards weaker women. That's totally untrue. That is just not fair. I believe the law of great Nigerian men. Maybe you have not seen one or experienced one. So I don't know the kind of men that you have been encountering. You're looking at a very, very faithful one and a very full one here. Men, see what men become. Is a product of their upbringing and their environment. So this is one thing that I just don't understand. Women sort of compartmentalize, they generalize everything. When they have a bad experience about a guy, they will just say, "Oh, men are bastards" and all that. I don't believe in that. I believe in dealing with everybody individually. If I have a bad experience with a Yoruba man, it does not mean that all Yoruba people are bad or an Igbo person and all that. I deal with people individually. So we all have our unique experiences. So please, I'd like you to take that away from your thinking. There are a lot of great men here.
Okay, so Mr. Ton, I'm glad you said you caught a snippet of what I said. First and foremost, it was not a personal comment. I didn't talk about the kind of men I meet. It has nothing to do with that. I just said, and it was a generalization, right? But we all know that there are a lot of exceptions to rules, right? So I'm saying, and I streamlined it to the leaders we have in Nigeria, right? For instance, we have senators, we have ministers, we have House of Rep members, we have local government chairmen, right? We see the decay in the society. As a
Yes.
woman, when you're married to a man, when you see that the man is going in the wrong direction, you should call him back and say, dude, we can't do this. I'm not going to let you do this because of my children or other people's children. We don't see that happening. And then sometimes the women who want to come into positions of House of Rep and the rest of them, and you have maybe one woman in the midst of them, or who's also a House of Rep member or a senator or a minister, standing in the way of other women coming through. For instance, this is just an example I'm going to throw out there. When they signed the bill for where it allows for men to marry children in the part of country, that we all know about, there were women. There were a few women in that on that floor that should have pushed against it. But did they push against it? No. The bill passed through. So my conversation didn't have anything to do with my personal experiences. It had more to do with the types of leaders that we have and the types of spouses that they choose, because we're not seeing any progress. We're not seeing, isn't that obvious? So it's not, of course, there are great Nigerian men that are married to exceptional women. I have them in my family. I have them all around me. It's not a personal issue. So I don't want you to take it as a personal attack on you or
That's fine.
anyone
Thank you
who's
for
thinking like
clarifying
that.
that and splitting that out. Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah,
So I
so
wish you had
that's
listened to the whole thing though before, but
yeah,
that's
that's
fine. Go
cool.
ahead.
I was like,
That's fine.
Omoye na extreme feminist again. I beg, why just speak to my sister. So
It's not
I
what
just
is
want to,
feminism? What is feminism to you?
well, the feminism as I organ as I understand it these days is all women, most men are bastards. Men cannot be trusted and all that. Well, anyway, leave that. Maybe you need to come back
No,
and
no,
then
no, no. We need to
maybe we
we
need to
need
talk
to
about that
clear
one
we need
day
to
as
no,
a
no, no,
as a
sir.
separate subject.
We need to fix that because you put that out in the open and there's so many people listening. Some people are not because they're listening, right? Feminism, right? Okay. Here, it's equal rights for everyone. It has nothing. Of course, it started with the women's movement, right?
But in the eyes of God,
Because
there's no
women
equal
were asking for their right.
in the eyes of God. In the eyes of
Wait,
God,
wait now, Mr.
who is
Tone, wait.
ahead?
We're not Mr. Tone, please, can you hear me out? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So women back in the day, women were seen as property, right?
No,
They were not counted.
no,
So
no.
it got to a stage.
You have to
Wait
listen.
now, Mr. Tone,
Tone,
make
you
a
have to
talk.
listen.
Not be
Communicate
Jago,
fight.
properly.
please. Jago,
Not be fight.
I'm trying to
I'm
make.
not fighting.
I'm trying to deliver something here.
Let her speak. Let her speak. She's our guest.
Okay,
Please,
go on. I'm here.
yeah, let me just, because this whole thing about feminist, first of all, I don't consider myself a feminist. I'm a human being. I see other people as humans. That's the first. So I don't even consider myself. So when I'm standing for the truth and standing on the side of right, that doesn't make, I don't see myself as I see myself as someone who cares for fellow human beings, whatever that is, maybe a humanist or whatever. So feminism, it was born out of suppression of women because at one time, women were seen as property. Okay, flesh and blood
Really?
seen as property, right? So they pushed back. They're like, we need our rights too, because when the men went to war, the women had to do the work. They had to,
What is your
and
right?
let me just say this. In Africa, way before civilization, there was no
Yeah.
such thing as feminism because women had sort of equal rights because women went to the farm, men went to the farm. Matter of fact, some of the women worked harder than the men. So in Africa, we shouldn't even have those issues. We shouldn't be transfixing the modern
One
feminism
minute, eh?
into
Let
Africa.
me.
But
You've been
coming back,
speaking.
let me just round up,
Wait.
sir,
You've been
please.
speaking.
Please
Let me
bear
weigh
with
in so
me
that we
1
can
second.
understand each
I
other.
will get to you.
Please.
I need to deal with this issue because of the comment you made, okay? The dictionary meaning of feminism, it says advocacy of women's rights on the basis of equality of the sexes, right? The inclusion of all these women in modern art, history books, whatever. Those are examples. But I want you to take this away. Feminism is not just about women, it's about equal rights on all levels. So when we're talking about it, let's not be emotional and react emotionally about it. I'm a human being, you're a human being. I will accord you respect because you're one. And I expect you do the same, right? So let's not take parts of conversation and just transpose things into it, please.
All right. Tone,
That's all.
You can then say what you want to say. Unmute yourself. Tone, unmute yourself.
Sorry. I think it's a very interesting topic, and with all due respect to Dr. Rudolph, I don't want us to drift away from the subject of the day, but maybe it's something that I think will be good. I want to have a very nice conversation around that area because especially the younger ones now, at the slightest um, provocation, they are talking about exiting the marriage. And that is one of those misconception about feminism that we're talking today. I understand what you're trying to say, that in the past, it seems as if women were properties to men. See, I'm not a traditionalist. I do not subscribe either to a woman being downtrodden or domestic violence and all that. I believe women are one of the greatest gifts that God and nature has given to us. But at the same time, we need to balance up. We need to balance up this thing because there are a lot of men as well that are hurting. A lot of men are being are being maltreated by women. A lot of men are being manipulated by women, especially in the Western culture. You lose your house, you work so hard and all that, and you marry some woman and all because she knows the loopholes of the law and all that, and she will cry wolf wolf. And the police will lead you out of your house. These things needs to be spoken about. It needs to stop. That's where I'm coming from. I believe in I believe in love. I believe in family and all that. I believe in equity, but a lot of women are playing the law. They are playing the law in the Western society, and now we are even seeing these things right now in back home in Africa. You know, any little thing, the man is abusing me. He's abusing the things that you even supposed to stay in your bedroom and talk it out and straighten it out and move along. Then you now have, yeah, these days what we call internet in-laws. People will start making all sort of comments. Most of the see if you go, forefathers knows what I'm talking. Incidentally, we talked about this. We had a very nice discussion for about a couple of days ago. Forefathers, remember? We Statistics says that 75%, if not 85% of divorces are initiated by women. Does not is that right? There's something wrong here.
All right. Tone, thank you. We are going to have this
So
conversation
maybe one
another.
day we'll visit that
Yeah.
subject. Thank you,
But
Omoye.
what worried me when you were talking about, Omoye was saying something. You said that God didn't God. There's something you said about God that it worried me. What did God do
I'm a
about
Chris-
women? Didn't God see?
It worried you.
Dr. Rudolph,
Yeah.
unapologetically, I'm a Christian. I'm a child of
No, I
God.
know,
In
but
the
what did
context,
you say? No, what did you say? Remind me. I'm
okay,
serious. I don't remember.
in the context of a Christian marriage, the man is the head. It does not
Okay,
mean that he's the leader or the tyrant.
okay.
He's the head.
Yeah. Okay. No,
So
it's okay. I want to remember that because
that's where I'm coming from.
when
He's
we're
the
having
head. Anyway, let's
a
just get that
conversation,
right.
yeah, when we're having a public conversation like this,
Mhm.
and you know that your God is different from other people's God, and
No, no, no.
you
The
come
same
from
God.
that angle, that your God said that men should be the leader and the women should be. That's okay. That's okay. I have no problem with that. But you also have to think about people in other situations, different gods and different perspective. Because if you remember something like voting, even in America, this women started voting just the other day. So they don't have equal rights. Is it the same God that said it should be that way? There are bigger conversations to have. So when people think women experience, I know you are talking about today and maybe some things going on, But historically, you have to acknowledge that it has not been a fair structure. I asked on this platform,
No, pay structure.
how many people want to become? How many people would like to come back as women? None of the men said they want to come back as women.
But Dr. Rudolph, years ago, I worked in the city, and one of the people in my team was paid less than the other person. I nearly got fired because I told my director blunt in the face, where other people that listen, this is not right. This lady is as equally as good as this person. Why is she being paid less?
Yeah, but
I
you
nearly
are
got
not.
I
But
nearly
Tony,
got fired. In fact, I
yeah,
left I left the organization because of
Tony,
that
it's not just
argument.
it's not about you. If you see that, that means it's happening everywhere. You can't go and fight
Yes.
everywhere and
Unfortunately.
get all the women to get equal right. So that's why there's a need for them to fight to get equal pay. You have to. That's all I'm saying. I'm not indicting you. I'm just saying that we have to acknowledge that the system is not right. It's not. If I'm in their position, I will fight. I won't want you to make more than I'm making.
Well, equally so, some mischievous humans, some mischievous females have taken advantage of
Yeah,
that.
but because
I
they are
have been a
mischievous,
victim. I've been a
because
victim.
okay,
It's not made me a bitter person. I've been a victim of such manipulation before.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's
because mischievous people are doing things doesn't mean that all the historical imbalances are not there or that they've been taken care of. Anyway, we have to move on, and she has to go to our guest. But let me hear Mbore, and then I'll give Alaba last. Forefathers. Okay, Mbore, go ahead quickly, so we can. No, not you, not you, not you. No, I'm just saying to everybody. No, it's not. I can't say that to Mbore. No, they will take off. My license will be withdrawn. I know the people that have control of my license.
I don't have such power. I beg you.
You have it.
I'm just a great grandma. No.
I talked to them in California. They told me be careful now.
Oh, please.
Be careful now. I agree to you all anytime.
Panelists, I bow. Omoye! Omoye!
See what I'm saying? You have to know where the power is. Go ahead.
I doff my hat.
Thank you, man.
When I come to this panel, it's learning. I happened to go to a secondary school where we had zip no teacher. The only time we had teacher was during exam, WASC, whatever they call it. The little English I speak is me carrying books and reading, and I don't give a because they cannot speak my own, you hear me? So I know you'll be able to connect what I say, and that's more than good for me, girl. That you step and you continue in your swag. The other day, Nayo Konko, I won't call her Rudolph, whatever. That is in the palm colored. Girl, you got it. You said it's palm colored because they got no color. And they are stuffing everything down your throat and telling you what color. They have no color. But I don't want us to go there. So he asked me, when you come back, I said, no, I'm not coming back. He said, no, incarnate. I said, like I said, you all incarnate all you want. Me, when I exit, I better stay there. I said, I'm doing everything I can, humanly and inhumanly possible, not to come back to this mess. But with people like you, girl, you make me want to think twice. The 2 points you brought up are what I think, especially one of them, that has had what they call Nigeria head, the other way. Because people are afraid to discuss it. And when people are afraid, their position is really justified. Not everybody will be like me. I have been dying and I have been living, and I don't care which one I do. If I die, good. I live, ooh. Yes, Nigeria has been the way it is before 1960. Now, after 1960 till today, those people who are paid to make sure that Nigeria is decimated, like you rightly put it, we all know. Yesterday, or was it early this morning, Forefathers was talking about our getting, it was earlier on this morning, our getting nuclear, equipped. All that is good. But to see that we blacks, if it is black, brown, what they call Africa, because girl, what's the meaning of Africa? You don't know. One of the names they shoved down our throat. We either answer that or we answer nigger area. So all that, those who made us to be that way paid a set of Africans to kill, balkanized, and they are equipping them. They are giving them weapons to kill and kill and kill, and then replace when they come into your village. They get done killing everybody there or in your area. They get done killing everybody. They bring their own people and sit them there, and they continue. So now when those people are still remotely controlling everything that is happening in Nigeria, so much so that it does not matter who wins the presidency tomorrow. Believe you me, I am happy that Obi didn't get it, because if Obi got it, every of what we are going through today would have been put on his shoulder. Everybody would, it's because. Now that Obi did not get it, and they did what they should do, whether Tinubu is a name that has been ever heard in Yoruba land or hasn't ever been heard there, he has it, and we are seeing all that we are seeing because of those same, call them cabals, caliphate, whatever you call them, that are sitting somewhere remotely controlling everything that happens in Nigeria. If you step up to do anything, if you will ever step up, they are being sponsored by the Western, countries to get and do to Nigeria and other African countries what they are doing to them. So what hope does that give? That is one point. The other one becomes, for a woman, all that you have just said is, we all know, we understand. Ton can argue till forever. A woman is, what did Buhari say? She belongs to Zaoza room. And that is crowning her with the highest, glory he could. She belongs to Zaoza room. Many others, women are a woman. No! Even if you are in the government, you don't say what they want you to say. You either go in a short box or a long box. So when people who are in the government do not have seen that the length of time that had passed, nothing went well, and they don't think that it is a purely motherless home they are, running. No, they don't want to give any chance for a woman to do anything. And if you're a woman, where in Nigeria there will be 12 positions, man will take 11, and a woman will come, just one woman. You can't even breathe. So all I am saying, my dear, in effect is, I respect people like you. I respect everybody, but the ones, for people like you who will see how skewed everything is, and you still are insistent and you make sense in what you say. Forever.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, Mbure. If this were to be Wale, I would have rang the bell, but there are people you can't ring the bell when they're speaking.
Don't worry, I don't come out.
All right.
Okay.
Look I did for Bako.
Okay.
Thank you very much, ma. Thank you so much for your kind comments. I really appreciate. You know, we came on the backs of women like you. You know, I had grandmothers. I had, that had influence on my life. So I spent a lot of time with my grandmother. So I really appreciate voices like yours. Still very sharp. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, ma.
Girl, whenever you can give me your contact, I mean, I will be honored to. Whenever you can.
Mbori, I shared her YouTube channel link, so you can click on it. So I recommend that people should subscribe to that and
Okay.
she's more she does her show more than I do almost
Okay.
every day. So
When
you
does she
guys
broadcast?
can watch what
Thank
what
you.
When do you broadcast, Omoye?
every day.
Thank you
You
very
can
much,
just
ma.
put the back.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So I just wanted to quickly touch on what Mr. Tone said, right? And I don't want us to dwell on it, but I just want to make a quick comment and we'll move forward. Because everybody's listening, the world is listening, and it's very important for us to put the right information out there. Now, again, like I said earlier, it's never personal. I was only talking specifically about our leader, so please do not personalize what I have shared here. Then the other thing is this: you are responsible for the choices you make. So if you marry someone, man or woman, and then you get what you get, don't blame all the other women, all the other men because you made a choice. That has nothing to do with anybody else but you. So you need to go back and think, why did this happen to me? What did I do wrong or right to get what I got? So please, let's not generalize. If you're having a bad experience with someone or you've had a couple of bad experiences, that's usually reflection of your choices, not the generality. I can't come out here, even if whoever you are, if you're a woman, you've had bad experiences, you can't just throw everybody under the bus, even though we see that happening. We see it happening with
This is
men, we see it
so.
happening with women.
Omoye, this is
Always
so
go back to
disclaimer.
the self. Go back to the self, go back to the drawing board and figure out why you're making those choices.
I
Your
didn't say
choices are
so.
very important. That's why I said I'm making a general statement here. I'm not referring to you, sir. Thank you very much. Please, Miss Dr. Damages, I beg, let's move on so I can.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know you have to go. Alaba, hold on, okay. Let me go to KJ who parked his vehicle just to. I know you have your paper in your hands and you're about to read, but let's go to KJ who parked his vehicle just to have an opportunity, and also forefathers and local. Then you finish up for us quickly if you can do that. KJ.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Omoye, thank you so much for being around. I have listened to you even though I didn't hook on. I mean, right from when you started because I had prepared my knife to come and fire you today. But listening to you on the longer run, yeah, I realized that we're all on the same side. I like to see myself more as a strategic thinker. So I always want to ask myself what went wrong and how can I do it. Especially when I go to a battle and I fail. I go back and I examine all the steps, the sequence that went, and what I can do better. So since you are an insider, and that's the only reason why I stopped to talk to you, you distinguish yourself so much. The other thing I wanted to find out is that are you from the side of Benue or you're from the side of Delta? Because both states answer up on here, so I don't know which side you are. I'm thinking you're from Delta side. So,
I'm
and you
Edo.
have Edo, and you have presented yourself, and your points are well articulated. It is left for anybody who wants to believe or not to believe. I mean, you can just like you said your last comment. People make choices, and the choices you make determine where you end up. Especially in life. Sometimes they're right choices, but you don't end up with the good results, and it's understandable because this is the world. So my question will be to you: have you guys or the Obedient family sat down to look at each step of the way where we were shortchanged and what we can do better, or where we're lacking in manpower and strategy, and get people to help us out in that direction? It's not necessarily about you, but it's about the organization itself. That's my that's my take on it. And then thank you for being able to represent your women and yourself very well. I mean yourself especially. You
Thank
distinguish
you, sir.
yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, thank you so much, sir, Mr. KJ. Thank you for your comments as well. I did listen to your video yesterday. I listened to some because when I got off the stage, I came back and I heard when you said, so my response to you yesterday wasn't directed at you or anyone personally, right? Because the problem is a lot of times when Peter Obi has the opportunity to speak, first of all, the man is not a saint, right? He's not perfect. He's a human being. He has feelings, right? So he's doing it the best way he can. So a lot of times people will say, oh, he should be the revolution, he should come out. He can't act out of character, right? If somebody is not a certain way, they're not a certain way. There's nothing wrong with criticizing certain aspects of how, you feel he should have handled certain situations, because I have some criticisms myself, right? But it's just that I keep this common denominator amongst people where they keep trying to heap the whole thing on him. He's just one person, right? And we are all here. We all have our roles to play. So I just wanted to clear that up. But again, now coming to the question you said. So first of all, I'm not an insider. I'm just an active citizen. I just happen to be in rooms where certain things are said, like, and all of that. However, to your question about whether people have, yes, there's a lot of conversation that has been happening that I found myself in, where people are saying, what could have gone wrong, what this and that. I, for one, I'm speaking for myself now, is yes, we should have activated the Agbe rules amongst us, and we should have ensured that they snatched it and they grabbed it and they ran away with it just the same way. We should not have backed down, because I said it when that count was happening, when Reno, what's his name? Not Reno, what's the other guy's name? I keep forgetting his name. In the room where they were counting.
Dino Melaye.
went to the bar.
Thank you very much, Dr. CM. So when Dino Melaye stood up and he was like, that is where the Agberus, the touts, the crazies, right, for lack of better words, and I don't mean this in a bad way, could have insisted and surrounded that building because they wanted to take it away from us. We should have came with the same energy, because guess what? The casualty would have been less. The casualty would have been less. So there, and I was screaming that from when they were counting. I remember watching it from a live show, and I had to get off the live show because I was that upset. I was like, somebody ought to have jumped on that man. Start to they chew the paper for in front. They chew the paper, scatter everywhere, tear everything, shut down the whole system. Maybe it's okay, we not get accurate count. Let's go back to the drawing board. But that's just me, right? So for me, that was one of the suggestions that I came up with. Like, this is what we should do, because 2027, people are talking about, I don't see a 2027, but for the sake of argument, for those that are pushing for 2027, heck, you better be ready to go toe to toe, fire for fire with these people, because you have to remember, they have the judiciary, they have everything now. They have the manpower. They have everything. What do you got? What do you have? Right? So this is my own take. This is my own personal opinion. This is the opinion that I put out there. Like, if you guys are to, because I don't see an election in 2027, because they are working on machines that's going to spew the lopsided figures for them to win. Heck, they are saying that they probably will have INEC select your leaders. If you guys want to do election, you people be ready to prepare for the worst case scenario, so that's my take on that, and I appreciate your comments as well. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thanks. We have to round up quickly. Loco P. Oh no, before Loco P, hold on.
Mr. Dr. Ferreira had it. Let's hear from him.
Are you ready? Are you sure? Alaba has a notebook to read, but we will get to that. We read one before. Let's hear people who will tell us something.
All right.
Loco P, please, let's go to Loco P.
Alaba agree. Ferreira, you agree?
He has no option now.
Okay. Okay. Hello everyone. How you doing today? Happy weekend, and tomorrow also begin. Okay. General, I'm just speaking in general, from what I've heard so far, the women thing, men thing, and election and other stuff. So maybe I'll start with the women thing first, right? Um, I will say this. I have always said this to everybody: don't be deceived. It's a man's word. You understand? It's a man's word. Nobody should come and say equality, women, this was. What do you mean equality? Men and women are not designed the same way. They are not created the same day. They are not given the same tax. You understand? They are not even thinking the same way. So how can you just out of the blue say, okay, equality? Equality for what? What do you mean equality? You want to give them the same organs, the same brain, the same strength? No, it's not possible. Even if they won't try to do this intergender sports, where trans women can compete in men's sport, you can see the difference. They are not built the same. Equality is totally out of the table. So people is saying this equality, you have to this. No, you're just. I think it's an agenda. You start either to emasculate men or to cause confusion between both genders, and then whoever is doing this stuff can manipulate whoever they want to manipulate and have control. You understand? So this thing about equality, well, I think should just be nipped in the bud and forget about this. It doesn't exist. It's nothing like that. It's just an agenda, and especially Africans or dark skinned people should think for themselves. Because for me, I believe everything that is designed in this world is just to target men, people with dark skin. I can see that coming from the West every day. How they're trying to just turn things around, and they set up things over there, and we just see dark skinned people just you know embracing this stuff and taking it off the roof, blowing it out of the roof, more than even the people that even started it. So for me, this issue of femininity or whatever it's called, equality, please, it should be thrown out of the window. You understand, and forget about it. Men and women are not equal. It's a man's word, and that's it. But nobody should misquote me to say, okay, no, women should be treated less as a human being or whatever. No, is different. If men who maybe like beating women or whatever is out of their own volition, you understand? It has nothing to do with it's a man's word. You get me? So that's that. Then for the election stuff, Nigerian to become better, whatever. I think this boils down to is how will I put it now? Is it boils down to us as a people if we are willing to. I think the will is not there yet. Like I said, chalk is cheap, right? The will is not there. If the will is really there, like what we say, two for two, you understand? Tit for tat, we have to give it to them or like that. And these people in power, if they're not inconvenienced, you understand, not inconvenienced by talking whatever, if they're not physically inconvenienced, per se, or disturbed, change will not come. You understand? Change will not come by talking. Change come, yeah, you can orientate the people, give them awareness or whatever, but change also come by acting. You understand? We can talk from now to 20, how many years to come, still we say it will still remain the same because greedy people will always remain greedy people. People who are greedy with power will always want to be there forever. So if you want to take it from there or want to make change, you have to go with the same energy with them and do it the other way around. You understand? A native doctor or somebody who's a devil worshipper who is on level 15 is definitely powerful than a Christian who is on level 1. Because you think you're a Christian doesn't mean you're powerful more than somebody who is serving juju. That person might be deep in his juju serving. You that just one Christian that you think you're a level 2 Christian, you want to go and match his energy, it definitely will defeat you, even if you're a Christian. You understand? So if you want to match his energy, you have to be in the same level 5 in Christianity while you are fighting in level 5 in demonic world or whatever, or even more than anything below, you will definitely fail. So if you think you want to change or the narrative of Nigeria, we just have to go with the same energy they are bringing. Yes, I might not say take laws into your hand, try to become violent or whatever, because if you fight illegality with illegality, they have the system to punish you for just being illegal, even if they are being illegal also. So whatever we are doing, we should also always be strategic and you know how to like manage energy and take power from them. But one thing I always suggest, we in diaspora, I know many of us cannot go to Nigeria and fight or do whatever. We can't. Many cannot even inconvenience their 1 hour, sacrifice their daily hour or hourly pay for anything. But everybody in diaspora, especially in the UK, people they work in shifts. You understand? Especially maybe overseas, they work in shifts and they are in millions, right? I've said this several times. we have Nigerian representative here overseas, which is the embassy. You understand? If for any reason you inconvenience them, as in not fight them, whatever, just inconvenience their operation and not even demonstration, you can only go there and go there, resume with them. If they close, you will say you're not there close. You will just be there with them. They will not go, you will not go. The people who are in morning shift can go to do their shifts, while the people who are in night shift can remain there. Just because we are, like I said, we are in millions, whatever shift we find ourselves. Then the same thing, we can switch positions. You understand? In millions, why those people will still be there, not going, the staff will still be there, not going anywhere. If we can replicate this in all over the embassies in Nigeria, I think we send a message. And that might even in a large scale, motivate those in Nigeria, like, oh, look at the people overseas. They are even living comfortable life, yet they are still fighting for our sake over there in Nigeria. That might still also maybe give them kind of some kind of motivation or strength to fight down there. Else, if we speak and speak, they will like, oh, you are there now talking trash because you think you are enjoying. Come here and fight now. But if they see that we are fighting here, I think that may even give them some level of strength to like, no, we still have to do this by ourselves, despite these people overseas are fighting for us. That's just two things I will say for now.
All right, thank you, Loco. Thank you so much. Let's go to forefathers. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Damages. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers, and special greetings to the guest, Omoye Corner, Madam Omoye Corner. Yeah, my question is regarding our relation to each other. Because I remember during the time of the election, there was a lot of passions everywhere. And I found that a lot of people were fighting each other, even when they are on the same side. All of us supported P2B during that time. And is there a way for us to be able to have the same agenda, have some points of disagreement, and still be able to function without tearing each other down the way we did? And there was someone that came earlier on that said something about we also have to allow room for others to have their own opinion and do their own thing without necessarily looking at our fellow countrymen as evil. I do understand that sometimes, yes, some people are total sellouts and they are dangerous in some context. But what happened in the last election, it full well during that period. There was a lot of name calling, a lot of division that I feared that may have even done Peter B some damage. So how do we relate to each other so that we can all come to a common and still come to a common agenda? So we get the biggest group of people, the largest collection of ideologies and opinions to converge on the common belief. Because if we all believe that P2B is a great candidate, how is it that all the people that believe it, some of them are fighting each other? You see what I mean? So how do we do that? Do you have any ideas regarding that?
Right. Thank you very much to Niger. Greetings to you again. I know that during the election, oh my God, we were dragging each other and all of that, but it was all for the good. And I didn't. There were times I agreed with you, and sometimes it would surprise me. I agree with you, Niger, but hey, it is what it is. We're all human beings. And to your point,
I
you're
agree with
right.
you most of the time. Apart from some of the feminist stuff, your political stuff, I agree with you. But somehow we ended up fighting, and that is why I'm
Yeah,
asking our questions.
I'm not again. Let me repeat again, in case nobody heard. For those in the back of the class, I'm not a feminist. I'm a human being, and I treat other people the same. I may have strong and passionate points when I stand. That doesn't make me a feminist. And feminism is about equality. For the person who said we should throw away equality, we can't, because it's a fundamental human right. So anyway, I digress. So coming back to this, thank you for that question. That actually is something that I've observed myself. And I do believe that we must find a way to, we cannot all agree at the same time. And we all have different ways of arriving at the same solution, at the same goal. We have to find a way to get along with each other, not necessarily get along, hear each other out, Sometimes it may be grinding, it might grind your nerves, but I think we all need to work on our nerves and keep it from grinding when somebody else is speaking, especially when it has to do with uh, the health of Nigeria as a whole and as a people, right? So, in as much as I may disagree with you sometimes, like I said earlier, there are times I agree with you. So, in my own way, I'm going to speak for myself personally. I have now trained myself to listen to other diverse opinions, because what I found in listening to people whose opinions sometimes grind on me because I disagree with them wholeheartedly is that sometimes when they speak, there are some truths in what they're saying. They might not be saying it the way I like to hear it, but it's all for the greater good. So I have learned to accept other people's opinion without getting too, very too, holding it too close to my heart, right? So in answer to your question, I think that we must learn to exercise that as a people that want the good of the country and learn to hear each other, because there were solutions in some of the things that you said to Niger. There were solutions, and they were real solutions that I actually see playing out. And I will remember, I'll say, Niger said this thing, even though I disagreed vehemently with the context with which it was said or the way it was said, right? So we can both learn here in the sense that maybe we should learn to deliver our submissions in a way that the other person can receive it. And while I, on the other hand, have trained myself to be open-minded and listen more to the diverse, another opinion that's totally different from mine, right? And just hear the person out. Because I'm going to tell you for free, being in different spaces since the election and after the election, I have come to understand that even with the people that we disagree with within the obedient movement or well-meaning Nigeria, for anyone who has the good of Nigeria, there is some answer. And sometimes, if we're not careful, we will miss the solution that that person is just providing, because that solution is actually what we need. But because we disagree with the person, we shut the person down. So I speak for myself by saying I have unlearned that, and I've learned to pay attention more to what someone else on the opposite side is saying, because it's so important. Because I see that Nigeria is bigger than our feelings. It's bigger than my feelings. It's bigger than how I, think it should be. It's bigger than what solutions I think I might have, right? So I've learned to okay, all right, you know what? Even though I don't like what this person is saying, but I hear them. I hear them. So I think we need to do that more. And when we get opportunity to speak, and talking to you directly now to Niger, because you're the one I know and you're the one I can easily drag as a comrade in the battle. So I'm going to say, for you, the only point I will throw back at you is maybe your delivery should be more, you should learn to deliver the message in a way that people can receive it, right? Sometimes maybe you record what you want to say, play it back to yourself, see how it sounds, and see whether if somebody was saying that to you, would you receive that? Because you can have a great message if the delivery is the other person that you're delivering the message to is not receiving it, that message is not delivered, right? So we both have work to do on both sides. I believe we all here want the greater good of Nigeria, even for those that are clamoring for let's shut the whole country down, let's divide the country. There is solution in what they're saying. Maybe not necessarily divide, but they might have points that we can take, that we can run with and help us build a more healthy nation. That doesn't mean I will not disagree with you again vehemently, just FYI to Niger. But I would respond to you in a more nice I'm not making promises. Wait.
So
Yeah.
All right.
I,
No, we have to go because
all right.
we have to go. She has to go. Let me just go to Alaba. Alaba, you are the last person. Sorry, the black son, unless she wants to stay.
Okay, thank you. First of all, though Rudolph has dealt with that issue perfectly, first of all, let's be very clear. Feminism is about equality. It's about
Thank you.
equal rights. If none of you men get it into your head, too bad. Tone, you totally lost your argument the moment you referenced to Niger on the issue of women. He knows nothing.
I will support my brother. When my brother is right, I will support him.
Oh no, he's a Jon Snow on that issue. He knows nothing. Nothing about women.
He knows some things though.
About talking about women wig, he knows nothing. Let's leave that as it may. And then Loco jumped on that
I just
nasty
told him.
bandwagon.
I just asked him whether he loves that wig.
Don't disturb him. Don't disturb him. Don't disturb him. He's gonna go on for long.
Let us leave that as it may.
What is masculinity?
Loco now jump on the bandwagon to make the matter
Wait, hold on. What is masculinity?
Let me tell you boys. We should love we should love women.
Nobody says you hate them.
Oh my God, why am I being interrupted? This is going to get me off. We should love women so much that if they allow us, we should have as many as we want. And they should love us so much that if they want, they should have us as their side guy. This is how love should flow. I don't want to debate it and to use religion or God to subjugate women is the most insolent argument I've ever heard in my life. So you guys just drop that nonsense. Learn to live with this adage. Ladies first, then men, then animals can follow. Simple. Your life will be so easy.
All right. Thank you.
Let me go to the issue we are here for.
I thought
that's not the issue we are here for. You said I wrote a book. I have to read my book.
How are they allowed to give a sermon?
Because you all went on women. I don't know how men could go hard on women. This woman came here.
Nobody's going hard on anybody.
Hold on. I muted you, Alaba, so don't try to speak more. So our guest has to go, and we have done 4 hours. And so what will happen is that we continue the conversation. Our guest, we have to leave, and then we'll continue.
Mr. Rudolph, yeah. Let me just hear what Mr. Alaba has to say. If he has to do with me, and then I would wrap it up after that.
Okay.
Because I want to hear Mr. Alaba. Yeah.
Me too.
All right. Go ahead.
Well done.
Omoye wants to hear me. Every time we come down here, we always talk about the problem. You understand? But we should all be focused on solution. Even when Obi was here and Dati, as leaders, they push back to the people. They say the people should do the right thing. And Omoye also pushed that the people should be on the street and everybody has their solution. But the people, according to Forefather, are docile. Yes, they are docile, but it is the job of the elite to prepare the people for action. Now, yes, Nigeria is a damage engine, Molwe. We need a revolution to fix the engine as mechanic. But revolution, not talking violence, cannot happen without the revolution of the mind. Because Nigeria is so decadent, so dead morally, humanly, that any form of humanity you want to put on it will collapse because the foundation is wrong. So those of you who are talking about solution, this is what you all need to put in place. The timeline has to be twofold. One, those of you who believe in the electoral process, I don't think the electoral process is going to yield anything for us. But those of you who do, continue to push that right. Maybe one day they won't switch off the beaver. Maybe one day. I don't see it happening. So therefore, if that's the case, there's a second timeline option, which is long-term, as opposed to the short-term election purpose. The long-term one, even though the problem is very difficult to solve, there has to be a mass movement. There has to be increased coordination of numbers. The current rules of engagement cannot work. That's why I don't believe in election process. So don't shut down ideas. If people come to ideas, don't shut it down. Form mergers, even with those you differ with. Form mergers. because their enemy is also your enemy. Where am I going with this? Awareness is that bad times create awareness. So opportunity, this is an opportunity to take advantage of the situation to enlighten Nigerians, on their predicament, which most of them don't know. You understand? Election as currently set up will not get us anywhere. So coalition of the willings needs to be formed. I don't see why the likes of Dele Faro Ntimi, Aisha, Dati Obi, Nnamdi Kanu, Mayegun Sowore, Falana, and several others, the few good men, I know Rudolph, are not on the table in a room where it happens. If you remember Hamilton, the room where it happens, you understand? Are not in a room discussing Nigeria. An easy online platform should be created that continually increase numbers of those who have the same like mind, where the numbers are published as we are increasing, just like when Facebook was increasing in number until it hits the 1 million mark. Two, then secondly, we need to have more media houses, radio station, TV station, even if they have to operate from the sea, as opposed to the Nigerian government rules that will prohibit them from free speech. Operate from the sea so that their messages and this messaging and this conversation will get to the houses and rooms of every Nigerian. Education that we have received and just finding out has been completely distorted our history. So most of us, we need to go and unlearn those lies that we were told as we grew up. Those we were being told that our heroes, the likes of Muritala, Gowon, and all the rest, are not really heroes. They are, in fact, enemies of that nation. So go and read books, read about Nigeria, read The Fatherless People by Dele Ogun, read Why We Struck by one major, I can't remember his name. So short-term goal is keep partaking in what they are doing if you can, but long-term goal is to build this momentum, forming a coalition of the willing. We could hold, if this coalition is formed, we could even annually hold a convention, either in America, in London, or in Nigeria. People would travel. You understand? Fine. You just said it, Omoye. You said there are good men in Nigeria. We need to find those good men, find them, these great Nigerian men. If what we need is the few good men, and all we need is that we don't need those traitors. We don't need those selfish bastards and those who are unpatriotic. Just a few good men. And we orientate our people so that that revolution of the mind can happen. You can shout revolution all you want until the mindset changes, where a Nigerian standing with a uniform at the airport doesn't want to collect bribe from you coming from abroad. We are not going anywhere. And the leaders keep pushing it back to the people. The people cannot act until they are prepared to act. That's all I have to say. Rudolph has been trying to shut me up. And thank you, Omoye, for hearing me.
Yeah.
All
No,
right.
thank you so much, Mr. Alaba. Everything you said, actually, I completely agree with you. And those solutions are great solutions. And I agree with you. What the Senegalese, we can borrow a leaf from what the Senegalese people did. Because that's what they did. They came together, they started adding to themselves people who believed in the same things that they were believing in, they take them in. So that's how their movement grew to become what it is today. We can do something like that in Nigeria as well, since we're not thinking about revolution or anything like that. So I'm glad that I listened to you, Mr. Alaba. Thank you very much for those solutions. We need more of these types of conversations, honestly, Mr. Dr. Damages. If, Mr. Alaba, you can even champion, getting people with similar ideas come together on, on your own platform. You can do something like that. You can even take it off, social media in the back, maybe WhatsApp or Telegram or whatever, where people are talking about it, because it's very important too. We need to save that country, honestly. So thank you, sir, for saying that. So, Dr. Damages,
Yeah,
I'm going to
sure.
wrap it up now.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. So that way I can go. Thank you so much. I thoroughly enjoyed the conversation. To be honest, I did. I didn't think I would, but I did. And that's why I stayed on as long as I did. So thank you so much for everyone that participated, to all the comments in the comment section. Thank you so much as well. Everyone that's listening, that's not typing. Now, in rounding up, I'm just going to say this. Please, if you don't know what feminism is, go learn the definition and stop trying to run with a narrative. Please, I beg you. And choose which side you want to be. If you want fairness, equity, and justice, or you want to be a dictator, just choose a side. Let's know what side you're on. Now, with regards to Nigeria, we all have to work, do our own parts. Nobody is going to come and save us. While the world is building, China is way ahead. Japan, they are how many of us have seen videos of kids learning stuff in Japanese schools and Chinese schools? They are learning meaningful things, life skills. Okay, we are busy still going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It does not make any sense. We need real-time solutions. We need to start making better decisions. We need to find a way to work with each other, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on. If we recognize, just like Mr. Alaba said, there's an enemy, let's all band together, get rid of that one first, so that we can continue to be insulting each other every day. So we see each other to be insulting. Let's take care of the elephant in the room first, you know, because Nigeria is such a blessed nation. There's no reason, there's no excuse for the mess that we have as a country. There's no excuse. And we are, whether we like it or not, we are directly or indirectly responsible for the government that we have today. Reason why I say we're directly or indirectly is because we folded our hands and we did nothing. We did not do anything. We had the opportunity to push back, and we still do. There's still time, but we're here talking and talking. No, don't get me wrong, talking is good because it will wake people that are still sleeping up. But we have to do something. Whatever ideas you have, come together and talk about it. Whether you disagree with the person or not, but if it's for the betterment of the entire nation, please, let's do it. We are our own solution. Nobody's going to save us. Nobody. Africa is always last. People don't think about us. They don't think about our concerns. They don't look at what's going on in the Congo. On a daily, that's what's happening in Nigeria today. I had the opportunity to listen to an audio of someone from Sudan when we're talking about solutions for this whole Nigeria kidnapping and the rest. And the guy came to speak on one of the lives I happened to be on. And if you see the way they talked about what's happening in Sudan, that is what's happening in Nigeria is how it started in Sudan. They were taking people in their droves. They literally had to come to terms with it and had to take the bull by the horn by themselves. That's why you have a separate Sudan right now. I encourage anyone, if you can find that audio somewhere on Twitter, listen to it. It's very eerie. We can't afford it. Every day we're watching our people being slaughtered. Every single day, their lands being taken and renamed. There are some lands that have been taken that we don't even know because Nigeria they don't capture such things. They sweep everything under the carpet. There's a lot of transformation that needs to happen in that country from the bottom up. Do the one you can. Me, I'm only doing the small one I can. Everybody do small. It will become an ocean, So, Dr. Damages, I thank you very much for the time. I appreciate everyone. Dr. CM, thank you very much. Mr. Pansat, Mr. Tunaija, everyone. Jagun, thank you, Mr. Alaba, everybody. I really appreciate you participating. Maybe in the future we will see again. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Omoye. Thank you for coming today, and hopefully you'll come back soon. All right. We take a break. When we come back, we are going to talk about Yoruba Nation, about the actor who refused to take life jackets, and we're also going to talk about what's happening in the Middle East. So let's take a break.
so èèyàn mélòó ló fẹ́ ṣerú ẹ̀ bó sacrifice fún rẹ̀ pé òun á ṣe pé òun ò ní gbé gbàbò mọ́ but òun á ṣe olórí adélé kí gbogbo ẹ̀ lè lọ déédéé kó lè lọ létòlétò fáwọn indigenous people ní wá sovereign people ní wá ethnic nationalists ní wá wípé ká kúrò nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà a dẹ̀ ti kúrò ní November 2022 ní èní tó jẹ́ ọjọ́ 12 oṣù kẹrin 2024 ìyẹn jẹ́ April 12 2024 ìpè ní èní pé ká kúrò pé ayé sọlẹ̀ sórí ìsọmi tí ò rí pẹ̀lú agbára tọ́lọ́run fi ta sánmọ̀ bí ẹni taṣọ pẹ̀lú agbára tọ́lọ́run fi dá ọ̀run méje lẹ̀ méje ayé àti ogun tó wà nú ẹ̀ pátápátá tó ní ohun òṣùpá ìràwọ̀ kó máa ṣe ìmọ́lẹ̀ ayé òkúta iyebíye kó máa ṣe ìmọ́lẹ̀ ìsàlẹ̀ èmi Modúpẹ́ Onítìrí Abíọ́lá mo proclaim sovereignty Democratic Republic of the Yorùbá ní èní ọjọ́ Jímọ̀ ọjọ́ 12 oṣù kẹrin 2024 láti èní lọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjọba tiẹ̀ ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìlú tiẹ̀ ó become newest nation in the world káàkiri àgbáyé Yorùbá ó dorílẹ̀-èdè tẹnikẹ́ni ò takò tẹnikẹ́ni ò sọ pé kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó ti wá sí ìmúṣẹ àṣẹ tọ́lọ́run fi dá ogun tó dá tó ní kó máa bẹ ó sì ń bẹ àṣẹ náà ọmọ Yorùbá ní èní Democratic Republic of the Yorùbá ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjọba adélé ó ní sovereignty ẹ̀ ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ agbára ìjọba ẹ̀ láti èní lọ èmi Modúpẹ́ Onítìrí Abíọ́lá mo tún sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ọmọ Yorùbá indigenous Yorùbá descent ni mí ọmọ Yorùbá ni mí opó olóògbé MKO Abíọ́lá ni mí ọmọ Onítìrí Èkó ni mí pẹ̀lú àtìlẹ́yìn Ọlọ́run pẹ̀lú agbára tọ́lọ́run fi ń jẹ́ èmi ni pẹ̀lú agbára tọ́lọ́run fi ń jẹ́ àìkú pẹ̀lú agbára tọ́lọ́run fi ń jẹ́ àìrí pẹ̀lú agbára tọ́lọ́run fi ń jẹ́ àìní ìpẹ̀kun pẹ̀lú agbára tọ́lọ́run fi ń jẹ́ àìní òpin pẹ̀lú agbára ìyìn ògo ọlá Ọlọ́run ní èní mo proclaim ilẹ̀ Yorùbá mo issue proclamation notification publication annunciation pronunciation sovereignty democracy.
Onye ọma zoro obi o akwa nwa zoro obi o Maxi ịbịa bunyegokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịazigo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịazigo akwa nwa nwa ilochi o biko rapụzo ka ọ nabazi ya onye ọma zoro biko abọmma nwatara ndasari ịbịa onye nịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịazigo mma ụlagado n'ịbịazigo abọmma nwa ilochiro biko rapụ zoro ọ na-agbazi ya Mazi welcome Odogu no kwere zinaka Onyo mani gadele mo Mazi ni bazi Ibu go with melody Where'd you fall? Odogu na chala noka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga doni pesigo no. Mo olaga doni pesigo. Amama wilo chilo. Bigora muzo. Anabaze. Hey. Onye zoro de abama zoro de sorry ibya moya no kwana mo ofube naru mulaga no ni biazugo na saboy mulaga no ni biazugo Mama wilo chilo biko rapu zoro anabazi eyes. Odogu kenero bikechofo ama kwa mnika gogodia Weligwe kwelo Ikejo mabele bege Hey you want Eku kampu nekene Omogo ndị nsọ Chukwu emekalumo ike Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne m ekene dị Ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa Nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne Wisdom gaji Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwe ihe ihe biko lapụ nabasị ya Zoro, 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 zoro. Zoro, 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 zoro. Geduru joy na bubu awusa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zuru ike
All right, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for hanging in here. Do we go straight to the next topic, or do you want to review what we discussed in few minutes? That will take an hour to go through everybody in the review. But I think we can add it up together in terms of, you can talk about the next issue, which I really want us to weigh, the issue of the Yoruba nation. That was Abiola's wife. I played a little bit of that, declaring the Yoruba nation and
Yoruba láti èní lọ Democratic Republic of Yoruba ó di nation ó ní sovereignty ẹ̀ ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe ìjọba ẹ̀ láti èní lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe rí o kò yí padà àwa sọ pé gbogbo orílẹ̀-èdè káàkiri àgbáyé wípé kán mọ̀ wípé Democratic Republic of the Yoruba is a new nation, newest nation in the world, number 55 in Africa. Our indigenous people mo kí wa pé a kú oríire ọjọ́.
Interestingly, Simon Ekpa is ready to declare the Biafran nation on December 2nd. So for those who are fighting for Nigeria, your jobs are cut out for you. You have a lot to deal with now. So let's start with you, forefathers.
Yeah, thank you. Man, that has to be a joke. They have
draft.
Yeah, it has to be a joke. Some of all these things these people do, I don't even know what drives them to do these things. It's all a distraction. When they should be focusing on building, they are focusing on creating chaos within the system. I don't blame them because the people that are in charge don't have any much. They are not that different. They are all, personally, I call all them the same. You know, most of us that are on this panel, the way we look at Nigeria, most of us, These all these elements are problems. The ones in the office and all these elements that just cause chaos in the system. They are all our problem. We need to get them out of the way because the nation needs stability. The nation needs a strong security posture. The nation needs industrialization. All those things cannot happen with all these mad people running around. Then you have this thing. The government themselves acting crazy. They can't even do anything well for the people. I call all of them the same. This is why whenever I see people that are attacking the nation state or the stability of that area that you call Nigeria today, whatever way you want to call it. If you attack it, you are my enemy. That's how I look at it. Because that is not helping all those people that are getting kidnapped. It's not helping all those people that are dying in hospital. Infant mortality, malaria killing our people, fake drugs, all kinds of stuff that our people are going through. We are losing probably 500,000 people just from just nonsense going on in Nigeria every year. Not to mention the fact that Nigerians have a stunted growth because of the stress that they go through and the diet that they eat. This is why whenever our people come to the West, they have children, their children are way taller than them. Because Nigeria destroys everything Nigeria has. All these crazies running around, doing all these things, are the ones causing the problem. And this is why the Sierra Leonean president was saying it the other day. Now they know how to use this system against us because they have all these elements just doing stuff. Look at Simon Ekpa. Today he was saying, "Oh, he was willing to defend Israel, and now he wants to go and declare Biafra in Nigeria." I don't blame them. Go and try this nonsense in Europe. Go and try this nonsense in Asia. If you try this nonsense, if you see the light of the God help you.
Forefathers, are you saying that it's not the government that is failing, that is responsible for these people deciding that they can't take it anymore? Why are you blaming them?
Well, in a way, I'm actually blaming us here, and the ones that have the kind of mindset because these governments that are in office, they are useless. They are just as bad as the ones. Because if they were responsible, they would have built a strong nation where law applies, where maybe these people will not have the kind of support that they have, and you will not have people just coming up declaring their own state as they see fit in a country that is supposed to be a nation. If you try that in the UK, you will end up in a dungeon. If you are lucky, they will find one Trump up charge to put you. It's now they are even thinking of removing the charge they put against Julian Assange. These people here, you can see that when they mean business, when you see the glint in their eyes, they don't play around. They sat around and watched 30-something thousand Palestinians die. They didn't even care. They didn't blink. And look at the way they went and defended Israel yesterday. These people, when they mean business, they don't care about the rules. They saw Israel attack that consulate. Did you see them criticize Israel? They will just withdraw I think it's almost their superpower, really. They can create their own reality. No matter what you like, you can say your nonsense. Because they have the power to create their reality. They don't care whether Israel did. They can repaint the whole history and say, Iran is the one that has been attacking Israel. Israel had to destroy their consulate. And that is why. And now Iran went and attacked. So we have to destroy Iran. And they will destroy Iran. You like it or not, you have to put up with it, just like they destroyed Iraq. And the reason why they are able to do that, because they are serious about their people. They don't play around. They defend their people to the end. And we see our leaders are useless in the first place because they don't defend us. You have these other people coming up from every corner doing all kinds of crazy stuff. The people that have this insight, like people like us, many of people on this planet that I've had, if you go online, you see a lot of them. And they are also in Nigeria. Those sort of people, if they don't come together and sort this problem out, we are all doomed. Let's face it. You can't expect mad people to solve the problem in a house. The people with sanity have to come in there and make sanity reign. We like it or not, it's our responsibility. If you say if you go and hide, then that you are betraying your own people. You are even betraying yourself. Because if God gives you the insight to know that there's something wrong in your country, it's your duty to do something about it. Really, it's our duty. That's why I say people like us, and you hear people like Omoye, you hear people like Ferrari, Jago, and all that, including yourself, Dr. Damages. We are all important. Don't just think because those guys are in office, they are better. It doesn't make them better. Because look at where we are right now. They put our system in such a terrible state that they don't seem to care that there's a sense of urgency to fix the problem. They just sit there. But you did say something about this crude oil because of Dangote. They are going to see a lot of things start getting better in Nigeria, and that is my biggest concern. Nigerians, if things improve right now to the way it was in the 80s, they would think they are in heaven. They will forget that we were there once. Why did we return? Why did we fall so bad? They don't think strategically to understand that you have to get yourself in a place where you can't lose any growth you get again. You don't lose it. You have to secure it. You have to build a strong nation that you can't see these people just showing up everywhere trying to destabilize the nation. People going on strike for 9 months. How can you have a country where people can go on strike for 9 months? You are destroying your education system. People act crazy in that country and they get away with it because everybody thinks it's about sides. The only side you should be on is the greater good. The only side you should be on is the whole nation itself. Because if the whole nation is not doing well and you're busy taking side in one tiny argument, we're all going to be poorer for it.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Ton, you were in the military, Yoruba Nation. I'm getting a message that this woman is not one of the official wives of Abiola, but it doesn't really matter. She has a connection to Abiola and she's speaking as Abiola. Go ahead.
Okay, first off, to say I greet her her courage, because that's what I keep saying about Yoruba Nation. Like, everybody seems to have been advocating for Yoruba Nation. Nobody has really stood out, chest out, and said, "Listen, this is what I stand for. Whether you arrest me or you kill me," and that's what MNK has done, which I greet his bravado. But forefathers, I think saying that these crazy people running about and declaring and all that. So what do you have to say about the Biafra war? Was Ojukwu wrong in declaring for that war? Because an Aburi, that's one thing. That's one thing about Nigeria. We the evil people, the people that control the narratives, are trying to rewrite the facts and history.
The fact
The
that we
Aburi
got
are
there is what was wrong.
wait,
The
wait,
fact that
wait,
we got
wait,
to the
wait,
Biafra
wait.
war is what was
Forefathers,
wrong.
let me. That's what Ferrari was saying, that you should go and read those books. Go and pick up those books. By the way, the gentleman that read that book, I've been opportune to meet him one on one. Okay, go and read those books. Maybe you have a better understanding of what we're dealing with, because everything that happened in the 60s is kind of playing out again, but in a different dimension. That's what we're seeing right now. But the only thing is that we are more enlightened, we're more educated, so we understand we can ask questions. There's the internet, information go across millions of people almost in few minutes. Okay, so Yoruba Nation, we should be say like PO said, we should not be knocking this. We should be asking, why are these people advocating for what they're advocating for? So I greet her courage. Yeah, within the law, we might say, okay, she's a fugitive. She should be arrested, or somebody had just said she should be arrested. I will not arrest her. There's a reason for that, and I greet.
You can't be applauding law breaking.
People should arise and say no. So if you what
You
will you
can
talk about?
agitate, but you don't declare a state.
But what will you talk about, Tinubu, the illegal occupants of Aso Rock? Is it
You can't,
constitutional?
because two
Is it
wrongs. Since when
constitutional?
does
I
two
ask
wrongs make
you,
a
two
right?
forefathers. I'm asking you, is it
Since when
constitutional?
does two wrongs make a right?
See,
All right.
listen,
Ton,
these
go ahead.
people.
Go ahead. Go
The
ahead.
thing is, like I said yesterday, yeah, like I said yesterday, with all due respect to Mr. Pitobi, yeah, these people are criminals and they are career criminals. The only language they understand is being Jaguda as well. You see, this big English that we come here speaking big English and all that, it's not going to work. We need to show them the other side. We need to show them the other side of us, and see, we're not having this. If we have to hit the streets, so let it be. But we're not ready. When we are ready, all these things will start happening. See, listen, there's going to be people are going to advocate and all that. So I don't see her as crazy. Please don't address her as being crazy and all that. Kudos to that woman. She's a heroine. I'll say
All
she's
right.
a heroine. Kudos to her. Thank you.
We'll
All right.
talk
Thank
about
you.
this later.
Jagan.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all again. Another good day, it seems, in terms of communication, guests, and such like. This is a very important subject, I believe. I would like to just, because of we're speaking of Yoruba, I'm happy that Ferreira and Olumide are here because we are going to enter this subject hardcore. I disagree with forefathers so much; it's incredible. It's not to say again, just as Omoye has clearly underlined, there's a way you present things that almost says that you don't know what's going on. And I know you know what's going on. So it comes across very, I don't know, very inaccurate, like we're not speaking on the same subject. Firstly, the whole thing about feminism. You guys are watching too much YouTube and all these people that are telling you what is what. You're not actually having your own opinion on these things. What you both have said is so repetitive. I've heard it so many times that I know where you got it from. You didn't erase this in your own mind about feminism. You don't have to worry about feminism. You have to understand what your own communication is with women and how women are. Both, we know how they are. Men and women they're equal in terms of the love that they receive from God. That is the equality that we are speaking of. If you're so stupid, you don't understand. That is the equality that we're talking about. You that call yourself a Christian, for you not to grasp that is a big shame. Having said that, I would also go on to say that yes, men and women have different aspects, different duties, different all kinds. But the oppression of women over the hundreds of years have asked themselves to push for more recognition in the polity. That is what you're actually seeing. And it's making you all heebie-jeebies. Oh no, women, they're coming at us. It's pathetic. Pathetic. You're not a man. That is that subject. Let me put it aside. When we're speaking about Yorubas creating their own nation, for real, what forefather has said as to, aren't we in enough problems? Do we have to add these problems? But unfortunately, that is not how to look at it. How to look at it is that things like Biafra, as much as I disagree with Biafra, I can see clearly why they are doing that. I can see clearly why they want shot of Nigeria. I can see clearly that the oppression that they feel that they are feeling, no matter what I feel about it, the oppression that they believe that they are feeling, they've had enough of it and they want out. That's the crux. So that's where the discussion begins. Where the Yoruba nation is concerned, let me just show you accurately, because a lot of people, we misunderstand each other so poorly. It's ridiculous. In this thing that we call Nigeria, the Yorubas are probably the number one that can make a nation and thrive. They're probably the number one. If they resource themselves correctly, I'm not saying it will be easy. I'm saying if they resource themselves correctly and understand what it is that we have out there in the world. The Yorubas have a nation with a long history and a deep culture. This history, culture, and influence has spread not only within our Nigeria and Africa, it has also spread around the world. So if the Yoruba nation comes about and we are following a serious leader who feels strongly that he can take us to the promised land, to the Nevada so-called, I'm telling you, Yorubas have a much stronger chance of achieving that than anybody else. Now, why? Why should the Yorubas, who are doing pretty well out of Nigeria, when I say doing pretty well, that's still down to the elite that of the Yorubas, just like the elite of any other ethnic group, that are winning. The majority of the people are suffering. They're suffering in Nigeria, they're suffering in the diaspora, they're suffering everywhere just to make ends meet. It comes to a point where you say, when am I going to have some life? When am I going to live? Am I going to just be worrying about this headache Nigeria thing all my days? Look, me, I'll tell you for free. I understand Yorubas more than I understand Nigeria. Yorubas are a pain in the neck. I'll tell you that for free. We are a pain in the neck. However, we have so much within us that creating a nation, we will fall back into memory of who we are, and we will create that nation. The difference I have with Biafra is Biafra is not one nation. Biafra is supposedly many nations. And I think to create a strong Biafra would be much more difficult than to create a strong Yoruba land. That strong Yoruba land, those people who are of smaller nations but are very used to who we are, some of them speak our language, they would attach themselves to us. They will attach themselves to us. Our numbers are great in the world. So I'm not speaking about a Yoruba nation in terms of that's what I want. But I tell you, in that Nigeria aspect, the Yoruba nation I can think of, added to the Nigeria complex, Nigeria would be the most strong nation in this world. And if the East, Igbos especially, if they took that thing on board, they too will become a mighty nation. If we are adding all this together, we are building a strong country. We are building a strong nation. We are building a strong Africa. But we don't take time to listen and really understand what the hell's going on. Why are these people doing this? This is the problem I have with everything that forefathers said. He's not looking at it. He's not looking at it. Nigeria, we know what it's supposed to be. But we all can agree it is not that. That's not where we're living. We're not living that. We're living in no man's land where everybody's desperate to hell and everybody is dysfunctional. It's difficult to find trust. How are we going to get a grip? This is the question that we all ask. I tell you for free, it'll be easier for Yoruba nation to come together and start building. Within 10 years old, we're built. Within 10 years old, you will see who we are. If I can just end like this, I know I'm taking time. I've had a bit to say. I just want to end like this. I do not want separation or breakup of Nigeria. I want us to understand that we have the greatest black nation on earth, and we have a great responsibility, not just to ourselves, but to humanity in the main. Now, given this, I still believe that these markers where there is agitation of separation, these markers tell us something. They tell us that the way we began in terms of trying to create a federal space for Nigeria, where a region is autonomous and they can operate under their own guise and under their own progression. This is so important. And unless Nigeria goes back to that, my brother, you'll see the place break up now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jagun. Before Alaba speaks, let me just remind everybody. I once interviewed Femi Fani-Kayode after he became minister under Obasanjo, I believe. And I asked him about the time he was saying he had no confidence in Nigeria, that he was for Yoruba nation. And he said to me, I think the video is out there, where he said essentially that it depends, that if things turn around in a different direction, if it's no longer with the government in power, he could see himself supporting Yoruba nation.
Do you believe that one?
This was a former minister. No, hold on. Let me finish. I've seen some comments, people sending me things saying that this woman is not credible and that his boys have been arrested, that it's not important. We shouldn't discuss it. But it's also important to know that even the Biafran agitation started that way. There were so many groups who were fighting for Biafra before Nnamdi Kanu now took it up and it became what it is today. You all know Wazirike, for instance. The point is that someone like someone gave me a note here saying that Akintoye has already said that Dupe Abiola should be declared wanted. That Akintoye is the leader of the Yoruba nation. The interesting thing to look at is that someone like Sunday Igboho, who is also a known face for the Yoruba nation, may not be active now because the calculation, which Akintoye also said in one interview, is with Tinubu being president, that the Yoruba nation, the agitation should pause and basically watch and see how things go. Something like that. I'm not quoting him directly. So there are a lot of people who are on that side, after looking at Nigeria, thinking that the best thing is for Yoruba nation to go. But they are saying let's give Tinubu a chance and see whether he will move the country in the right direction before we decide on whether we could continue with that struggle, which is on pause. But there are people, which is in all movements, that like these people we're seeing now, they are saying, they may not be the credible people, but they are saying that we are not even waiting for Tinubu to finish 8 years before we say, oh, this is a total failure. We are moving in our direction. Anyway, I just want to put it out there so that people who are weighing in will have that in their mind. Go ahead, Alaba.
Yeah, Rudolph, I want to beg you for one thing, if it's possible. That book, I keep saying it, that book, those two books, if we can cover it in one of your programs, so that those of us who are on this medium who discuss Nigeria, who haven't had a chance to read it or hear it, to revisit that Nigerian history that I believe we have been misinformed about. And I'm talking about A Fatherless People by Ogun and Why We Struck. There are other good books, but those two, very vital to this conversation. And why am I saying that? 1954, 1960, 1966, and up to 1970, the issues today are the same. Nothing has changed. The actors have changed. Their reactions were different. So the only people who don't learn from history, who are doomed by history, are people who don't go back to history and see what they did wrong then that led to a civil war, that 30 million or how many people died in that war, I don't know the number, to die. Now, what happened? The same issues, but personal interest override national interest. That was why Nigeria went to that war. Personal interest, and it was not just from one tribe. It was from all tribes. The personal interest, first of all, started with the Igbos in terms of Unrosi himself. And don't blame them. I don't blame these men. Remember, they were trained by the white man. They have a thinking of the white man. They did not have a thinking of an African. So this affected their decision. From Unrosi to Gowon to Ojukwu himself. We have to cover these books. Nigerians have to know their history in detail. The issues are still the same. Now, for those agitating Yoruba nation, I personally would not blame them. You know who I blame? Your saboteurs that are you call a government. If your government have done right and have not been saboteurs, people who should be shot on close range, there won't be anybody agitating, period. But these issues are the same, but time have changed. Nothing else has changed. The same issue that led to the war, personal interest overriding national interest, are still at play today. Personal interest overriding national interest. If we can just focus, if these so-called saboteurs that call themselves leaders can just focus on national interest, there won't be agitation. Now, on the people declaring, as a matter of intelligence, I personally wouldn't take them serious, but they will make an impact. The saboteurs will make them have an impact. They would arrest them like they did them, Kanu, lock them up. These people will become more popular and more people will hear their message. One problem, that long as we live with that rule, some animals are more equal than others. We keep going round in circle and our life becomes one year ball, where 1 year win, they blow for 1 year corner. These are not the enemies. The agitators are not. It's your saboteurs that are in government. Those are the real enemy of Nigeria. If those saboteurs did the right thing, there won't be agitation. But we need to correct the misinterpretation of history they gave us. that Mongo Park discovered the Niger, that Muritala was an hero, that Gowon was this, was that Awolowo started the wars or hated the Igbo. Awolowo was in a meeting saying that if the Igbos declare, the Yorubas will declare, but he has no military might. Go and read. Let me just stop. The same issues repeating itself. I don't understand a country where time just repeats itself. Things just repeat itself. Same issue.
All right. Thank you. Also, it's important to remember when every group, a group like the Boko Haram, when they started, if you guys remember, it looks like it's a far away thing now. But people from that area dismiss them as these are people who are useless people. And when the action became more serious, some of them were forced, and we didn't know it, especially those of us in the South. We didn't understand what was going on. They couldn't speak up. We were saying, why are these people in the northeast not speaking up? They were afraid. There were certain situations like that. But it appears as if these things are spreading now, and until it gets to a particular group where your own group is involved, and you may find yourself afraid of saying that you disagree with these people because they've become powerful and they are speaking for a group that people can ascribe to you, and you don't know what to do. But anyway, it's important to see how things develop. Local P, you're next.
Yeah, hello. Sorry, before I go on with this Yoruba thing of such, let me just first of all make myself clear, because I've seen that some people really have the tendency not to understand anybody at all. You understand? Nobody in his right senses will say women are inferior, right? I've always, when I say this is a man's word, yes, it's a man's word. That doesn't mean women are inferior. You understand? Everybody came here from the birth of a woman. Everybody has a wife. Everybody has a sister. You get my point. But Sally saying that the way they are comparing them is unhealthy. Let me put it that way. The comparison is unhealthy. You can compare. You can ask for equality in many things.
Even saying is a man's word, it will shock you who influences the man.
No. It's not, because like I said, if it's a man's word, doesn't mean you should dominate a woman, treat them as your slave. It's not. It's a man's word, because when it comes to control, protecting the word, it doesn't disappear. When it comes to protecting the word, taking care of the word, you understand? Those efforts have been given more of the men that are doing that. You understand? Women are just to support. But now try to like maybe overthrow it or overturn it over and try to equate them, you will cause something dangerous. That's what I'm trying to just tell people. So that I say, when it comes to equality, throw it out. Just let the status quo be the same. How it's originally designed by the creator, let it go that way. You understand? If women are treated wrongly,
how is it originally designed?
Shut up. Shut up.
No, okay, so I'm asking you a question. Which one is shut up?
Let me finish. Just let me finish.
Are you so aggressive? I'm asking you a question.
Okay, hold on, Jagon.
That's a serious question, bro. You're just making claims.
Yeah,
You're making claims. I'm asking you, how did the creator do this thing?
Okay, Jagon.
What is it that makes us so unequal?
Jagon, hold on, please. Okay, so Jagon, let me just tell you, because it's good. That's why we say we'll let the moderators handle this. What happened to him? Where is Jagon?
So his enemy took it up.
No, he just dropped out. He'll be back. He probably hit his phone or something.
All right. So when I had Loco say that was exactly the same question crossed my mind. And this is what my thinking process. I said, I don't want this conversation on the Yoruba nation to be derailed. What I will do is to let Loco finish what he's saying. And after this conversation, we talk about the feminism thing. But that's some question, crossed my mind, but I didn't have to interrupt him. I know that we'll get back to that.
For the question you're talking about right now, right? Like I said,
no, we will discuss this after the Yoruba Nation thing. But if you want to talk about it, I will let you.
No problem. Okay, so for that, let me jump to Yoruba Nation or whatever. Okay, now for the Yoruba thing, right? For me, there's always this word like togetherness is strength. You understand? You know, if you are saying you want to go your own way, what are the grounds? If you are saying why, because you're not fairly treated, okay, the people living in Lagos, are they fairly treated? Are they benefiting? Are they developing? Yes, they are. You understand? What about other 5 states in the southwest? Why are they? Why does it seem that they are lacking what Lagos is lacking? You understand? So for me, if she's if whatever statement she's claiming right now, if she has given excuses or whatever reason for what she's doing, then we can I think we can attack whatever she's doing. But now she can say with Yoruba Nation, maybe she might be talking from another angle, like historically, like from historical whatever Yoruba has been one people. I think we want it to be like that. But say Yoruba Nation, is it that she wants Yoruba Nation to be broken from Nigeria, or she wants Yoruba Nation to be what it used to be before the invention of Nigeria became an existence or whatever. So whatever ground she's standing on, we don't know. But I think what all of us here, I think we're attacking right now is there's in Nigeria and there's a purported a breakout of this Yoruba nation, which may not be what exactly she's saying. But if that's what she's saying, I think is wrong. Because see, we already have a nation. We have not even tried our best, our effort to even build it. We've not since maybe 1960, whatever. We've not. Every year after year, the love we have for Nigeria is decreasing. The fight individual Nigerians are fighting to have a nation is decreasing every day since 1960. The love everybody is thinking of self since 1960. So I don't think anybody has the right to come and say no, we want to break up when we have not even done our own individual part. You understand? And this breakup, I think it might just come from maybe a selfish reason or whatever. So whatever she's doing for me, I think is wrong. I think she should be talking about pro Nigeria first. If we have done our best individually and we see that is deliberately not working by some group of people or persons or tribe or whatever, then we can start talking of breaking up.
All right, thank you, Loco. Alaba, what words? Can't we let's get other people to weigh
Yeah,
in?
let's get other people to talk. I just want to have a pushback on what Loco said. Let's others talk.
Okay.
He get in there putting a pushback for.
We'll get that. There are so many things to push back. Loco. That's him next.
Okay. Rudolph, sorry, I want to get one clarification. This video you played of, I think, Adeola's wife. When was it? How recent was that?
It came out, I think, today. It's not an old video. It came out today. Someone sent it to me.
I think it was yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yesterday. Okay. You see, let me start from the first principle. For somebody to get up and start to say they want Yoruba nation, Yoruba is not a person. Yoruba is they are a people. They are people. I may not know their population, but their number in millions. That's one. These are facts. For somebody to get up and say he wants the Yoruba nation, let us for once be wise. I don't like what I do. What I wouldn't want the government to do is to clamp down on her. No, it's an ideology. Invite her, probably give her red carpet, open up a dialogue. Why do you want a Yoruba nation? That is the question she should answer. The next question is, you are talking of Yoruba, not you. So millions of people. She may say yes. Are they with you? She will say yes. Conduct a referendum. That's all. Conduct a referendum for the Yoruba people. That's all. So that, and then the referendum cannot be something of next month or next 6 months. Give them like a year. So that those that really say they want it, we have opportunity to explain their situation to those that do not want. Those that do not want it will also have opportunity to convince those that say they want it on why it is not necessary. To me, that is the pluralism of opinion is the basic existence of a state. We should be tolerant. That somebody say doesn't want to get out. It's not, to me. I don't see it as I don't really see it as a threat. When you just place it on the referendum and then let them decide. If simple majority, they need it because by giving them a time when it will be conducted, you are allowing them to explore the pros and cons. That is when they will now sit and say, look, do we really want this? No. Or we really need it. They vote. Yoruba are a people. They're people, they have their history. Why I'm saying this is that the attributes, what make up Nigeria. Nigeria, we are talking of people. When I discuss Nigeria, I don't discuss Nigeria as an abstract. I don't look at Nigeria maybe because of this. I look at Nigeria as different people forcefully brought together. We've been trying to make it work. Not because we haven't succeeded, but we've been making effort. I can give instances. We've been making effort. We've even lost a lot of, killed them ourselves as part of efforts to make it work. Like Alaba said, what led to the first genocide in Africa is still playing out today. Thank God he read so many books. The signs are still there. Must we continue to climb that? I don't believe in that. This lady should be, to me, this is a type of, if I'm in government, I am openly, she will be shocked. Open up a dialogue. Convince me why you need it. Are the Yorubas with you? She may say yes. Let's put it to test. The proposition is referendum. The Scottish people in UK wanted to go to leave. They did a referendum. They lost. And so what? Was there war? Was there killing people? The English people wanted to leave the EU. They've been proposing it since before David Cameron came. They allowed them to have their referendum. Today they've left. Whether it is in their best interest or not is to them to decide. But in human affairs, particularly as a people, you don't dismiss it. You don't. I don't dismiss that. Give them a referendum. The Yorubas are capable of deciding their fate. Give them don't be afraid. Let them decide. But let it be transparent. If they don't want to be part of Nigeria, by every means, please encourage them. There can be a control. See, we're talking of human lives. Than to come too closely together and be in an echo chamber. It is not for nothing that Ethiopia, their constitution, they put a clause that any section that doesn't want to be part of Ethiopia, they will go there and conduct a referendum for them. If the majority agree, then they decide. I don't see the reason why up to today, people are still. I'm not frightened by it. I welcome such opinion. Not that I want them to leave, but let them decide. The referendum will only be Yoruba people should decide for them. If majority said no, we don't. I've already seen people saying that on the comment section that this woman is just talking nonsense or maybe it's not. Yes, you have a vote. You say it silently that you vote against it. Everything settled so that when tomorrow she talks again, he said, but people don't want you. You see, that is the way to do it. Let us for once be democratic and reason like people. I don't like this type of thing. Like Rudolph said, Boko Haram started like this. If they had called them for a dialogue, you sit them down, dialogue with them. The reason, just convince me on reason and logic. If you feel that you want it, are the people with you? Yes. Use the referendum. Referendum, if I'm saying it, is not inimical to Nigeria. I'm not the first person. If not for referendum, who knows how the people of Old Bendel State would have been fighting the people of Western region. Midwestern region, Western region. They would have been fighting, but you gave them a referendum, decided, and they have their Midwestern region. The people of Bakassi, are we fighting them today? Are we fighting Cameroon? No. They said they want to join Nigeria, Western Cameroon. They joined joined Cameroon, people of Western Cameroon in 1961. They left. Did we fight over it? Bakassi, part of Nigeria, at 1990. Today, they are no longer with us. Everything has to be like, look, in human, it's like marriage. We don't need to come and start splitting hairs, arresting people, clamping down on people, no. Invite the lady, defeat her in an argument, organize a referendum. That's all. So that anybody having this type of feeling, you must know that you have opportunity. But can you convince others? I believe in the power of dialogue. I believe in the power of debate. That's why in democracy, the most important institution of democracy is the parliament. That is where you debate everything, even to levy war. Though you can go to war to defend your country, but you go through the parliament for the representatives of the people to authorize it. So on this Yoruba issue, I favor referendum. Thank you.
All right, thank you. For those who may not know, in the United States, there are over a dozen secessionist movements in America. They want to leave the United States. The situation is that being that US is still a successful country, a powerful country, people essentially are ignoring them. But in a country like Nigeria, where the leaders are not doing well and the country is not doing well, it's most likely that more people will pay attention to any secessionist movement in any part of that country. All right, Mori.
The US ones don't break the law, do they?
No, they announced that they want a country and they said this is their country. They have their plans. They did exactly.
But they don't declare it.
No,
they declare it,
they did
trouble.
exactly what.
Do the law
their
protect the Nigerian citizen, forefather? You see, you got to
hold on. They did exactly what this woman did. You know, they can
I thought you said she declared the state.
No, she declared. It's not illegal. I don't think it's illegal to declare that this is you have your country. I can form my country in my home. It doesn't mean anything. I don't think that's the problem. I don't think Nigeria even will have issue with that. I think it's about arming themselves, which is illegal. It's about doing other illegal things. It's not that you are saying that I can form my own country, my own family is my country, but that's not the issue. The issue is about other things they do. Okay, Moro.
So if it's not law breaking, then it's fine. That's what I have an issue with.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. No, Namokonko. Thank you.
I will tell you my Igbo name one day.
Please, please.
Not today. And not in the hearing of this.
You don't have to.
I don't want these people to hear that.
Oh, no, whenever you see. Don't make me insist on that because that's just the reason why I would want to know it. But I'll respect you.
Rudolph, give us the Igbo name. It might be sweet to the ears.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Go ahead, don't worry.
Okay. You know, now I put importance to gathering data because when all of us are as active as we want to be, there is still a set of people who will, make things happen. And the others will watch things happen. And the rest will just wonder what the hell that happened. And that's life. Nigeria, whatever that is, and the fact that this gentleman, I'll fish him out in the social media, who told what a bold lie Nigeria is, a Caucasian, that they set up Nigeria, or they made up Nigeria to be a lie. The census they gave was a lie, and it favored a certain set of people because of what they wanted those people to be throughout the lifetime of Nigeria. Judiciary is a lie. There is no such thing. Democracy is a lie. And somebody is fighting to have people put them together. We must be together. So since we have been together, and as many people as are making things happen, and those who are watching, and the rest who are saying what the hell is happening, are we looking at how many years before we get it? Now, I am wondering, and I am at that point where I think it is something we should visit again, individually, collectively, or however that goes. What was it before, when the Western area took care of itself, the Eastern area took care of itself, and the Northern area took care of itself? Was there any killing and displacing people in their villages and local areas, and people being afraid to go to farm anymore because certain people are just decimating others? It's not a laughing matter. If that's why you're laughing, forefathers, it's not a laughing matter. It's people's lives. People are no longer being themselves to live from one day to the other because they have a certain people in their midst. So now, when that persists, Where are we going? They will ask you go to court when they know that there is no court. Okay, so wait until next election, and they know that that's another lie. So I'm just encouraging us to look at what has worked and do that. I submit.
All right, thank you. Let me do a preface again so that we move the conversation a little bit further. Well, before you speak, we know that some of you saw the story of this school that kidnappers, the last place they went to in Kaduna, the nature of the school, how it looked like. So let's say there were people around that area who felt that this country is not serving them, and they decided that they wanted a different country because of the way they've been abandoned. Now, you see that immediately they announced that they wanted a different country. The same country that didn't care about them, we now bring in the forces to try to force them to be part of the country. They didn't do anything when they were complaining about how they were living. So I see it in some of the directions I'm seeing everywhere here on my phone and the comments and everywhere. People are now thinking of bringing the power of the federal government to suppress these people who are saying, oh, we want Yoruba nation. But they have not cared all the while when people are complaining that this is not working for me. They've not said this federal government must do these things for these people. But once they say, oh, we don't want to be part of the country, then we have to bring the federal power to stop them from living. Anyway, Wale, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. I think whenever there's a problem, I always try to think outside the problem where everybody would just keep clamoring about the problem. I always think, what is the way out or what is the cause? There is something that's called root cause analysis. When we look at what is happening in Nigeria, people who want to have this secession, the Yoruba nation, Igbo, all those things, what is causing it? Like you rightly said, there are 12 secession group or activists in US, but who heard about it? Because the government are doing the right thing. The reason why these people are clamoring for their nation is simply because, people are suffering. But the problem I see with these, well, especially the Yoruba nation, is the fact that, during Buhari, they were clamoring for Yoruba nation. And now that Tinubu happened to be the president, the old Yoruba nation kind of split into two. One faction was, Omoye as in, is our son. Let's give him a chance to do it. Then the other faction are, no, these problems still persist. Either Buhari, either whoever, we want our nation. We want to govern ourselves. There is this thing called Nigeria is a scam from the beginning. So now when you have a house that is divided, the center will not hold. But the thing is, what I expect them to do is, what is the root cause analysis of this problem? And if you want to have your own nation, what are the things that you have to put in place? You don't have an army, your people are divided. There is, it's just like a joke. Like, do these people actually know what they are doing? The government are supposed to say, no, you cannot go, or give them the, referendum, like CM said. In an ideal world, they should be given referendum that, okay, be invited. Why are you agitating? What do you want? How can we go about it? Do you have any ideas? But no, they want to use the military power or the government power to suppress people. And it will get to a point where dog will start to eat dog. Maybe it will get to a point where, people will rise like a zombie and they wouldn't care even if you put bullets in their head. But I don't know. It's just a shame that, like Mr. Labas said, that people have a personal interest than the national interest. If something is happening to me, if my brother is a minister or a commissioner, and I'm enjoying the largesse, do you think I'll be sitting down here agitating and clamoring and dictating? I'll probably be somewhere enjoying the 5-star largesse I've gotten at the expense of everyone. But you know, it's who we've become. It's the nature of our, I don't know, maybe it's a culture, maybe it's something. And that is why sometimes when you want to kind of look at people living in Nigeria, as you are fighting for them, you need to be thinking that the people you are fighting for, they even see you as their enemy, not the people that are suppressing them, not their government. And then you start wondering, are these people mad? But it's just the way it is. I don't know. So back to the Yoruba nation, the woman who declared the state or something like that, she might have, I don't know who is backing her up or what she has as an agenda, but it looks like a joke to me, except if they have some kind of power or military or backup or something to say, this is what we really want. And like you rightly said, when the Boko Haram started, people don't pay attention until it start moving down to every single one of us door, and they start kidnapping or they do all sort of things. Then it became a menace. This so-called Yoruba nation that we think, oh, they are just, don't pay attention. They might start from the rural area and start doing some things that in the long run is going to affect other people. Yes, Yoruba people might be wise, but what is the essence of wisdom when the application is just like a wise man who died at the backyard of a foolish man? What's the point? So, but saying that, to quickly conclude, we believe that the West enslaved us many, 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 many years ago. But the question I keep asking myself is, I find myself in the West. What is happening to me? Am I insane? Why can't I go back to my own country and fix it? We're all guilty one way or the other. Can we go back home and fix our country and face the military or face the police and say, no, what you are doing is wrong? I know electricity said that if you go to Nigeria, don't give bribe, don't take. How many of us will go to Nigeria without having a mopo or whatever to escort us through Ibadan Lagos Expressway or go to Onitsha? We are all corporate one way or the other. Until we actually know where we're coming from, we'll be heading towards, I don't know, no direction. Maybe one day. I rest my case.
Thank you, Wale. I made sure I didn't ring the bell this time. But he said, when you said you found yourself in the West, I found that so funny that you did not apply for visa. You just woke up one day and found yourself in the West. Anyway, Jonaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy. I'm trying to take coffee to calm me down. Think this woman went to select church and they see dream for her, and she come and ring bell, say Yoruba nation, and then we are making us about it. Come on, are we serious? What we have a right to say nation. Nation is not a crime. If you say nation, it's a large group of people who gather together by language. So it's not a crime. And if you take it further, up to make it like, oh, a nation that we have is that, and he created a constitution for them, then you will know what Nigerian is all about. We all can stay in the West and talk all those talk because we have a covenant of internet. Some of those things is irrelevant because the reality Nigeria moves on. These people are also saboteurs of our own nation because we cannot have a nation where a group of people will rise up tomorrow because the government is not favoring them. And then they declare whatever they want to declare. When they are in power, they keep quiet. When you reach out to their own turn or somebody they know is in power, they won't say all those things. When they don't have the national cake, then they ring bell at the altar and everybody will go there and say, oh, he already declared Yoruba nation. He have it. Come on, man. We have to be smarter than this and talk. I don't even want to talk about it. It makes no sense. To me, you have the right to say, when you take it further to the level, whatever the prophet or prophetess that tell her that she can go to get away with it, then he will know where Nigeria is. Enough is enough of all this distraction. Whether it's if Nigeria is working working for us by any leader. Do we really have a problem? Every country have their own challenges. We always think that everything is fair and justice in the West, that there is no partiality or there is no favoritism or there is everything, the law is abiding. That's not true. We all know the truth. The truth is that when it's not in your favor, then you cry. If it's your enemy, then you turn blind eyes and deaf ear to it. That is all the game around the world. It's not new thing to Nigeria or anything anywhere else. The only thing is that we should talk about structure that where did the government do anything for everybody in any part of the world? We are always asking that let there be common empowerment and environment where Nigerians can work freely and empower and strive economically and otherwise, and a common social amenity that government is supposed to provide. Where in the world that government do everything for everybody, apart from the people that are benefiting from it, and once it's not their own time, then it's foul, even including the current president. It wasn't all like that before. So what is all those things about? It's all about personal interest. And that personal interest is what is dividing us every day. Every day, somebody, it's not my turn. I'm not benefiting from this government. I have to find a way to make
Jonava, you have switched over allegiance from Tinubu now. You have switched over allegiance from Tinubu.
Don't distract me. Let me finish my 1 minute talk before
Yeah.
Rudolph is not kind with me sometimes. So let me not distract myself, because Rudolph will find every way to knock me out, because the voice of minority is like that. I can't win an election in Nigeria no matter how brilliant I am, because I'm not Hausa and I'm not Igbo and I'm not Yoruba. Bell is ringing.
Then you should form your own country so that we'll pay attention to you.
That is
Jonava mentioned something very important, that Tinubu, we have that news report long ago where he said, I don't believe in one Nigeria. But in this case of this woman, you can say that a lot of people will say that she's not doing it because her own people are not in charge of the country. She's actually doing it when her own people are in charge of the country too, which is different from the typical thing Janaba was trying to say.
No, you see, I bring it down to personal interest. So the fact that your people are there and it's not reaching out, the national cake is not reaching you, is a different thing as well.
All right, let me just mention also that she ran for governor a few years ago, governor of Lagos State, and didn't win under PDP. Olumide, you're next.
Wow.
Okay, so yeah, thank you so much, Rudolph. I want to particularly, first of all, thank a few of the panelists who look at the issue, who looked at the message without necessarily focusing on the messenger. CM, I want to thank CM, I want to thank Fair, I want to thank Jagun, I want to thank Ngbori, and Wally too. So I will start by saying that some of you have all raised the issue pertinently, especially those of you who looked at the issue, and Tone is not here, who looked at the issue dispassionately and focused on the message. So what I would just say to my Yoruba brothers who are listening on this tonight or today, this morning, whatever day it is in this part of the world you're in. Yes, someone declared the Yoruba nation. It is funny. Yorubas are the butt of jokes all around the world. The only people that I know that are making jest of what she's done is are probably majorly Yorubas. Most of it are Yorubas. Some have said on the panel, "Oh, Yorubas are smart people. What she did was dumb. It wasn't smart." Some have said she should be arrested. She's broken the law and the Nigerian law, and so and so on. Fine. I mean, I do agree with your point of view. I do see your point of view. As people were reacting and talking, panelists and on the comment section, I was burning with vituperation inside me. I was going to come in and give it all, but you know what? I just thought to myself, listen to the other side. Just like Omoye's corner said, listen to the other side, try to rationalize their own reasoning, and so my Yoruba brothers, right now I understand where we are. We don't truly have a leader. The faction got split into two because one of the factional leaders thought, you know what, it is our Yoruba son there as president. Let us give him a chance. and perhaps we will get our nation through smartness without any shed of blood. And then the other faction said, no, we will get our nation regardless of whoever is there. We are done and tired of the country because there's no hope, there's no future in sight. Um, this is no disrespect to all the other ethnic groups within Nigeria. For those of you like John Abba, Lokopi, and forefathers who are upset, it is no disrespect to other ethnic groups and any other ethnic groups that might be in the comment section. It is not that it's the fact that we tasted what it was like to be a developed nation. We tasted what it was like to be a progressive nation, under the old premier region, and also largely due to the fact that majority of us are living outside Nigeria. We understand what it means to prosper, to progress. And we are saying that after 60 years, we don't see any light in sight at the end of the tunnel. I'm praying and hoping that you will all realize this, that you don't just discountenance what is happening. You don't just, with a flip of the hand, flip away what we are trying to let you know. And I mean, if any leader in Nigeria means well for every one of us, not just the Yoruba, the reason why I identify largely with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's agitation and cause is because I realized that what he was fighting for his people is the same thing that every other ethnic group in Nigeria will benefit from. Because if every other region, every other ethnic group gets the kind of independence, not necessarily as a divided nation, but as a nation that is cohesive, we get that kind of true federalism, then true progress beckons upon us, like the ones like Pao performed and dreamed of, like the ones people like Nnamdi Azikiwe performed and dreamed of. Tafa Balewa performed and dreamed of before this was truncated with the first coup, regardless of whatever reason that coup happened. So that is what we are saying. We want to be together, but if it's not going to be based on fairness and equity, at least let the people decide. Let us hold a referendum. We had a referendum in the 60s where the Midwest was able to pull away from the southwestern region. I mean, there was no war, there was no rancor, it was done peacefully. We can do that, we can achieve that. But in rounding up, I will say the message is very important. Forget about the messenger. And I would say, regardless of what these men who were found to have risen up against the state in Ibadan did, please give them the same kind of justice and treatment that you gave those guys, the Boko Haram in the north. Rehabilitate them, recruit them into the Nigerian forces, re-educate them. You understand? Whatever Onitiri brainwash them with, please, Nigerian, re-educate them, bring them back into the society. If it's the army or the police, you understand, they can be very useful to the Nigerian security forces. Please give them the same treatment. That is all I ask for. Okay?
So, Olumide, thank you so much. You can be the Sheikh Gumi of the Yoruba nation,
No. That's what I'm asking for now. The same treatment they gave them.
I know. I agree with you.
They didn't shoot anybody. They carried arms. They were armed, but
I'm just saying that you should leave your pharmacy and come out and be the Sheikh Gumi, pushing this in the media. All right, Righteous Man, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Rudolph. You were looking so handsome yesterday with your suit. First time I saw you on suit, you were too gorgeous.
Oh, Lord. Thank you. Thank you very much.
John Abba, are you still in Nigeria or you've gone back?
I know if it say there like you.
You see why we in Nigeria, we consider you people in abroad as more fraudulent than Nigerians at home here. You guys will come and tell somebody, I'm coming. I wait. Do you know, John Abba, you disappointed me. Can do disappointed me. Last time doctor came also, I'm in town. I waited, spend my time, arrange resources. At the end of the day, the next thing is gone back. I mean, it's not good now.
We
It's
get
not good.
traumatized when you come, when we come. You don't understand. You don't
I
understand.
beg. If had it been that I came to the US now and I told you I'm in the States that I want to visit you, I will keep to it. But Nigerians abroad,
There is light on the road and you not
fly
enter
more than
traffic. There is light, you
this
enjoy
is
everything.
hold on now. Jonathan, Nigerians in diaspora lies too much. And in fact,
No,
we consider you people
we go
more
through
dangerous than
frustration too
Nigerians.
much. That's what happened. Don't say that.
Righteous
So
man,
it's okay. And you did
You
not
are using
even
your
bother
time
to
to talk
inform me.
instead of
You
getting
did not
Benway Yam
even
now. You are
hello.
accusing people here.
You did not even, Jonathan, you did not even consider it necessary that the person you communicated to that you are around that you
We
visit
will
me
talk
and I
about
did
that
not
one
you
later. I
did
already
not
sent Benway
consider it
Yam to you.
necessary.
I already sent Benway Yam.
You
We'll
did
talk
not
about that.
consider it necessary to write me that you can't make it or you are going back. There is no cost in it. Anyway, that's just by the way. Yeah, good evening, the panelists. I am shocked with the submission of our brother Olimide. I'm telling you, Olimide, this is just a little thing, and you started advocating for treatment. And when somebody wants to form his own nation, you should be right prepared to face whatever consequences that comes out. Boko Haram was not asking for a nation. They were saying they don't want Western civilization. They were not asking that they want Boko Haram nation out of Nigeria. So
no,
if the law,
righteous man. That's not right. They had a caliphate. They had an idea of a caliphate that would go from Meduguri all the way to the western part of the north. So it's not that they were not asking for a nation, but it's part of their plan. Go ahead.
okay, thank you for informing me. Well, those guys that did what they did, is condemnable, and the law must take effect. What they committed treason. It is not right to go to a state house and you want to overthrow the sitting governor there, and then mount your own flag or host your own flag and begin to make broadcasts. I mean, it's very, very wrong. So it's a treasonable felony, and they should be dealt with to deter others from doing such things. It should be condemned by everybody that is thinking well of this country. If we are agitating that the things that are happening in Nigeria are not good, we should not also encourage people to take up arms and take over a state house, wanting to take over the legislative arm of the government. No, that's very, very wrong. So the law of Nigeria should take effect. But that law, I am not asking that the law should destroy their ambition. No. Referendum is acceptable. And as humans, we are qualified, or it is our right to demand if we're in any union and the union is not supporting us. It is our right to opt out, but it should be done peacefully, not by invading a place and taking possession and declaring a nation out of rascality. So I don't support that action. I was shocked when I saw it on TV. That is condemnable. And I think those different ethnic groups who are agitating for self-governance or restructuring of Nigeria, they shouldn't do that through the carrying of arms or destruction of life and properties. There is no gain in it. So that's just the little I want to
All right. Thank you so much,
comment.
Righteous Man. Let me just inform you guys that in 2014, the Biafran Zionist Federation, under the control of Barrister Benjamin Onwuka, took over the government house in Enugu, put on the flag of the Biafran nation and they took control for 4 hours before they were arrested. So this is not the first time this is happening. And the man was arrested and put in prison, and we haven't had anything from about him. All right, let's go to Jagan, you've spoken about this. Let's go. I want us to end this. And for Loco, if you are still back end, I want you to stay there because I want us to, after this, to talk about the feminism. There's something that we need to clear today. So let's go to Igbo Basics. Where is Ovia? I wanted to go to Igbo Basics. Weighing on this Yoruba Nation thing.
He's driving.
Why?
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, why I came back on online? It's a couple of things you were having a conversation on. You were talking about the declaration of Yoruba Nation. That's not the first time that's declared. I just wanted to ask a question. Then I wanted to address Righteous Man on the subject matter of being disappointed and stuff like that. I'm quite sure that some of us have heard about the Principality of Sealand, the Sealand Nation, as they call it, the Sealand Nation, which is still existing somewhere down in the sea. Up to tomorrow, founded around 1952. You could Google it and you'll find out about Sealand. It's still standing on its own, even though not recognized among the nations. But they still meet all the requirements and they stay there as a nation of its own. The guy inherited it from his father. And they stand their ground. They're still there. I haven't talked about that and the people who are agitating. This is not the first time. If Nigeria was working for all of us, nobody would be agitating. That's just one fact. We all wish that nation that's the only country we have. If you check very well, you probably carry one green passport. And that's the only passport that you actually carry besides wherever else you are.
Igbo Basics, sorry to interrupt you. I wanted to say that even America, where I mentioned it before, where you can say things are working for everybody, people are agitating for their own nations. So it's not a guarantee that if things are working, that people will not. So go ahead.
Okay, absolutely. I just wanted to address the subject of Righteous Man talking about we people abroad. There's a way he put it that we are more would disappoint, something like that. The Righteous Man, if I was coming into Nigeria,
it was said in jest. It was said in jest. Don't take it that seriously, bro.
No, in jest or not jest, some of us take things literally. So before you open your mouth and say something, bear in mind that some of us function with the mindset that what you say is what you're going to do. In saying that, I congratulated Dr. Damages when I saw him moving, and you know these days that since men have learned to shoot without missing, according to Chino Achebe, Enekem Tioba had learned to fly without pitching. So one thing you have to understand is that being down there and the experience that a lot of us have had as far as our home country is concerned, sometimes you come in, you don't even let nobody know that you're coming in. You just come in, the person sees you at the door, that's what you take. By the time you know it, 1-2 punch, the person is gone. While Dr. Damages was there, you could see him pounding a mortar and stuff like that. And I pulled up some photographs and posted to him, say, congratulations. And I posted it, that you have learned to fly without pitching. Because if some of the people that you think that in Nigeria caught up with Dr. Damages, if they have a chance, they will frustrate him. If they have a chance, they will tackle him. If they have a chance, they will break his leg. Having said that, Mazi is okay, who is down there representing a lot of us fighting in the war front, as I call it, the undeclared war. When I came into Nigeria and stayed 1 month, 17th December to 17th January, it was unscripted. Everything I did was unscripted. And in the process, when Mazi Ezeoke learned that I was somewhere in Ezinifite, I was somewhere around Nnobi, which turns out to be Dr. Damage's hometown, I was moving. And don't forget that it's not like here where you can get up at 2 a.m. and go wherever you want to. But I was on the move. And in each of every of this move, when I informed Mazi Ezeoke that I was in Ezinifite for a burial, he flipped over backwards. The people who I was riding with almost left me when they were saying, let's go, let's go, let's go. But I kept on delaying them. And by the time Mazes okay arrived and we got together, the people were already in the process of leaving media. And I was about to say, you know what, if you guys have to go, you can go. I will wait for this man because in spite of his busy schedule, that day he was taking his kids to the embassy to do something, but he still made a way to find a way to come and see me there. And he saw me. That's number one. And then in Lagos, a Madam Prisma, whom I call a General Prisma, some of those who fought in the Obedient movement very seriously, she made effort, every effort, came to see me, come to talk about it. There is a Kibati. Kibati, it was during the what you call that AFCON game in Sierra Leone, that game that was going on. This lady was on the stage and she was broadcasting seriously that particular game, which is something that she's been doing for quite some time. A Yoruba lady, Kibati, that's her name. I made an effort to go see her and listen to this. It slices both ways. I came to that Island Beach, whatever resort they call that thing, that place. It was huge. I made an effort to see her. I could have busted to the stage to say, I'm here. But guess what? I was there and knowing that she was bringing stars on the stage and guys were rejoicing and things was happening. What do? I took pictures of her. I took videos of her. And because I have a schedule, I have to continue going. I left and I texted her that I was in that place where she was commanding a performance on the stage. She said, oh my God. And this is a lady that I have loaned my drones that are in Lagos before to go and do some performances during the Obedient movement. So, righteous man, the statement you made about we not being reliable, I would suggest that you back up for a moment and do realize that you, righteous man, you are establishing some level of credibility by having the privilege of we having this conversation here. And based on that credibility that you have established, that is what is going to determine that by the time any of us, be it forefathers, be it CM, whoever it is, that comes around, we'll let you know. And if that person let you know, do the best you can. If you're able to catch up with that person, that's great. If you are not able to catch up with that person, no wahala. Don't take it that way. So in defense of that, we try to fly without pitching. That's why when I come to my village, I'm invited to all kinds of parties. I don't go there. But you know where I go? I go to the bush. And I very well mean it when I say I practice bushcraft. If you want to see me, come to the bush. And you're going to have to be the one to chase after me because when you come in the bush, I will then teach you some of the things that you will not learn from the textbooks. So, righteous man, I just wanted to make mention of that and to let you know it is a privilege for any of us to get together. I don't owe you, you don't owe me, but if we happen to get together, we say glory be to God because we don't know when next we are going to see. Let me end it up by saying this way. On the 29th, on the 28th of December, there were three kings who came to a place we call Abenta in Ozara, Amankali. Those three kings came there because that's where I decided to hold my reception, my personal reception after retirement, because I was breaking ground to build a municipal complex for our people. Those three kings that came out of 13, genuine men, I'm not saying others are not genuine. They came, commiserated, they poured libations, they were very happy. Some of them, they have not been in that particular spot before, it's a new ground. They came, we did wonders. I will post you the video and you will see it. Now, 3 days ago, one of those kings died. Okay? I have written a tribute, and in that tribute, what I wrote was, you never know when is the last meeting. And he's the king of Ami Bere Ezobumba. That's his name. So all I'm trying to say to us is this. All of us here, it is a privilege for us to commiserate with one another, to talk here, to do and share. We don't know everything, but whatever we do know, even while I was in the bush, I was communicating with KJ, I was communicating with Chime. And while I was in Nobi, I picked up the phone and called Dr. Damages to say, this is where I am, this is what's going on. So take it easy on those of us who come. My dear brother, if I begin to talk, I go talk rich next tomorrow. So it's just the way it is.
All right.
Igbo
Thank
basics.
you.
Sorry, sir. Igbo basics.
Igbo
Don't
basics.
respond.
Can I
Igbo
can I
basics.
just make one statement?
Igbo basics.
Yes,
Not
sir.
interjection. Igbo basics. Isn't if it's my town? Isn't if it is my town? When next we are there, let me know.
I have no clue. We went to bury one. Yes, we went there to bury one very strong lady from your town. She was married from Amici. The name of the lady, Christina. Christine, her name is Christine. Ofomata. That's who we went to bury. And it's in that compound.
Sorry. Opposite their compound is the former chief. The behind one is my father's is my compound. We are the same Omona, Okwochi. We are the same. That of Famata. The woman you buried is from Umezoke family.
Yes.
The husband, the former justice of Famata, is the first justice we have in my town. He was trained by community scholarship to University of Durham here in UK.
All right.
So you went to my village, my Omona.
So Dr. Damages, just to end it up, in a few days, Okwadike will be buried. That is Ezife, Chuemeke Ezife. They will be buried. And this, as we speak, all aloud, some of these things we don't recognize. Igbo Basics will be there. It may not be Igbo Basics in terms of who we are seeing, but Igbo Basics publications will be there fully because we married one of his daughters to Ibere, where I am from. So it's an appeal I make to you, righteous man, to please balance the act, understand. If we meet, great. If we don't meet,
Igbo basics. Doctor would not allow me to make my expression. Other people will be given enough time. The statement I made.
I won't because I want to say something before you say anything. First of all, I want you to, not just you, all of us, to also know that think about this as a TV program, and I hope that that's how people approach appearances here. You can't come on a TV program where we're discussing something, or whatever the topic is, and you start talking about whatever happened when somebody didn't visited home and didn't call. You can talk to the person outside his platform. Think about it. If you're on CNN and you know one of the panelists and you start saying, oh yeah, last time you came to Las Vegas, you said, that's not the conversation we're having. I thought that would be apparent. Do we have to say that? Okay. But at the same time, I'm happy that you said it. It came out. Okay. And people talked about it. And I like what Igbo Basics talked about. I don't care about defending myself. When I came to Nigeria, I called you. I told you. You said you had this situation we can meet. I met anybody who wanted to, who I knew. I don't care, But if it's not possible, it's not possible. You have to understand that it's not written on stone that if something comes up, but you make it look like there is this one that everybody abroad is that they lie. You can't trust them. Hold on, let me finish. That's what you said here. And that was off the conversation we're having.
Doctor.
Hold on. Now,
Doctor.
Let me finish.
Doctor.
I'll say that will give you the chance to speak. So anyway, that's the thing. You just this distraction.
Doctor.
Remember, there are people watching us. They don't know that you know somebody that you met. It's not important to them. We're talking about Yoruba Nation and the people who declare it. That's the conversation. Anyway, go ahead and say what you want.
No, Ovie was in town. Ovie was in town. My neck of the mood.
Yeah,
he was supposed to see me. Okay, Peter Obi was in my in my backyard. Peter Obi was in my backyard. I didn't see him, but I saw it on TV. So that's enough.
Doctor, Doctor, I apologize, but
I was just only joking, you know. I was
Yeah, but
only joking. But
we are having a
yeah,
conversation.
yeah. But I apologize and I withdraw. But at the same time, when you talk of security, I have told you, I have a lot of my friends, white people that are Americans. I mean, natural Americans that comes to this country and stay with me for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We go around Lagos, go around other states in Nigeria. I can send you their photograph, my pictures with them. So when you talk of security, I am not hunting anybody, and I'm not. Hold on. The reason why I said what I said was because I was writing the people who informed me that they are in town and they will get to me. They didn't respond to me to tell me, oh, I can't make it. At least it's courtesy. The mind, okay, you informed me. I didn't ask you when you are coming to Nigeria. But when you got to inform me that you are in Nigeria and you wrote me that we are going to see, then some of them, I even sent my numbers, my house, my office address, my phone contacts to them. The other day, my wife was asking me, don't you think that these people are agents of the government? How will somebody from the US come down here, collect your phone number, collect your office address, your home address, and he didn't even call you back to tell you he won't make it? I mean, as you guys are very careful of your security, I'm also careful of my own security, because the government can plant somebody here, and maybe because of the speeches we make here, they will use that person to track you down.
This is
So
going too
that
deep
is
for
just
the
it. But
joking
all,
matter.
I'm just joking. I'm not
All right.
serious about
All
it.
right. All right. Thank you, Righteous Man. Let's move on. So I wanted to discuss the issue of feminism. There are some things that came up, but because Local P is not here and I don't see Alaba and some other people that are waiting, it would have been something to discuss. But I think we can move it on to another time, another day.
No, I think we can still have it. They will come on in their time. I think I think based on what's been said, and for me, some of the ignorance has been put forward. I think it's time. Because Local P is not here. How important is he? If
No,
he's in
because
the
he was not
background,
saying that it's a man's word and everything. You know, there were so many things that were said here that I was really worried.
and Father can speak on Local P's behalf now. He'll do.
I'm on the
Yeah,
side of
actually,
hold on a
that's
minute.
true.
I'm on the
Let's
side of
let's
the man's word. I'm on the side of
let's
the
hear
man's
Ovie
word.
first. Ovie, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't know
OVA,
you had the conversation, but
how you doing, man?
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good, man. I'm with you. I mean, I didn't know the conversation, but the fact that somebody is saying it's a man's word, I think I'm on that side. It's a man's word.
Oh, it depends on what. That's why I want him to be here so he will explain to
Right.
us what it means. You know, if he says that it means that men have advantage over women, yeah, you can say that. But if you are saying that men should have advantage over women, that's a different conversation. But go ahead.
So yeah, I mean, as I've always believed, things that makes the world go round are owned by men. So I think that speaks it all. Owner runs everything. Who owns you runs you, regardless of how it tells you where to get to in life. It tells you what to think, what to do, where to wear. That's it, how to live your lifestyle. So I think when people are starting the conversation from just because you are not getting paid enough in the office, your husband is you're missing the whole point. The mechanism that make the office not to pay you like that is in the control of men. Men owns it from day one. From day one, when land used to be the gold mine, when men sold pretty much 100% of the land. When they transferred the land to factories, trying to the technologies and all that, everything is pretty much owned by men. Today, that the cloud capitalists run the world in terms of data, in terms of good those who own those cloud things that runs the world today are owned by men. So every other thing is laid under this foundation. So where one can't you say is the man's word, right? So the man is the man that you are fighting that is oppressing you in the office. Is also being controlled by higher power, and those that own those stuff. Just like the communication we are having is a platform owned by a man. So when they screw the conversation, they are making themselves at a disadvantage. You are starting at 1-0. Start from the beginning. How come in the modern days that only men own the clouds? Talking about Oracle, Amazon, talking about Tesla, everything that controls data, this world is owned by men. Why? Jeff Bezos divorce is why they give her 35 billion. The whole world is celebrating. Why? Why can't she be owner or part owner of that business? But people are not seeing that. Just because somebody look at you work for office, your husband, they oppress you, then you just start the conversation from there. You are not helping yourself. Just like I think I listened to Omoye saying that back in the days, our women and men are pretty much equal in our land. Yes. So I'm from a home that when a woman will come out, go have a full-blown relationship and still come back, she accept that as his wife, we still live happily. That is my own part of the story. So when you say the women, they are fighting, they are oppressed. Yes, that can be debate, but they are fighting the fight from a point zero down. So to me, once you start from there, you already lost the competition. For that's by the way, that's my own position on that. But where are we?
All right, Ovie, thank you. Let's hear Loco P. I know that Jagan, you want to speak, but let me hear Loco P first. Loco
Yeah,
P.
if I can speak after forefather.
Okay. Loco P.
Okay,
You
now,
said it's a man's world. Can you help
if I should
us?
ask now, what more do you want to hear after what we have explained?
What Ovie explained?
At least he never said yes. At least he never said it's a man's world means oppression of women. No, anything that has to do with negativity on women is totally different from it's a man's world. You understand? It's a man's world also means men should treat women right. You understand? It's not, men are not expected to treat them as okay. No, men will progress more if women treat them right. Yeah, we know the mental factor is there, psychological factor is there, but it's seen for men to protect women, for men to protect the world, for men to protect women and children. Why do you think one is for emergency situations they say women and children first? They didn't say women first, then children later. They say women and children first because both are entities that are classed in one category. Women and children first. Then they left the man behind because they know the man can survive. The man can take care of the world. The man can take care of himself. It's a man's word. So when people say that, no, it's a man's word, the thing is, no, don't respect women. No, treat women anyhow. No, subject them to your slave. No, it's not. That's why I said the way it's designed.
Who designed it?
Ask who gives you the air to breathe.
Oh, God.
I mean, what done before? Don't be me now.
I'm surprised. It always shocks me when we go to God.
No, I think
no.
The point that now men design the world that we live in today. No, sorry, hold on. Let me make this point. The world that we live in today, they call it organized world, right?
Yeah.
Now men,
no, it's men design.
Men organize that. The greatest constitution that we praise around the world today, the American Constitution, this thing is written by men who don't want their wife, who don't want their mother, their wife, their daughter, their girlfriend to even participate in the democracy process that thing promotes. It's written by men. Three most powerful nations today as we speak, have never run by women. Talking about Russia, talking about America, talking about China. So the
hold on.
world is designed by men.
Ovie, don't scream. Okay. So right. I'm not contesting. I'm not saying. So if you say that it was designed by men, did they design it because women are not capable of designing anything, or that what was the reason why it was men that designed it? Is it that they have the wisdom that women do not have? Why is it that they designed it?
They decided to say women are not capable. It's a men's decision. That is not that is a fact. It's men's decision that these people are not capable. They cannot even ration. This is where they should belong. It's a man's decision.
Ovie, I think
it's not a God. Hold on. It's a man's decision, and men make that decision.
Okay.
So Ovie, what if we look at it in this light? Would you agree that rather you would say in our world today, and maybe in the past, it seems that men have been more influential in shaping the course of history. You understand? But when you say it is a man's world, it is not entirely true. You are saying
Hold
women
on.
don't hold
No,
any
no, no, no. Hold
position.
on.
You have women leaders.
Hold on
But
now. Hold
when I
on.
tell you that is not
The
what it means
question
when it comes
here,
to
the
holding
question here is
positions,
not
you there?
natural. When you say men shape because of history, it is because they oppress the other partner, they oppress the women. They never gave them a fair opportunity to compete from day one.
That is not
So I am
necessarily
not saying
true, though.
hold
Rudolph,
on, hold on,
We've had
hold
the
on.
Queen.
if you can
We,
move
we,
on to
Hold on.
we,
Can
forefathers'
you hold on?
turn,
Can you
we've
hold
as
on?
had the
I am
Queen
not
of
saying
England.
no, just in terms of progressing the conversation.
hold on for
Hey,
God's
hey,
sake
hey,
for once.
Jagu, you were
Can you
told to
hold
take
on
your
for
turn. You
once?
refused. Please keep quiet.
No, it's not like that. It's just to move the conversation on.
I am not telling you it's natural. I am telling you this is a decision made by men, and that decision runs the world today. You are talking about Queen of England. That institution, who runs the institution? Forget the air, okay? Forget the air. Who are the custodians of that institution? Who actually bettered the institution? That is where it is in from. It's about ownership. If I own
But
you, if I own
when
your
you say, see, you are being misogynistic when you say it is the
can you
man's
just
world.
hold
You
on,
are
hold on?
relegating the
See,
women to
my
the.
problem with
I
you,
don't know.
you are listening from point of
Come,
argument. I am not supporting it. I am
whether
telling
you
you, I am telling you what is before me, and I am not supporting it. So you are arguing, you are contending for point of argument. What are you arguing
All
against?
right,
Are you
all
against
right,
my point
I'm saying
or
you are
my
not framing
stance?
it well, though.
all right, all right. Hold
It's
on, hold
not
on.
for me because you want me to put it the way you understand it. I am saying that this is the reality, right? And it's
Hold
designed
on.
by men,
okay,
me and you.
doctor, say, remember somebody was defending feminism or feminism. What's the meaning of feminism? Like this, women, gender equality, whatever. Okay, what about masculinity or masculinism or whatever it's called, whatever? What? Let's go for opposites, the antonym of that the feminism or feminism. What will it mean by that? Would that be oppressing women? No. You get my point. If you say feminism or femininity is equality, women fighting equality, okay. What about the one for men? The opposite, the antonym of that. Will you say it's no? Is an anti-women? No.
Exactly, it's because the men are never oppressed. Now
You
women
understand?
oppressed. That's why
No.
they fight. That's why
Hold
they
on,
fight.
guys.
What are they fighting? If there's no oppression, why?
All right. The Black Beauty said that, to be honest, a woman's life is easier if a man set it up. Forefathers, what is your take?
I know this debate is going to get funny. I think that from my point of view, the way people look at this, okay, let me just try to summarize a few points. Both sides are equally important but different. Both of us have that. Both genders have different roles in society, and we have. I think the conversation these days have become when they say equality, they are trying to merge
Father, relax.
both
Don't confuse.
genders.
You. Make it no
Hold on.
confuse.
Can
Relax.
I finish talking?
Oh, over this man lab
This
now.
this ruffian. Get out of my way. So um, I think the conversation recently has been like they are trying to bring both genders together, like they want to make them the same. And when you try to do that, you are trying to conflict against something evolution has been putting in place for millions of years. If you believe in evolution or how God has created the both genders, and I'll even go further than Obidients to say all nations, almost every single nation that has existed in history, was founded by men. There's a reason why that is, because men tend to take more risk. They tend to operate in areas where there are more hazards for the sake of the species. This is not a a man's law. This is a natural law. So if you expose your young and you're pregnant and women to danger, guess what's going to happen? Oh, you're not going to exist today. So the ones that exist today are the ones that protected them. The men did the dirty work, try to keep the women as much as there are tribes in Africa where the men sleep outside, guarding for the lions while the women are inside and the children are inside. But during the day, the men don't do anything. They don't do that much. But at night they sleep outside because they have different roles. That is why we exist today. And the idea that they are equal in everything is wrong. And in different relationships, when people are men and women are operating, in some areas the women lead actually. In other areas the men lead. It's not fixed. This idea that as some people say men, I think when they say men are in charge, they're talking about the outside world, when the man, the structure of the society or the final say in things, because he's the one that protects the family. If the man goes, there's nothing there to protect the family anymore, and all hell breaks loose. Maybe another man will come and take over, or maybe the wild will take that human being away, or whatever. The chance of survival reduces natural in nature. So I think that is where some men maybe go a little bit over, because if you look at it at the home, most of the time the men leave the women to do whatever they like at the home. They don't go and start competing with the women in the kitchen or how to raise the children in maybe minor issues, and maybe things surrounding the family. They may even concede some ground to the women. It's often like that. So I think they are equally important but different. You have to always contextualize what you're talking about in this area. However, one of the area I have an issue with the modern feminism is that, especially in the context of the way Africans are practicing it now, they make it look like the women have been historically been oppressed. I think from what I described just now, they both have different roles. The oppression they describe is not as oppressive as they make it sound. It's just that both sides have different roles in society. Because if you look at it, if you look at outcomes, the men have actually had a harder outcome. Their life expectancy historically has always been less than that of women. Many of the men don't even go on to procreate compared to women. The percentage of women that go on to procreate and their bloodline carries on are far more than that of the men in terms of proportions. And in terms of hazards that the men face, I don't know how many times women have fallen down in construction sites or walking into suffer radiation poisoning and all the rest of it. Some of the things men go through, if you look at the conflicts going on in the world today, most of the ones, apart from the Israeli one that have managed to defy it, most of these conflicts, the men that tend to die in the battlefield, because, and that is why their life expectancy is reduced
So
because of
Naija,
it.
I
So
think I'm making a lost argument. You are trying to
mm,
justify why men are in charge. It's not right, because if you have never given opportunity to the other party, then how will you know their competency? How will you know how far they can go? Maybe the one
because
would have been
hold on, like
hold
I have
on
already
now.
hold on, I've already said it, because they won't exist. If you did
No,
that,
no, no.
if you
How do you
if you
know that? How do you know that if you
because
never tried?
because
How do you know that
evolution
if you never
supports it.
tried?
Hold on. If are you trying to tell me you want women with children to go and defend your society?
See, because over the year, that is how they consider you to live or see life. You've never tried the
Hold
other
on. Are
side.
you
You don't
trying to
know.
they
We have
won't
to allow
exist?
forefathers to finish, please.
The numbers are clear. If you use your weakest, some women can barely function more than a disabled person when they're heavily pregnant. And if they function too hard during that time, they could even have a miscarriage. See, this is history. I don't know. It's biology, it's common biology. I don't know. And the idea that some people, like even in workplaces, they just say, oh, women have to earn the same as men. Women are absent sometimes due to childbearing.
Women
You
are
can't,
not always
any
bearing
employer
children.
knows that. See, let me
How
finish
many
now.
years women say they dare children in their course of
Obie, can
lifespan?
you let him finish, please?
Any employer knows that even after they bear the children, the women spend more time with the children compared to the men. This is a mathematical fact. So any employer will take that into account, and they will understand that compared to a man, they are probably going to have compared to a man, they will have a man more present for work than the woman, and hence the way they will pay the men is often tilted towards favoring the men, because the men don't spend as much time at home babysitting and caring for children. It's now that you have this metrosexual men thing that is going on now, that even the young generation is pushing back against. This is why what's his name? What's that guy's name? This guy in Romania. Um Jago, the guy in Romania now.
Tate,
This
Andrew Tate, Andrew
Andrew
Tate.
Tate. Yeah, this is why Andrew Tate now. A lot of young people are looking towards Andrew Tate, because they acting as if a man's role is not there anymore. If you take it away from them and say that the men's role is just in the past, the men just oppress the women constantly. What you are doing there is saying the men have done their job so well that the women don't need them anymore. And that is extremely dangerous, because what you are going to do is that you're going to have men that are going to rebel and going to say, okay, since that's what you are doing, okay, let's do our own things too. And whatever society that goes in that direction, you are going to have a misalignment of the sexes, and their population is going to dwindle, and you're going to have a problem. And this is what they're having right now.
Is that what happened in the UK?
That's what is happening right now. Do you know that in the UK, they did an estimate of their population in 2020? Most of the new population that is going to come from developing countries, not within their population.
All right.
Because most European countries, their population is going below, their birth rate is going below 1. Italy is below 1 right now.
And it's because of what?
Dr.
It's because of this. It's because of this stuff occurred because of the argument that was had in the 60s, 50s, and 70s. The argument was that human beings cannot feed the growing population, so they had to have population control. And one of the ways they started implementing this thing to control the population is through family planning, getting the women out of the home to go and work, and all these things. And the consequences now are beginning to come home to roost. The other day, the North Korean leader was crying, begging the women to have children.
All right. Hold on, forefathers.
Give me the benefit of being on the road.
Hold on. Let me go to Jagun. Jagun, go ahead.
I'll still go on the road.
Yes, I know you're on the road, but not immediately. Jagun, go ahead.
Thank you. You see, this kind of conversation is kind of twofold. Right now, there are no women on the platform. And there doesn't need to be women on the platform necessarily. But there is a point where if they are on the platform, I may agree or disagree, even with some of the things I'm about to push out, because the dynamics change. Now, I'll put it like this, inclusive of the women who are not presently on this platform. The conversation that we're having is a console. It's not an aggressive argument. It's a console within the family. We must understand it like this, within our family. And then we look outside to what the greater world may be doing. Now, when they say it's a man's world, we must understand where that terminology actually comes from, and therefore what it means. It doesn't come from the James Brown song, which many of you may be presently alluding to. That's not where it comes from. When they speak about it's a man's world, they speak about that man is the greatest creation of God in the animal, in the world. The animal kingdom, the fauna, the flora. So with that, we know the supremacy that mankind has over the rest of the world. This is where it comes from. So when they say it's a man's world, they are including women. Now, we go on to this modern day, and this is not a conversation about feminism. We must understand this is not a conversation about feminism. It's a conversation about the terminology and whether it's a misogynistic one or whether it needs deeper understanding. Now, coming from the point of view of what a man is in the sexes, a man sits like this: men, women, children. However, that terminology itself is coming from Christendom, where it's actually God, Christ, man, woman, children. Now, if you're missing out the above two, then the ego of any man would be exalted to a point it doesn't need to be there. You don't need to be that egotistical. And your penis is not bigger than mine. What are you talking? And if you are comparing penis to vagina, then it's non-comparison. So we have to understand ourselves in the humanity. As I said, the conversation we are having is a conversation in a coven. This is us speaking reality, not speaking spook, because we like to speak a lot of spook. We're coming to our head from outside where we never even know, or countenance, how to take this information. Now, I'm saying to our people here today that we have to really try to come with original thinking, because we have been bombarded by thinking that is not our own on a daily basis. And then when we carry this antenna for the rest of the world and we're not able to engage in thought, research, and practice, then we just lose ourselves in what we're saying. And then communication really does become stifled and difficult. Now, I want to end like this. When we speak about man and woman, and we don't include love, we're in trouble. We've just started off on a spooky game down the road. Can we do without women that we want to be lambasting, talking rubbish? Can women do without men that we want to become so egotistical that we tear up the word of the creator? Can this happen? We have to allow our ego a lot of the times. When I listen sometimes, I'm just hearing flamboyance and ego. Me, I can be very egotistical, but it's not something that I don't need to be egotistical. And my life has been like that, where ego is not my power. That is just not what I cling to for power's sake. So I put it to you really basically that this is a conversation that is rather crucial and spiritual and timely, because we are going to be going through enough going forward. We need our women. We need them to be strong. We need them to support us. Whatever women want to say in this feminist agenda, they need us more than anything. They can cry all the cry that they want to cry that, oh, men are doing this, that. And everything that comes out of some female's mouth seems like they just want to stab a man in his heart. This is how our antenna is just switched to the wrong frequency. We need really to go into ourselves at times and remind ourselves of who we are as a being. We didn't create ourselves now. We have to have some humility in this.
Okay, but Jack, can I ask you a question? A man and a woman married together with a family, kids, 2 kids, and so who should be making the decisions in the home? In your own opinion,
What I've described is a structure. What you're speaking to me about is an individual basis. On an individual basis, there are men like my parents. My father, he was a strong man with fury, but he was a quiet gentleman. You would never know that he has this other side of him. However, my mother is a strong woman, vivacious. If she sees it, she says it. This kind of thing doesn't always come together very easily. But between them and their understanding, they raised the family, and they raised a well family. We are all well. You understand? All of us. And in such, I learned a lot from this thing that I knew. Sometimes daddy, it doesn't push the way mommy push now. Mommy, they push this thing hard. And then I say, sometimes daddy, way they talk, we know they listen. But what he said was golden. What he said was golden. So my brother, in the mix between men and women, if you don't see your level or your equality within that mix, you're going to miss life. You're just going to spend your life arguing rubbish with your boy. Omo, where you're supposed to make love to. Omo.
All right, thank you, Jagan. Something you said that touched me is about original thoughts. A little while ago, we just discussed about Yoruba nation. I wonder where the original thought will come from for each of us in terms of how we see men and women. Is it going to come from where we came from? Whatever nation, whatever philosophy, like me, I'm Igbo philosophy. Is it going to come from Yoruba, or if you're Hausa, from Hausa philosophy? How do they come together to give us a viewpoint that can be something that we are going, because original thought, but it's not for today. But I think I like that idea.
I love the question. I love the question. I must say
something that we should think about. Can
I just attempt 2 minutes on that? Can I attempt?
No, I'll come back to you. I want to hear. Because Ovie has to leave. Okay, Ovie, one more. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Jagon, for for elevating the conversation a little by taking it to history. And thank you, Rudolph, for saying where our own thought is coming from. Now, starting from what Jargon said, that the origin of that word is a man's words, started from the fact that men literally, physically, with everything within their power, make the world today safer for us. What do I mean by that? Which is what the forefather is trying to make case for. And that's where I fault my guy from Canada when he's trying to argue against my point. I'm not just making a point, I'm just laying the foundation of the history. Looking to what Rudolph said, where's your own points coming from? Now, at that time, the number one threat to human existence is those mammals that share your space with you, that share your food with you. If you go back to the history of hunter and gatherers, when they move from place to place, if they move to where mango day, if you go see where mango day, you have to eat as much as you can at that time because there's no storage. Before babu come, or before any other animal will come, overshadow you and eat everything. So for men to now decide the way to actually free us from those threats is where that phrase comes from. But fast forward to today, that's where the order that run the world today stem from that men conquering. Now, the women are now saying that the order of today, the fact that with the only threat we have against anybody today is we human, right? I'm in bronze today. I'm not scared of lion or anything, even though I'm close to the zoo. I'm scared of a fellow human who live in bronze. When I was in Boston, I'm not scared of any other thing, but the human being that lives in Boston. So the women are saying that we can have a better society if the order that established today actually change, because we have never tried the other side. Just like when Nigeria is making case for women being pregnant. The point is that women are not pregnant all their life, right? And if you pay attention today, men are not advocating for maternity leave too. If women are going, themselves are going. That you know why that is? Because without both of them in the workforce, the job can still be done. Thanks to AI, thanks to the robotic revolution that we are in today. So you have to picture in the issue of today, where we are today, that yeah, women are saying we can do the job better in order for us to avoid World War III. Because World War men, you're talking about masculinity, was all about men. World War II was all about men. In order for us to avoid World War III, which is the question Rudolph is asking today, I think we can be better in some of the decision making. That is the whole point the women are making against the established order made by men. So we have to look at it from that perspective rather than just look at it minuscule. Oh, women, they get pregnant. If you get pregnant, I know if you work. That was yesterday, right? If you pay attention to the war that is going on between Ukraine and Russia, very few human beings on the field. Yes, you can go the record 1,000. Do you understand the job that drone is doing in that war? Because we only pay attention to the main casualty, but what the revolution of war today is not longer in manpower. It's your man brains where you sit down, run things. So when you see, so are you
I
not
think
saying that
the
women
very
can
premise of your argument is completely flawed when you said the threats are over. There's always threats. Even nature wants to kill us.
threat from
So,
exactly,
so there's
exactly
always
where the
threats.
hold on.
Okay,
Where is
okay,
that
okay,
threat?
hold on.
Let me
Okay,
ask this question. Where is that threat coming from? The threat is coming from fellow human being who sit down somewhere and just think of how you can destroy everywhere. That's where the threat is coming from.
Not
okay,
only
No
hold on,
human
animal
hold
beings,
on,
survive.
hold on,
nature too.
hold on.
No
Everybody,
animal,
hold on.
no animal will invade a nation today and succeed. Me and you know that. But now
Okay,
human being will invade fellow human being territory. No
okay, hold on.
other
Okay,
animal
hold
will
on.
do that.
Okay, let me just pass across information that we have to think about when we're talking. You know that there are more women CEO now in America than men. You also know that women started voting in 1920, okay? And they've achieved a lot during that period. That if you go to schools today, there are more female teachers than male teachers. They started working. Remember, they started working during the Second War. Not that they were not working at all, but during the Second World War, when they opened the door and everybody now, because the men are fighting.
Take it into the workforce.
Yeah. So what I'm
Rudolph,
saying,
If you call that achievement, that's the problem.
no,
We
I'm not
define
talking
things
about.
the wrong
I'm
way.
not talking about achievement. I'm saying.
Rudolph, you
Hold
just
on,
threatened my
Ovie,
No,
argument.
let him land,
Okay.
Let him land.
You just threatened.
Ah,
You
Okay,
just
hold on.
threatened my
Okay,
argument.
hold on. Let me.
How do you do that? Are you having a conversation with yourself?
Yeah. So I'm saying that when you say that from the very beginning, this is the structure we have. Men were protecting women. Men were designing the structure, the world, because they are stronger. and you have not given the other sex opportunity to do that. And now that things are changing, and the other sex now, we're talking about 1920 when they started voting and when they started working 1950. I mean, openly, easily. Now there are changes, and the world is still here. Or unless you're saying that the world is bad now because women are teaching kids.
Don't worry
Unless
now.
you're saying that
When Fulanis will take over the world, then you
Hold
know.
on, see, again, hold on.
They are
okay,
the
let's
ones having children.
let's
This
two more
one
minutes.
are not
Okay,
having
okay.
children.
Hold on now. We are
Hold on.
making a
Okay,
week at
2 more minutes. We have to
Rudolph,
move
please.
from you. 2 more minutes. Okay.
Rudolph, you just straighten my argument. But the fact that you use a very minuscule example that women are we have more CEO now, also straighten my argument, even though it's weak. I am saying that the things that control those offices, right? The cloud capitalists, waiting assemble me and you today, those stores, the owners are men. It doesn't matter who manage it. If you are owner a business, I don't care who manage it. My say is still the order of the day. I don't care if you are the CEO. I don't care if they see me. You don't have to see me. Jeff Bezos still make the final decision of how me and you run. Me and you are on Facebook and other platforms today. That decision is made by men. If they say they don't want to hear human voice again, they will find a way to do that. That's where you should be studying the argument from, not who manage office.
Can I just, obviate?
No, not
No, really quickly, it's going to be 1 minute. Let me just obviate. I understand you very well. And I know that this conversation is not an easy one. However, I put to you, based on your logic, if men are the ones in front and women are following, where do we come as black men in the world in putting that in? Are we equal with white men, given the fact that you preface that most CEOs are men? I will preface again, most CEOs are white men. So therefore, are we not equal with white men?
Ovie, don't answer that because I don't have
Indeed.
time.
I just put that to the table.
Sorry,
No, Ovie, you're not answering that. No, don't beg me. I don't want that.
Just one sentence.
No,
sorry,
one sentence.
but I had to put it forward.
Beg me, I will move you. Olumide, you are next. I want to spread this across to other people.
Just one sentence, I beg.
What is the sentence? The world will change with that. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Let's say in the next 50 years, we're going to compete with AI, who is more smarter, who can do the job better. No longer woman or man.
Okay. All right.
That's what is with us. It's
All
against
right.
machine now, no longer man or woman. It's going to be against machine. So that should be our word and our conversation, not man against woman.
All right.
It's changing, whether we like it or not.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Olumide.
Okay, so for me, literally, I think if I go by what Ovie and forefathers think, I think I'm taking their word literally for it, and I don't think it's a man's world. I think today's world is both equally a man's and a woman's world. The opportunities are there for both of them. Yeah, maybe men are more influential in terms, I mean, from the beginning of the world up until today, largely. And then maybe culture-wise, you're looking at it from our own culture-wise, that women are relegated to the background and it should be man first, maybe. But if you're looking at the world overall and you're looking at we have, I mean, right now we have a woman prime minister in Italy. We have a woman prime minister in, is it Norway? Some of the European countries there. So I think currently it's not totally a man's world. And the women have the same equal opportunity that men have today. You have women surgeons, women doctors, pilots, So yeah, that's why I see it. Anything that a man can do, women can equally do, I believe. Some can even surpass if you're not, in some, it depends on, in some profession you have some women who have surpassed men and excelled above men in some certain profession or certain areas in life. So I mean, yeah, I think they're just arguing from a, how do I put it, from a, in quote, a man's superiority point of view.
All right.
So
Thank you, Olumide. Chim.
Hi, Rudolph. So first of all, I want to find out because I didn't start from the beginning. What was the foundation of the conversation? If you just can just give me that, so that I know.
I
I
think
have my thoughts, but I just want
it
to.
came up with from our guest who was here, Omoye's corner. I think it was in the conversation we had that it came up. I think that's the basis of this.
Okay. All right. So I've been listening. First of all, to Jagun, before I make my Jagun, you make very valid points. But the issue I have with your point sometimes is you make it look like that your view is so sacrosanct and 100% because it shows up in the kinds of words you use to describe what you hear from other people. It doesn't give room to say, you know what, I might actually be wrong. So I just wanted to put that out there. I've been listening, and when you say all you're hearing, some of the time what you hear, you suppose that all the other people who are speaking and what they've been saying is, I'm not saying you're saying is gibberish, but it comes across as you're saying whatever other person has said is gibberish, and that what you're about to tell us is actually the gospel. I want you to go think about that. I want you to go think about that. You don't have to respond, though.
I need to respond.
No,
You don't have to respond. You don't have to respond.
Not now. At least let him finish.
Yeah. So
I'll
now,
let you finish. At some time, I have to respond.
Okay, fine.
Sometime
So
when I'm sleeping.
tomorrow.
So when it comes to this
Very
issue,
very kind of you all. Thank you.
when it comes to this issue of the genders, who rules the world, I hear these cliches that it's a man's world, men rule the world, and I ask people, the men who are ruling the world, there's a woman behind them, sometimes influencing what those decisions are. We sometimes always forget this. When Macbeth, assuming I want to believe Macbeth is fictional, but when assuming Macbeth was a true life situation that really happened, the guy was busy being a soldier, being a loyal one. Who sold the idea that he go and do what he wanted to do? It was his wife. And we all see how that altered the scheme of things in that kingdom. So the same way, but I'm not suggesting that women haven't been dealt a hard stance in some instances. They have, like, if you bring it down to our African culture, lots of women were not given education, not because we're not intelligent, but like I've shared with Rudolph, at some point, maybe a man who has 7 children, 4 boys, will opt to say, let me give my male children an education. My female children, go marry. Go marry. Do you understand? Let me focus on these ones who are heirs to me, who will keep my name. It was happening. It happened. Do you understand? But some other men also in that time saw the value in giving all the children an education. They did. And some of their daughters became doctors, judges, and attained high levels. And they saw the reward because those girl children came back to thank their father, took care of their father. Some men, some old grandfathers who rode their first car, it was their girl children who bought the cars for them, built houses for them. Because when they went out and they saw that, oh, this is rare. My father gave me an education. I'm shouldering with other men. I can see my female peers who come from the same village with me. They're not at this level where I am. Some women who are appreciative appreciated what their fathers did for them. Now, that being said, I think we've come into a stage of life where it's just we throw out cliches. It's like, and I'm not trying to change the topic. It's like when we hear things about climate change. And I always ask people, all these people who are pushing all these things and telling me that lithium is now the best way to, because we want to move towards electric cars. Have you ever seen a lithium mine? Have you seen the devastating situation in the lithium mine versus the oil and gas and all those things? So, but the point I want to make is this. I don't think that there is any gender that rules the world. What I just think is that there was a time when each gender accepted their supposed, whether it is environmental or social assigned responsibilities and stood with it, accepted it. They didn't argue. Maybe our great grandmothers and our grandmothers just felt, oh, our job is to be in the home front, support, take care of the children. Let this guy go and do all the struggle. Let him go there and do all those things. And then in some communities also and societies, the not letting women be in the forefront was not because they were being subjugated. it was actually out of love. They were seen as weaker, and the men felt we need to protect these people. We will go to war. We will do all these things. We will do all the hard things and protect them.
I agree, bro, Chief.
Sorry?
I say I agree with you then.
So, which is why if you see in some, when the United Nations and some institutions say that when there is war, that it is women that suffer, it is not just what they're saying is that when the men are dead, the women are now left alone to take care of themselves, and they have to suffer with the children. When the men have been overrun, the women become, raped and all those kinds of things. So, but we started having an awakening. We started having some outlier people, outlier women, who felt, why should I be contented by just sitting at home and taking care of children? And they began to push. And in that pushing, created some of the alutaisms, if you pardon my use of word, that began to lead to the feminist movement. What I believe is that for every society, every stage, people have misunderstood the people who push for something. It's like this democracy we have, the original intention has been diluted. Because further down the line, people are beginning to push things that don't even make sense, and they call it democracy. But those things don't make sense. So, and that is like when I whisper into your ear something, and then you whisper and you whisper. Before you know it, the context starts changing. So down the line, a lot of things has changed. Even the feminism. Maybe the people who were pushing were not saying they didn't want to marry. They were just saying, let's be part of what you people are doing. That was their push. But now the modern day feminist is even now pushing and saying, I can go marry my fellow woman. I mean, I can choose not to be married. I can even date my fellow woman. I can, all sorts of euphemisms are coming up, which begins to dilute the original intention. Do you understand? So I think that we need to sit down when we're looking at all those things and not make wild. I hear a lot of wide statements. I just hear a lot of wide statements people are making. Society has always been one where roles are assigned. I happen to come from not just an African culture like all of us here, but I also now share a Judeo-Christian perspective, and I know what that Judeo-Christian perspective says. There are two parts to it. The modern part, which is what we call Christianity, says men and women are equal. It says men and women are equal. But it now goes on to say that as equal as they all have roles. There are roles. Even when it's telling men to love their wives, there is also a response that says women should honor their husband. They talked about children and everything. So there's always, in society, there are roles. In a company, there are roles. In a political system, there are roles. Even on this platform, there is a role. Rudolph is in charge of this platform. It doesn't automatically make him to be more equal than all of us, but somebody has to be in charge. That is where some of the alutaists fail to see this thing. If we all just throw it and make it fluid, there will be chaos. There will be chaos. The only thing people like me argue is that when somebody is holding a role, don't become a dictator. That's the only thing I ask for. And I think when it comes to the male-female relationship also, that's what some rational men are talking about. Because like I said here, last week Sunday when we had Stella, I've reported to a lot of women. If I calculate all my bosses since I started working, I think I have over 90 of them, 90% of them are more women. But I also know that percentage of women, some of them were very insecure. And I'm not saying this because I hate anybody. They just want to oppress you. So I don't know what we will call those kinds of situations also. They want to oppress you. It's like they want to prove a point at all costs. Even when you don't have anything, you're just doing your job. You just see somebody wanting to prove a point. I'm the boss. And that's not necessary. You understand? So I am not of the school of thought that the men rule the world. It's a lie. When Biden is taking a decision, and I'll end here. Do we know how many of the decisions Biden takes is his wife when she's inside the room talking to him or his girlfriend?
You did there. You did there.
They know now. Loco, you know this thing, Loco. You know.
All right. So talking about roles, I'll soon hand over to Forefathers. But Jaguna, we want to hear from you and Igbo Basic. But let me just inform you guys that in 2021, people, undergraduates in America, 58% are women, 42 men. And it has been going down, more women. Maybe in the next 20 years, it will be.
Should I tell you where?
Let them carry on now.
Let
them carry on. Before you do it, women will come and take over the America.
Let them carry on.
Why? Why is it? Let's hear locals why.
Yeah, because the new definition of Atlanta is the reason. Where you see hefty men with full bodily muscle, we see another man and be cutting their eyes, like blinking their eyes for them.
That's why there are more women going to school.
No, that is why you see it's like that, because right now the emasculation of men now is becoming something else in America.
I don't know how that is related to.
Yes, okay, maybe you may not understand. Fine, okay. More men now, or okay, some men in America, especially at Atlanta, they are seeing themselves as women right now. You might be surprised. Those people you're thinking that they are women, they might be transgender women.
Oh, okay.
They might.
Okay.
You might not even know.
somebody said you're a crack reporter, actually. for saying this. Let me hear from Jagun. look at the comment section. It's not.
Do you base your opinion on evidence, local, or do you based on
local? Look at it. Crack reporter, local P. How did he say that? I think Jagun say speak and then Ibo Basic.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to just have a quick pushback on the pushback. I would think for anybody who says that they're from a geo Christian understanding would not push back in the way our man Jim did, because I think I explained everything in as calmest terms as possible. The way I express my communication is largely quite fundamental. I agree. I'm a fundamentalist. I try to get as close to the truth as I can, and I deliver it in that way. If you don't like my deliverance, bro, imagine that what you said, everything was agreeable. Everything agreed with what I said, apart from when it was a bit disingenuous here and there, because you like to be liked. Me, I'm not like that. I like to separate. In the gray, there's black and white, and then there's gray in the middle. Within that gray is the job of every man and woman to distinguish in that gray which is the black and which is the white. That is our job as human beings. So when I land on truth, I speak. And I speak for communication purposes, for people to hear me. Fundamentally, this is what I think. You're telling me to push back against what I feel fundamental? When I spoke about the original thought, Rudolph took it in the way it was meant. You took it in the way of, I'm lauding it. I'm a single human being speaking to a group. It's public speak. So when you take public speak personally, I have to think again where you're coming from. So again, I put it to you that the way I express myself is different than yours. My name is Jagun on this place. Yours is Chim. You understand? Your pushback was useless. It fed nothing to me, apart from you were personal. That's all it said to me. So maybe in your communication, in what you want to say to me, if you're being personal, you can be. But if we're speaking in a public forum, you have to understand that's what's being kept. You were the single person that said what you said, and I object to it, because I'm wondering, where does that come from? Did you not hear everything you said? Was it not said in context? Me, I know English, man. I know the English I speak. But if you feel that because I speak so boldly that it's interrupting your life, bruh, I have nothing for you.
All right, thank you, Jagan.
Is it the British English or the Peckham?
No, I've said many times on this platform. I've said it many times on this platform. There are people that speak far better than me. Far better than me. My own level is my own level. That's all I have. I don't have nothing more. I can only express myself in my way.
Thank you, Jagan.
I had nothing personal.
I didn't call you now.
I know. Rodolph, somebody on the platform is asking, Loco, how many transgender women population are in Atlanta compared to the real men? Come and give us the figure.
Yeah, I was really surprised by Loco and what he pulled from where he pulled it. But anyway, let's hear Igbo Basics, and then I will let Righteous Man say something, because.
All right, I have not, Dr. Damage is well done. I haven't made a comment on this, but I will now make my submission. Along the line on this conversation, I believe it was Ovie that made mention something that sparked in my mind when you talked about it's a man's word and all that. And a young lady, I believe somebody honest came online, which Dr. Damages made mention about, saying something that if the woman's life would be easier if it was set up by a man. I believe that's what she said. So I will show you this. This jar, this jar is actually what I use in keeping my kola nut. And this was Declaration of Independence.
Okay.
July 4, 1776.
You were there?
I was not there.
Okay, okay.
But this that I was presenting to you is what I use in keeping my kola nut. And it can keep kola nut fresh up to 1 year. That's a fact. This thing you see. Inside it, you may see a little bit. But anyway, that's not the subject. The issue is this. When in this conversation, I believe when Obia said something, I went and picked it up. I looked at it. All the people who were there for the Declaration of Independence were men. There was no woman there. That's coming from that time until now. It's back onto my mind as we have this conversation. 1929, the Aba Women's Riot. During the time when you have people like Fela's mom them in the West. My mom was one of those who participated and organized the Aba Women of 1929, Riot of 1929. So women had their part. Where the men could not come up and go face it, it was the women that made it happen. That was British era. That aside, and when Dr. Damages made mention in 2021 how 54% or 42%, that conversation he just had now, it rang something else in my mind. The same 2021, a woman was made the chairman of the second day of the Ezumezu, what we call the Great Return in my hometown. The woman was made chairman of that occasion. And I'll name names here because it's public information. That woman is Barrister Ngozi Ekoma. I believe she runs an oil company type of business. She runs some kind of shipping company in Lagos. Something she did that actually stood in my mind, and I will always use an example anyway, any day, anytime. She got up, and when she was speaking, there were kings in the audience. There were governors in the audience. There were senators in the audience. And this young lady burst out into a song. And the song went like this. Ndeze onye mụrụ unu, ndị gọvanọ onye mụrụ unu, onye ejila nne ya egwuregwu n'ọma ihe ga-abịara na ọ ga-adịrị m. Tinubu said, she sang that kings who bear you, governors who bear you, and all the great people in the midst here, if you came out of us, the women. And then she slam dunked it by making a statement saying that what you give to a woman, the woman gives you double of what you give to her. Like joke. She said, if you give a woman sperm, she will produce 2. Twins, whatever, she will give you double. She will double it. Yeah, and she's not saying that, oh, you men are no. She's saying that this is the position that we have been given naturally. With all that said, so it's not a question of, you can do all the women rights, you can do everything else that we are talking about. The woman occupies naturally a position that you cannot argue. Even in the times of Abacha, when a man toils and toils and toils, after all the toil, just like one of us mentioned here, the decisions that Biden made, who knows how much of those decisions are influenced by Mrs. Biden. So there is no competition here with women. I personally normally don't come out to praise and praise and praise because What it is that we don't try to, how do you put it, we call it something like pandering. No, there's no need for pandering when you stand by the truth. And I ended up women of integrity that have come and gone. I'll say this. I'll use my mom as an example, who my dad left in 1959. When my dad left, my mom became everything else that I knew about. And whatever you see today is a part of what she taught me. That's not where I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from is that this woman was such a stellar character that she later on became what we knew as a chicken union, a woman leader. She was actually made a chief at some point in time by the then Ebiri of Ibere. With that said, the position that my mother occupied, and hear me out and listen to this so that you may take it home. When the men are in the place called an Obi, the town hall where they go to make their decisions, when they run into a jam, a situation where they don't know how to resolve it, it may be an issue of a land matter, it may be whatever kind of issue it may be, they will send, this men will send, they will send a couple of them, emissaries, to go and consult with my mother. And when they go to consult with her, if it is a matter of land, this woman will tell you that land that you guys are disputing, if you go to that particular land, if you march 2 steps to the left, you will find an Ogirisi there, which is a boundary. If you go straight to the right, this is what you find there. If you doubt that woman, go and try. That's exactly what you're going to see. And because of that knowledge and that wisdom which was given her, by the time the men come back to the Obi and discuss what they had conferred with her, the case is over, because that is the truth and nothing but the truth. So it boils back down to integrity. We can never underestimate the power of women in this whole process. So there is no competition here. Let's give the women their due and stop all this jargon, not you. Let's stop all this Michael West dictionary and all the rest of it, and appreciate our women for who they are. And finally, this morning, I was having a conversation with a lady, and she was complaining about why women no longer want to have more than 2 children, 3, 4, 5. She said, look at it. Those who have more children are having difficulty finding childcare. They're having difficulty balancing the act, and the men are busy doing whatever they do and then come back and leaving all the responsibilities to the women. And she was thankful that she only had 2, something like that. So all in all, let us bear this conversation and know that it's a joint venture between man and woman, in as much as we are trying to rescue our society from what it used to be. It may never be so again, but we will try the best we can, long as we accord the women their place, women accord us our place. And even if you are Abacha, because when the chiefs were down, we wrote in Igbo Basics years ago, if I pull up the volume, we wrote that when Abacha died, he was trying a Viagra or 2.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Jim, it's good to see you.
Thank you, Igbo. Let me say that what we're discussing is actually a very important conversation. Why is it important? If you look at America and what's happening here, there's an epidemic of men killing their wives. And the one that's shocking is men killing even their children as a result of domestic issues and issues like this, issues of men feeling not worthy or not being respected, issues of issues that come out of things like when you have divorce. And most men in America, it's mostly white men, but we are seeing it in African men too, most men in America will feel that, if I'm not going to have this kid, if I'm not going to have this woman, I'm going to kill everybody. And there's so many crazy things that are coming out of this kind of dislocation of the place of men in society. Even when you talk about the enmity or the kind of feeling people have towards immigrants in America, part of it is because the American society changed, where women are now in charge of so many things that men used to do. Jobs. Men are, especially in the middle of part of America, men are now left being working for Walmart. They don't make enough money to keep the family, to be the leader in the family. So there's a dislocation. There's something changing, and we are seeing the impact of it in places like America. When you talk about women not willing to have more kids, it's also another issue where in most families, women now have to work. They can't stay at home the way it was, where the man can go out and work for GE and make enough money to buy a house and feed the family. It's not possible anymore. And women are getting even jobs that are paying them more than men. That's another issue that dislocates everything that people know about men and women relationships.
Sorry, Rudolph. Do you think it's a deliberate design?
By who?
What you just experienced right now is deliberately done somewhere just to like.
No, nobody did that.
No.
Men are not going to vote against their own rights, because if you're against their own interests, if you remember,
for control
control of what?
Control of what?
Of the world.
But Rudolph, sorry, when it's my turn, I'll speak.
Okay. But let me.
I just against men are also threats. Men are like threats to themselves when it comes to like power.
Look, this is what happened. When there are implications of things that happen in life and in the world. The Second World War was one. The civil rights movement was another one. And feminist, what they call women revolution. What they call it?
China.
Women's suffrage.
Yeah. All those things are the implications of that. If you hold someone down over time, they will say, this is not fair anymore. Like the independence we have in Africa, most people don't know that it's connected to the Second World War. After Africans went and fought for the British and for the Europeans, it felt that, look, these people should not be governing us. Why they cry like us? They're just like us. And they came home and said, no, we are going to fight for our own rights. So everything has implication. But the point is that if it's not fair, it will eventually come up, and people, like we're talking about the Yoruba nation, there are people who are not happy, and eventually they will do something. If you guys cannot fix the country, people who will not be happy will say, look, I want to go. Anyway, let's go to Righteous Man and hear from him. Go ahead, Righteous Man.
Rudolph, do you think
No, hold on. Hold on now. Righteous Man, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a very difficult issue to navigate, Religion is playing a very important role that we cannot overemphasize. If you come from the Christian perspective and the African tradition, you see that the space that the man occupies is greater than that of a woman. And so what we're having today, I want to agree with Ovie somehow, because I think both man and woman will soon be out of use. We now have computers and robots working. And then I will know whether woman will be fighting that man is dominating or whatever. So a class of civilization is affecting humanity. And that trend, it has gone so deep now that our cultural values, our traditional values have been lost. I can still remember after the Biafran War, we were left with no food to eat. We had no house. We were living in the refugee camp. And after the declaration of one Nigeria, we went back to River State where I was born. And my parents lost their houses they built at that time. We became refugees in our own country again. My mom was the one actually hustling for whatever that we're going to eat. In fact, that we went to school was my mom. My father
was almost out of use because he became like somebody who couldn't stand up again after losing about 5 children in that war, losing his properties he suffered for as a young man. All that in fact, he was almost having a mental problem. So my mother took up the training of the children, the feeding of the children, making sure that we go to school and thereabouts. Even the first house we had in our village was built by my mom, after the war. So you cannot relegate the women to the background that they are not useful. They are useful, but nature has placed man over them. Religion has also authenticated what nature has done by Christian religion telling us that God created man first and later brought woman to support him. So when you look at it from these dimensions, you discover that there is nothing too much anyone can do to equate or to bring into the same equation between men and women. But if you ask me as an individual, I prefer women in leadership. I prefer they do more excellently well than the men in leadership. In Nigeria here, when this Dora Akuyele was alive, you saw how she had brought sanctity and sanity into the medical industry in Nigeria. And that all over the world, she was being called, to do one work or the other. Okonji Iweala, she did did well, pretty well. So women are good in
Righteous man, can I, in light of what you just mentioned about Okonjo Iweala, she was a pharmacist. She was the director of NAFDAC. She married a medical doctor.
Dora Akuyele.
Dora Akuyele, yes. So I want to, in light of that, what you just threw up, because you are in Nigeria and in light of our culture and our tradition, both of them are both professionals living busy lives. How do you think their relationship should be in the house in light of our culture and our tradition that we just threw up now?
That is what I'm saying. I say clash of civilization. The Western civilization has so much eaten up the African tradition and culture. Okay? Then just let me use the animal kingdom as an example. We have the king's cobra. He controlled everything about the snake world, within that periphery of his regime. When you go to the jungle, the lion, the king lion controls every other thing that happens there. You see that the male folk, whether in the animal world or in the human world, have been positioned to lead. But in African culture, while the man is the head, it is meant that the woman serves the man and the children. So if you look at the civilization we are in today, there is no way the man will play now the headship role because these women are wild. And what they know it.
So you're saying that the education of the woman folk today in Nigeria clashes against the culture of a traditional man role in Nigeria?
No, what I'm saying is that the Western civilization, it has destroyed the fabric of the African culture and tradition. That the moment women are exposed to a certain degree of power, they seems to lose the respect they have for the male folk.
All right.
That's true.
All right, Righteous Man, thank you so much. I have to leave, but I want to hear Chim. But before that, I want to ask a question. There's something, I don't know who said it, but there was a historical individual, economist, who predicted that the world will not be able to feed itself when the population got to something like 8 billion people, that it will not be possible to feed the world because we don't have enough land. It was a historical failure because he did not anticipate that the land we have today could produce more food than they were producing at that point. So I said this to point to what I think it was Obidients was talking about AI
And Righteous Man was also talking about modern world. There's always this fear when a new technology comes out that the world will not be able to, there will be so much disruption that people will not have a job. Somebody was saying, I think it was saying that men and women will not have to fight each other now, because at that point they'll be fighting machines. And I think Righteous Man was also talking about what the world will look like. And there's always that fear. When the computer came, people were afraid. When the TV came, people were afraid that people will be home watching the TV. They won't go to work. These things will not happen. There are so many unknown that will actually happen, and we help to adjust. I'm not saying it's going to be the same world. It's going to change, but it's not going to be as frightening as we make it look, because we are thinking about it without considering other factors. All right. Tim says
That's the kind of stuff that give me trust issues. You see, when you say that kind of stuff, it just has to go wrong once, truly. I think the reason for people to be paranoid to an extent has to be merited, because if it goes wrong, it just has to go wrong once, and we are
And
done.
apart from that, you're right to stick him up. But I think you framed it well. Still, Rudolph, you framed it well to give us some level of context. However, in the movements that have taken place through technology, what we fail to talk about or fail to know or research is the calamity that actually did take place. At the time of the television, the time of the computer, the time of the bomb, all these things wreaked a lot of havoc. If we look at what the computer has done in the phone to our children and how different our children are to us, that is mammoth. But we just release it. We just release it into the wind like it's nothing. So whilst I take your structure, I ask you to really look at the detail.
All right. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, Tim, before you go, don't forget one word. They say, Akufecha Yadharawo. Jago, Akufecha Yadharawo. So, in other words, that's in my native language. What I'm just pointing out is, regardless of artificial intelligence no get blow now. Where you dey? Eh? And even if you get blow,
you'll be surprised.
I think one of the skills that you need on this panel is how to smoothly get into the conversation without making it look like you just took someone's spot. Tim, go ahead.
So when it comes
we
to
are Nigerians, bro.
intelligence thing, I was writing an assignment 2 weeks ago, and it had to do with looking at technology and its role in marketing. And one thing we came out with is that, when it comes to marketing and brand communication, you remember there's the emotional side of things. There's that side where when a company does an advert or a customer service person relates with you, there's the human angle. Maybe the person was nice, listened to you, and solves the problem, and is able to be malleable to say, okay, you know what, even though policy-wise you shouldn't have this, but I have the power to waive something, maybe waive a fee for you. AI is not going to do any of those things for you. So I'm one of those who's never afraid of technology. It will do the usual gra, and then we'll come back to reality as always we have always done. Because it is those machines are human beings that man them. Whether it is somebody manning it from a control room, like we have the in South Africa, they call it robots, the traffic lights. There are command rooms where those things are controlled, turn to red, turn to white. Some are just there running themselves as it were. But the point I'm making is that I've never felt that technology in any way will displace human beings the way we tend to see it. Back to the subject of conversation on male, female, and all those things. Let me just reiterate myself, because I don't want to go around in circles. I believe that there are roles for everybody. Like the older man here has said, Igbo basics, there is not a competition. And I've always said this. My view has always been this, and I'll use the marriage setting as an example. When you are married, whatever you and your wife choose to do is acceptable in the sight of God. If your wife has a banking job and you have a flexible job and she has to go to the bank, and then you stay with your children to take care of your children, maybe you have a 6 months old child, but your wife has to go to work. You have the baby milk to feed the child, and you sit in your couch and you're feeding your baby with the baby milk. I'm not sure how that is a bad thing for you as a man to do, because that child is your child. or the child is being cranky, and you opt to say, you know what, I've seen the mom carry this child at the back, and anytime he touches the back or touches the chest, he feels calm. And you choose to, whether it is use the modern ones that the Igbo have made is strapped in front, or you used to use the oja. Igbo basic behind
And King, I don't mean to cut you. I don't mean to cut you.
no, you will make me forget my train of thought, please. Don't be offended, please. And you tie the child on your back while you're cleaning up or doing something. That's your child. I don't know how that is a bad thing. It doesn't take away from the fact that maybe you're a CEO somewhere. It doesn't change anything. So what I just think is that sometimes we get our priorities wrong, and like I said, sometimes maybe the original people who, like thank you, Igbo Basic, for bringing the 1929 about women's rights. Those women were asking for something. They were not asking to upstage their men. There was a tax system. But unfortunately, when modern feminists are quoting those people, they quote them out of context. When they quote, they are about women's rights. I hear people quote and say, do you even know what those people were asking for? Do you know what led to them going to demonstrate in the streets? Do you understand? We've had women in, is it some locations in the Southwest or in somewhere in Nigeria, who have gone bare naked to prove a point and to ask for government. And then someone tomorrow want to use it to push a feminist angle without contextualizing. Why did they do that? You don't know why they did that. So my submission again is simple. There are roles. We have a coordinator on this show. The person who is telling me to speak or when not to speak. That's a role. That role could be, Rudolph, you've thrown this platform open several times for even people on the popular side, on the comment side, to come. How many women do we see coming here? But there are a lot of women on that section. Tomorrow, I'm about to say, this platform is an all-male dominated group. Did anybody keep the women away from coming? And I'm sure no one did that. When Omoye chose to come on yesterday, it was out of her volition. She chose to, there was a conversation we were having that of her interest, and she showed up. But she can also show up every day if she wants. And ditto, every other lady on that section can choose to make it as, the way forefathers or me or Tone or Igbo Basic or Jagu makes it like a point of duty when we want to come every Saturday and Sunday. Nobody has stopped anybody. But guess what? We can take that angle and somebody will say, can you imagine that forum is an all-male dominated forum? Nobody has stopped anybody from coming here. But that is not to say, like I said at the beginning, that there hasn't been times when, out of ignorance, some men have said they won't train their female children. It happened in my location where I come from, that they only want to train their male children. That's ignorance. Because in that same setting, there were men who decided to train their female children and give them equal education like their male children. So I don't think there is any group sat down somewhere and planned that the world should be a male-dominated world. No. And then back to what you and Jago were saying. Jago said, Jago, not you. Loco asked you a question about, do you think something was intended? I believe that some of the things we're seeing right now, and this is not conspiracy, when we're seeing fewer men and more women and all those things, there's an intention to rebalance things. There are policies and programs that are put up in some government places to rebalance it. Unfortunately, because we are human beings, when we come up with all of those policies, we don't know how far those consequences will go. And when those consequences go and begin to throw up things we did not plan, remember when you're planning something, you don't necessarily have a control of everything. Things can spiral and go the direction they want to go to. And that is what we're seeing, whether it is a transgender thing we're seeing, because you cannot tell me when a Joe Biden decides to say he wants to be supporting the transgender, there will be a consequence the world will pay. America will pay a consequence for it down the line. It will happen. And when it happens, we'll start having these kind of conversations again. So, yes, in some instances, political decisions change equilibriums and create situations we never hoped or expected will be created. That's just my own understanding of how things run.
All right. Thank you so much. On that note, we have to thank everybody that joined me. Forefathers, thank you so much. Olumide, thank you. Jegun, thank you. Igbo Basics, thank you. Loco P, thank you. Chim, thank you. Tone, thank you. Austin N, thank you. And Righteousman, thank you. And everybody that joined our guests today, Omoye's Corner, and the people on the comment section. I see all of you. I appreciate
Before you go, your best weekend performance, bro. Fantastic.
Right,
Give it up to you.
Thank you so much. Next Sunday we're going to have Aisha Yusufu, who will join us the normal time at 12:30 New York time. All right, see you guys, and thank everybody for your contribution. I appreciate it.
Sorry, Dr. Damages, are you going?
Yeah.
He's not going. He's not going. He's taking a break.
I remember when you told us that your father left. You didn't tell us where your father left. So no, not you. I'm talking to Igbo Basic. Igbo Basic told us his father left 1950.
I said 1959, 1959.
And left for where?
So, he went to see his ancestors, and he's still there.
It's like someone said to me that he found someone said today that he found himself in America. I wonder, how he found it. And AJ, somebody was saying that whether you are part of the Jehovah Witness, that you're dressed. See you guys.
Sorry, Dr. David, sorry. I wanted you to maybe not this weekend, any other weekend, to react to something.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, you brought in Peter Obi.
Yeah.
And a question was thrown to him. He referred to something, which at night we discuss about that. So when he said, this is what, when somebody asked him about having his own media facility, he said, this is what Rudolph is doing. So what's your mindset about that answer? You might not reply today if you're really going out, because I got a feeling of that question and the response he gave, but some of us weren't comfortable with that response.
Oh, in what sense? I thought he was just referring to there, or that there's a lot of media out there already that he he doesn't have to. I don't think it's particular.
In a subtle way.
He was just trying to be humble. He was just trying to say, look, I don't have to be everywhere. People already doing it. People like Rudolph and other media.
I will support what Rudolph is doing, and I will support it. That's what he said.
You know why I asked this question? Because if P2B had his own media, he wouldn't have met people. He may not have met people like forefather Jagun, because after the encounter yesterday, I've been looking at forefather and Jagun. You really need to ask them what's their feelings about P2B at the moment. I mean, we really can come back and have some of the guys that have been hard on him that encountered him yesterday. What's their feelings like?
All right, you guys can discuss that, but I have to go for now. Thank you.
Okay, can I simply come in on this female issue before you go?
Okay.
Okay. And I thank you guys. I've been listening. I'm not a Jehovah's Witness. I'm a Bible carrying, tongue speaking, handling apostle in marketplace. So that's what I am. But now, coming back to what we are discussing, and most of you have hit the nail. I just want to add a little bit, especially for those of us who are Igbos. If you're an Igbo person, you will have grown up and known that the women were not, some people say women are subjected to, no. There is a particular role that the society has created for the Igbo woman, okay? And it's almost the same level with the men. Like, if, for instance, I've said this here before, in my community, we have the year of the women, we have the year of the men. The same thing, okay? The year of the men is kept for the men to do their masculine dance and all that. The year of the women is kept for them to do their, culture of iloso, as they call it, and all that. And you see, you cannot interchange both. You can't do the activity you are doing on the year of the men in the year of the women. And now, the most powerful position in Igbo land is called the Umuada. The Umuada can take a position that no man can turn it around. And that still remains till tomorrow. When the Umuada come together and take a decision, it binds automatically on whosoever, And so, for us who have known this or who are in this culture, we know that there are certain things you cannot do. I'll give you an example. Recently, I was called and told that my cousin somewhere in the village was beating his wife, and the woman gathered and said, okay, from today on, we are expelling you. You will no longer go into this house. You will do this and do that. And that is what I stand. It stood, okay? And the man was vehemently warned that any other day the lady just cries, they will deal with him squarely. And he stands. Okay. So in other words, but when we expand it to the larger society, and I seem to want to, why I say Rudolph should wait a bit is, you see, even the society itself have given the woman the opportunity not to go with the natural flow of things. If you study a little bit of the the what was going on, what goes on in American society, which you know better than me, you know that most of the women do not have their men in their house, and for this purpose, there is an incentive that is given to them when they don't have a man in their home. So this is a direct policy affecting a particular set of people. Now, again, there is also this training, which the society have told them that because you think you are being talked down, so they become more boisterous, much more than the men. So that's why sometimes if you even want to talk to, even if you are being nice, you are harassed yourself, you are spoken to. Let me say something, and I want to say it here on this panel. I only have a second degree. My wife has a PhD. She doesn't in any way try to, to oppress me or talk about because she has a PhD. So when she's talking, no, no, no. It depends on how the people have seen life and what they have, what values and principles that really, governs their personal life, beyond what we see in the open. Look at the lady we spoke to today. I mean, with her understanding and knowledge, she could afford to be, arrogant. But in all her presentation, she presented in such a way that even if you are her enemy, you will end up liking her presentation because she came out from that feminine. The Bible calls it shamefacedness. A woman should have a shamefacedness, not because you are shame, you are shy, but because it gives you that aura to be able to impact, to influence, and to change the society to such a way that it will help to raise your children. And I want to say this finally: a child in the house takes their bearing from their father, and once they don't have a father in the house, it is difficult, especially for the male child, to understand and be able to grow into a perfect man. But you see, if you have a male child, and those of you who have children can bear with, they always want to get your approval. When they do something, they want to see if you accept what they are doing. And once you can give them that cover, they go ahead and grow in confidence, and they're able to, lead a better life, even if you are not around. So in conclusion, I say it has been a very robust discussion. I just wanted to put in this my little side. To it. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph, and thank you for today. You did a great job, just like all of them have said.
Thank you, KJ. Thank you, all of you. I see you guys next week. Bye bye.
See you.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Next week, don't begin.
Tone, yeah, Tone, I think you were the one that was, you and Omoye Kona was exchanging regarding the feminist stuff. So I don't know, you want to add something to the conversation? You're muted. You're muted, Tone.
Yeah, sorry, I was working on my other laptop. Okay, my position still remains the same. I think earlier, I and Omoye had some kind of slight misunderstanding, and obviously, maybe this is the first time she will be engaging with me. Maybe she thinks I'm one of those men. I for one have very, very high regard for women and their importance in our lives as spouses, as partners, as mothers. They are irreplaceable. I've lost my mom years now, but every day I miss her. I'm telling you, I miss that woman. She was an amazing woman. Now, what I just want to say is, we just if we just learn to know our place in the context of a relationship, know our place as a man, know our place as a woman, because even some of our men have even embarrassed us and all that. Some things some men do. You find a man thinks that because he's a man, being a man is the ability to make a woman pregnant, and they are not responsible. Some even are even absent father, run away for about 20 something years until that child becomes something. Then they show up and say, "I'm the father of the child." That is nonsense and embarrassment to the to men. So all I'm just going to say is, like I said, and that was the angle I was trying to say to Omoye, and I know she had uh, a very friendly snipe at me when I said um, I was a victim of one of those naughty women. I'll put it at naughty. I mean, nothing moves me, you know, but women should not use women's rights and to raise the card of yeah, we are any little thing and all that, because they will lump it into the basket of abuse, that the man is trying to abuse them, that they have their rights, that is how their grandmothers, great grandmothers were subjugated. They couldn't talk. No, that is not it. Like I don't know whether I was Chim or somebody, because I've been listening in the background doing my stuff. That we didn't allow. I believe our fathers did not allow them to go out to do very hard work out of love and protection. We are protecting them. Even sometimes in my house here and all that, when my woman comes around and all that, I love cooking. As a man, I love cooking. You see me, I'm there, help her cut off, maybe wash the vegetable, cut off the vegetables. Not that she cannot do it, she loves it, but it's just my way of support and concern. But I'm not. But whereas you find some men, they will tell you, man, I can't do anything in the kitchen. When woman day house, why should I do anything? They cross their leg and all that. No, I'm not in that. I'm not. I don't belong to that school of thought. And yeah, so it's just for us to just appreciate each other. Like Jago said earlier, a man needs a woman needs a man. Okpari. It's just as simple as that, you know. So all these nonsense that we have these days, man, no grief for him, no bad for how another woman will be telling that woman, he slapped you. You will allow him to give him those glass. When you get home, tell him you no go grief. But that same woman though, the husband slaps her and tell her just sit down. She cannot even say nothing. So that's the world we live today, and vice versa as well. You find some irresponsible men that don't have brains and all that. Their friends in their local joints will be telling them, don't give that woman any money and all that. You go to the you have all your side chicks and all that. You spend all your money with your side chicks. You don't look after your family. That's irresponsibility of the highest order. So let's just go back to how God created it and all that. Women are beautiful. It's a blessing. I know that when they have them, there's something they just do in your life. When you have a good woman, when you have a good woman in your life, or you have a good man in your life, there's something you feel that completeness. Yeah. So that's my take.
I think there is some truth there, and okay, I prefer to call it misalignment that is going on, where some women, especially in our own culture, they actually believe that they've been oppressed for a long time, and I that part, and it's not the thinking that they have been oppressed is only the problem. Is that because they think they've been oppressed, so they view the marital um institution almost as an oppressive institution now. So they feel like breaking your marriage is a way of breaking out of that kind of oppression, or basically almost turning everything turning.
Liberation, if you want
Yeah,
to
it's a
say, if
kind
you want
of.
to use that word.
So, and it's almost like turning against most things that are masculine. Is a kind of liberation. And for me, I feel like it's also good to highlight that it's not true that they've been oppressed per se. Yeah, some practices are unfair, but some practices are also unfair to men. So it cuts both ways. And this idea that there is an illusion that one side is oppressing the other side, and the other side is not also being oppressed. Society tends to have a way of balancing itself out. But recently, what is happening is that, and remember, these ideas are not from within our society, it's coming from outside, injected in.
Exactly.
So it's injected. If I mean it was us that is coming up with it ourselves, it will be like a natural evolution of things. But what is happening is that societies that are out of step with us are injecting it into our own societies, and some of our women are taking it on and injecting it within our own culture that might actually do serious harm within our culture, because it's already affecting the West badly now, and they are looking for a way to reverse many of the things that they've done. But it's almost too late for them, that they are projecting that. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Can I weigh
Mm.
Thank you, Bros. I did this discussion, as I said before, is a nuanced one. It's a difficult one, and I take it that I'm not just speaking to us as a people in this instance. I'm going to the wider world and looking at where many things have kind of come from and how we end up in the space we're in today, and how we mustn't let it affect us and our culture, even though our culture needs to progress in all means. Now, historically, when the Oyinbo came to the southern part of Nigeria, they were perplexed. They were perplexed in that women held high roles and high positions in the society, and they deemed to change it, given their Geo-Christian headset. Well, I'll go deeper. So the women that held power, especially in the markets, amongst the Yoruba women, when they went to the east and they saw the position that the women had, they didn't like the fact that women held so much power. Now, just like the European, they can change their mind at any time, and this is the thing that we are not really following. How hypocritical, when we give it a historical context, the Oyinbo has been, yet we continue to follow them. Anyway, I go on to say that the way our world has now been is down to basically the European concept of how things should be. And they haven't been wrong in every aspect, but there are certain things that we should recognize that they are pushing. A question that was asked by Loco a little bit prematurely, but it was a valid question, speaking about, do we believe that there's a designer behind this? When he was speaking to Rudolph, and that would have taken the conversation elsewhere, but it was a serious statement, because my belief is that away from all this, what do they call it, conspiracy-ness, as though, because we can use the term conspiracy, we can cancel everything that's been said under that. It's not like that. There are designs, there are designers. Things that come out of our mind come into the reality, and these things are happening before our very eyes. And I suggest to you that there is a mechanism that is effeminizing the whole world. There is a mechanism, a malicious mechanism that is feminizing the world. You can see it in the advertising that comes out. You can see it in the general play of how things have changed between male and female over the last 10, 15, 20 years. We
But
can
what
see.
is the objective?
Bros, the objective is to me, is to weaken men in the time when there's going to be calamity. I believe that men have been weakened in so much that men have become effeminate in such a way that the time when it comes that you have to be a man, there's not going to be all of us standing up. There are going to be those of us who are obviously men telling you that I'm a woman, so I can't be drafted, or whatever the excuse might be. So that's the objective of control. So those of us who would call ourselves Christian, or coming from a Christian background, an understanding of We want to understand reality. When we read the book, there is nothing there that is not bloody. There's not one thing in there that is not as bloody as hell. Peace.
Jagun, wait, let KJ add and Tone add, then you carry on. It looks like they want to
Okay.
add something to what you're saying.
Yes, I just want to add a little bit, just a little
Okay,
bit,
Augustine,
just not less than
Augustine, sorry.
less than a minute.
You are supposed to come next, Augustine, but I will come to you after Jagun.
Just less than a minute. Now,
Go
I
ahead.
wanted to add to a little bit from where Jagun stopped. The purpose, and the question which you asked, the purpose is to turn everything upside down. You see, there's a natural progression of things, and now there's this build back better or resetting of the new world agenda that's been, carried
great
out
reset.
systematically to bring down everything to their level of control. To their level of control. So now, if the natural progression of things is totally, somersaulted, it then means that, of course, you and I know that it's easy to influence a woman much more than it is for a man. You can't get a man. You go and see Jagun as he's sitting with his bears. You tell him some things, he will tell you off. But you can call a woman and placate her to accept something that ordinarily you know will not fly when you are having that discussion with a man. And so eventually you depower him, and so he's not even in a position to make any reasonable contribution in his family, let alone sit in the council of people and make a meaningful contribution to what's going on in the society. So
sorry, can I ask again, in which part of the society is this happening?
Why, hey, Olumide, stop snaking an input into another input.
I'm not making it. I'm asking the question.
Hey, hold on. Don't ask any question.
Let's go there. Let's go there. You see, again, because these are international forum.
These are
Olumide, Augustine is waiting. We don't want to snake too far.
Okay, Olumide, I can answer you that. If you give me your number, I can answer that for you. But because it's an international forum, I don't want to say something that they'll begin to look at it. So, but if you want, we can have a personal discussion outside of live broadcast, and then you can see the rest of it. Jagun knows what it is. It's just that he's controlling himself from saying what it is, because we don't know who and who is watching or who and who is listening or will get hold of it. But we all know what it is. You know, I know. Okay, unless you're not reading the science of the season.
Yeah, but what is the ultimate agenda? Because weakening the men, okay, yes, for what purpose, to what end?
Just 1 minute.
Make someone else talk. I have children to train. Later I will ask.
Thank you for joining. Tone, sorry, let Tone add. Then when or you just want to make an interjection, Augustine?
What I wanted to say.
Today, but just 1 minute, then you go on.
Okay.
Yeah, what I wanted to say will it's just an open question, but still on that track. But however, let Augustine go. I will, when it comes to my turn, when I've got about like 5 minutes to talk.
Yeah, the first thing I want to make a reaction to what came up when Chim responded to Jagun. I'm not making this reaction to make any insinuation, but to give my own view towards that. When somebody says what I am hearing, it comes from the point of reflective response to a conversation. It's not imposive or negating the other opinions that have been forwarded. That's just my own understanding of when Jagu says, what I'm hearing is this, what I'm hearing is this. So, but to the conversation we are having, I have a lecturer that told, in the class we were having this feminist argument. He just came in and said, if women hold their right, men will be going on their knees. That women are so powerful, but sometimes men try to make them not to actualize. And so women run with an aspect which negates the holistic right they possess. But I am getting confused this evening when we are using the word a mechanism, because I am not believing in a mechanism. What I'm believing is that we have not been living in one world. There has always been a continuous shift, which some people will translate as cause and effect. If I'm going to bed, I drink like 5 cups of water. Nobody would tell me that in the next 5 hours, I have to wake up, go and use the restroom. So what I'm seeing is because of the clamor for feminine upbringing, so it is naturally moving the feminine world to take a position in the world. There will be a point that will also come a clamor when you will hear there is a too much of feminine coloration, and it's a natural movement. But when we say feminism, that means somebody is somewhere piloting these affairs, which I find so difficult to accept in that route. Thank you.
Thank you. You said something about when women stand, the men are going to crawl. I don't know how. By what mechanism are you referring to?
Women are so powerful that if they understand the rights, so when people begin to clamor, do you know my position? Do you know my position? I see that person as a weakness. Because if you
Yeah,
know,
I just wanted to understand by what mechanism would the men crawl? If women
I
use
don't
their
think I want to
power.
go.
I'm just checking. I'm just checking whether there is something there because I don't know. There's a secret. Jago, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm not sure what a lot of the comments were in terms of what I was trying to put forward. So I've kind of lost my way a bit. But interestingly, in terms of what people were putting down,
Okay.
I think again, I just speak about the feminism, the modern feminism that you referred to earlier, forefather, which needs to be underlined, but not conjunctified. Sometimes we can get misconstrued, but you underlined it well in terming it modern feminism. This whole agenda is and has been over the last 20 years, I would say, really more particularly from what happened prior. But it is being used as a way of effeminizing the world. And this practice must be witnessed and understood as we look at it. We know most of us are of good age enough to know when the first time we came across the term homosexuality and what it meant and what we saw in it. And then we came across lesbianism. And then those of us who are straight were again looking at that and thinking, what's this all about? And then those of us that were becoming transvestite at the time. And then from transvestitism to transgenderism. I mean, if we can't look at this progression as something that's talking to us, as a sign on the planet, as though things are shifting, then I have to question, no matter the historical context of people that are different slightly in terms of the male-female genderism. So once we've been given this picture, I think for a thinking man, we have to try and ascertain, what does this mean? What's going on? How comes when I was growing up X, Y, and Z, yeah, at this time, P, W, and F? And it's like, my goodness, okay, so these are the new facts. We have to deal with something called new facts. When we're dealing with these new facts, if there's something called, can we utter those terms? Language in itself is being changed. We know how precious language is. And when we're grafting for meaning in this modern age, we can have an argument about it. Then we can go to the thesaurus and look at the origination of the word to clarify what we're saying. Soon, this is going to go away. And we have to, as within our generation, have to really maintain a good level of caution before we have utterances, because we have to recognize what we're looking at. And it's at that time that we recognize what we're looking at. And then we have reference maybe in the Bible, maybe in our own understanding, maybe in real scientific terms, that 1 and 1 is actually 2. Once we come to the original mindsets or mind frame positions, then we have to know that is obtuse. So,
Okay. I think it's
But
who's
can
next?
I
I
just
think it's
say
Augustine. Okay, let me have your interjection, and so
no?
Augustine
I just
can.
wanted to say to I mean Jagun's point he raised, but this I mean I'm not trying to put up a front for them or anything, but this homosexualism, prostitution, or whatever it's been before the beginning of the ages anyway. So I mean, I don't know what that role plays in today's
I put the historical context into it. I agree with you, but we both have to understand that it did have a beginning. It wasn't the beginning. It had a beginning. It was different from the beginning of
I mean, for
male,
me, I just
female.
think, I mean, it's been there since the beginning. It's never.
No,
And
I put that in. I didn't divorce my communication.
it won't go away anytime soon. So, but for me, this issue of culture, feminism, and see, I just want to put this in a cultural context, especially with respect to, I mean, in this part of our culture where most of us are, it's very clear what they think about the issue of this feminism and the rest of it. But back home, where we are from, especially from when I was particularly paying attention to when Righteous Man was making comments about about what that played in the Nigerian traditional society back home, especially if we are going to be expecting our rural areas to develop into modern cities or our children be educated and have a level of education, maybe not necessarily go to university or whatever. I think our culture can always evolve. It doesn't mean that we cannot preserve the good part of our culture.
Can I come in too, please?
Let me. You didn't allow me boasting when you were talking.
Yeah, I'm just asking permission. I'm not asking you to stop. I'm not stopping you. I'm asking you forward when the time comes.
It was Augustine's turn to speak. Augustine didn't even get the chance to speak because everybody goes on too long.
Okay, I will politely decline yours.
Well, Augustine spoke here. I was here.
I know.
I'm going to round up now.
He's going to round up, then you can speak. Since Augustine is gone.
I'm going to round up now.
Sorry, Augustine, if you have something to say, please come back because it was supposed to be your turn. Please go ahead.
Okay, as soon as it comes in, I can stop. So I, especially with our culture back home, I always like to relate it back to our culture. I don't think in this part of our society, what their own culture and what they believe in is very clear to all of us. It's that we coming from our own country adapt or we get out. That's just pretty it. But from our country, Nigeria, where we come from, we know we are very traditional, and women are relegated to the background. But in a society where we're open for progress, for development, for technological development, educational development, and you know that women are going to be a part of this. You are going to have women who are engaged in all manners of the professional cadre, not just doctors, not just lawyers, not just engineers. Maybe Nigeria would send somebody to the moon in the future. You have a woman astronaut, So there has to be a balance. There has to be that culture where I think we have to evolve from that role where we see the woman as being relegated to the background, that traditional aspect where our place is in the home, or no, the man should. If you want us to.
So hold on. I think this thing you repeated it a few times.
Yes.
Let me just ask, what is the issue with the woman being in the background while the man is out there? What is the
apart
issue?
from that? It's actually I don't recognize that.
Is it a bad thing?
He used the term. You use the term, but I actually do not recognize it. When I look at the Nigerian aspect, I don't recognize it.
I was coming from Righteous Man's own talking point when Righteous Man talked, and I wanted, but I was waiting for my turn before I reacted because I didn't want to bust in, so you may not like. So what I'm trying to say now is that.
But you didn't wait for your turn, or you busted in as normal.
Don't mind him. You were just supposed to have an interjection.
Go ahead.
Now he's having a whole sermon.
And then later realize that Augustine was next.
It's okay, so that the team can speak.
So what I'm trying to say now is this. In a much more modern Nigeria. In a much more modern Nigeria, where you want now things. Look at the economic situation, for instance. You want the woman to contribute to the welfare of the home as much as the man, and how do you then relegate her to the background?
No, that's a fair point. Yeah, you can
So
have your cake and eat it at the same time. Eh?
she's gonna be you might
eat your
marry
cake and have it.
a medical doctor, or you might marry a banker executive who is gonna be at work all day. Can you not cook? Can you not pick up the kids at school? Can you not take up some of those responsibilities that is considered traditional for women? You understand?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
So
I think that's a fair
will
point to
evolve.
raise.
Culture will evolve doesn't mean that we throw away we don't preserve the good aspects of our culture.
KJ has
That's what
got
I
his suit
say.
on now.
Round up.
We're all in trouble.
I've
KJ has
done.
got his suit on.
All
KJ has
done.
got his suit on. Please, Chief, go ahead.
Okay, so number one, Olumide, you made a wide statement here when you said that the Western world, their culture is that women are supposed liberated, and that's a wide statement. No society, every society at different points have been at the same levels. It has been a general. I don't know whether the whole world sat down and agreed, or it was because God created it that way, or because science did it that way. Whatever we believe, it has always been that there were roles. The men being defined as more physical were always out there hunting, climbing the tree, palm wine to go and get this thing, and the women were more from the home front. The women also worked. Remember, the world used to be predominantly agrarian. So the man would go and till the ground, his wife would go and harvest. That used to be the thing. And then that's why people used to have many children. This concept of many children was because the farmer did not have to go and employ hands. His children became part of the business. Do you understand? So, but at some point, they began to evolve and change things, right? And technology.
And that is an interesting point because I'm wrestling with that. Why is it suddenly society felt that having more children is a negative when previously it wasn't?
Okay,
he just stated it.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. This is my own conspiracy, and I had this conversation just yesterday with someone. You see, the Western world, these things are from the Western world, because the Asians and the Africans continued with having more children as they wished. The Western world began to create governmental systems, tax systems, and people needed to go work. Now, when you're creating a tax system and people need to pay taxes, and then you remember that back home in Africa, I can choose not to go and put my child in a daycare. I can go to my mother-in-law and drop her. But when these other people in their society, everybody started living a nuclear family kind of system, grandmother doesn't see that, oh, these are my grandchildren. Her daughter breeds. So no, I don't want those children. She wants to go and do her own thing. Have you not seen white women who don't want to take care of children?
Yeah.
Let's be honest. So when you start creating that system, now the woman who needs to go to work will need to go drop that child somewhere. Then the government will now say, you can't just drop your child anywhere. We need to certify that person you're dropping your child with has the skills to do it. So
yeah, but the original question is, why did they start seeing having children as a negative? Yeah.
They didn't see it as a negative. No. What they did was they created a system that forced you and I to see why we shouldn't have more children. It became a burden. Having more children became a burden.
So they created a system to reinforce that. But why did they create a system knowing that it's going to discourage people from having children?
Again, my brother, it does come down to economics. What has been explained by Chim is very accurate in putting in the middle between the days of agrarianism and these modern times that we are in.
Agrarianism, you mean?
Yeah. There you go. So with that, the middle that he's placed is the paradigm within which our economy now works. And that paradigm was broken down through the days of slavery, to the days of mechanism, to the modern days that we have, where technology has taken place. So hold on again.
Wait.
Let me land.
It goes to the heart of the question I'm asking. I just want to ask you.
You guys remember, I haven't finished though, but go on.
No, yeah. No, this is what happens now. Because I think he might shed light on it. The question still remains, why did they feel that having more children, even if there was machines?
But again, you miss out I began saying that what Chim is explaining is a paradigm within the economics that we now live in. The
Why?
economics suggests that if we have so many mouths to feed,
It's more
then
expensive.
yes, and we need more people to work. There was a time that there was something called full employment, and this was the time of the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, where everybody had to work, men and women and children had to work in here in the West.
Hold on.
But do you know what I need you to
I
understand?
hear what you are saying. I've read that argument before, and it doesn't hold up fully. Because let me explain why.
What's the aspect? What's the aspect of the economics that we're talking about? Economy and how the economy. Wait. We're talking about the economics and how the economics has driven family produce in terms of numbers of children down, most especially in the West.
Yes.
Go from there. Go.
The reason why I have I'm still trying. What I'm trying to still understand is the economics is created by the workforce. That's the machines are created by the workforce, and the machines take a lot of jobs from people. But with more people, you create more machines and you expand your economy. So why did they think constricting the number of children had will benefit the economy in a bigger way?
Chim, let me answer this for
Hold
father.
on,
It is that it's
Let it go back. Let it go back to Chim. Let it go back to Chim.
Okay, I will answer him.
Chim, in your submission, try to answer forefather's question, please. Within what you're saying.
I hope I can. Now, so forefathers. Let me give you a typical example. So when I landed in Canada, my wife, we had 3 children. One of them was underaged, and all 3 children had resumption times at different schools that were different. You drop the first one at 7, you drop the second one at 8, the last one goes to school at 12. There's no rational, reasonable work the woman will be able to do, because guess what? If you drop your last child at 12 and go to work, by 2:30, 3 o'clock, that last child is done school. So, and that last child have to be taken care of, because the law frowns at leaving children alone by themselves. And then if we have to take this child to a daycare center, it's expensive. We can't afford it. Now, that's what I'm saying is there's a system that has been created around that now makes it difficult for families to have more children, in addition to the economics of the other side of it. So it is not as if the people themselves, because look at it, forefathers, if you've been to North America, if you have seen a North American vehicle, what do they call them? Those vehicles are plastic. They were designed to carry children, a family of 7, a man, husband, and then 5 children, 6 children, 7. That's how they used to be. George Bush Senior had many children. It's not been long ago. But all of a sudden, because of the economies they created around themselves, it began to stifle people from having more children. People began to look at it from the economic angle. And it's even getting worse. Our own generation even had 1 or 2. Do you know that the next generation is not even having at all?
Hold on now. The
question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a quick question, forefather. Forefather, can I just ask forefather a very quick question? Forefather, you're above 30. So I ask you, do you have children?
Hey.
I cannot confirm or deny any such.
The fact, I will put it to you, sir. I will put it to you that if you don't have children, your question is answered. Your question, if this was 1894, you'd have had children by now.
I think you are misunderstanding my question to an extent.
No, you're misunderstanding what's going on around you, bro.
Let me round off, Corporals, please. Let me just round off. Please, guys, let me round off. So my point is this. That system that has been created, do you know that there's a generation that doesn't want to buy a house? They don't want to own cars. They do carpool. So consistently, the system, I know sometimes it sounds conspiratory. I'll be honest with you, it does sound conspiratory. But there is an intention to reduce, there was a certain news flying around, I don't know how authentic, about a certain technology man we all know, I won't call his name, who was speaking about pruning the world's population. Many of us saw that. Good.
Yeah.
Now, there's a man called Klaus Schwab.
Now you are speaking. I was wondering if Rudolph knew that
about
name.
his antics and the kind of things these people are pushing. Now, I might be honest with you. That is where I haven't done enough research.
I don't do am. I don't do am, my brother.
I'm trying to probe to find out why some of the things these guys are pushing, why they suddenly are pushing many of those things. Because those things are a bit dangerous when you see them. You know, it's easy to sit down here, like Jagu said. I know we've always had, but there was a beginning, always had the queer people in maybe from Bible days or those ancient days. But if you look at it, gradually, they became mainstream. And not only became mainstream, became very powerful and became very influential. Do you know now, if you have a LinkedIn page, go on your LinkedIn page. There are companies you go to and they ask you, how do you want to be ascribed? A she, a he, or a them?
What are your pronouns?
Exactly. Why is that? Why do you want to be doing all that? You understand? There's a company I applied to recently, and it was
I saw that recently. I thought I wasn't seeing very well. I said, so you don't reach this.
Yeah. So you know, when people say that there is an agenda, sometimes
in today's corporate world, you do that.
It's not always conspiracy. The thing is that sometimes we don't have all the facts. You understand, to be able to prove our points. But there is an agenda, and sometimes they push this agenda one bit, and they keep moving. Before you know, you wake up one day and it's mainstream, and you're asking, how did we get here?
So I'll
stop there for now. Maybe later on.
Nato, I thoroughly agree with what's been said.
Amadioha, I'm sure you have something to add. Sorry about the questioning was getting this thing, but the question, I'm going to come back to that question because when you talked about that farming thing, I'm still going to come back to it. So Amadioha, please go ahead.
No,
because why did they change their mind?
Father, sometimes I mean, as where are you from? Are you in this world? Sometimes you reason as if no, I will tell you now. Listen, I give you, see all this thing I say. I know we have made this argument before about childbearing production or this. I tell you that even me, I will tell my junior brother, hey, you have terror. Why are you making more babies? You can't even train the three you have. You are something this is to feed. I said the more to feed, want to have more children. I tell everybody like that. Look, there's something to feed. And you're asking them to have more babies. See, so listen, my father gave birth to 7. All right? I trained myself in a school. You know, it can't train me because too many children, it can't even take care of it, of all of us together. You're able to train 1 or 2. The 1 or 2 you train, all right, start like, okay, you're going to Lagos, pick up 1 person. That's how all of us like start training ourselves. That should not happen to any
So
human
what's
being.
wrong with 7? Your dad had 7. You guys
know what's wrong
survived.
with 7? You know what's wrong with 7? Illiterate all over the streets, area boy, area girl all over the streets, no job, nothing. That was insecurity. That was
so you're thinking illiterates and they don't have a life.
Let me tell you, by the time
Let
you have
it be
children,
said, Amadio has said illiterates are
that.
useless.
No, I didn't say they are useless. When you have children, when you have children you cannot take care of, what do you expect? Age of 10 years, a boy have gone to where the building house to like pom bricklayer, packing sand to feed. Is it kind of things he wants somebody I know to come and have a baby? It doesn't happen that way. Put that apart. I hear we are in America. We know it very soon. A woman will tell you, I don't want a baby anymore. It's happening already. It's already like that agenda. I don't want to have a baby. It's already happening already. Without even looking at I don't want a baby anymore. All right. Put that aside. The men are scared. The tables are turning against men. Women are like coming up in a the table are turning. Women are divorcing men now. Before I used to hear that men divorce women. But now women will start up and divorce you.
Yeah.
And start up and divorce you. So the table are turning gradually. All right. Men, he say men goes to war, women sit and put. Women goes to war now. One of the best pilots in America, he said, who's a lady? Women goes to war now to go and fight. They don't wait for money to do anything. So tables are turning very, very fast in a way that even some if you go The guy that checked my do more each, he says, he's a lady. If you go to make some place on the interaction issue, is that lady
There's something
India?
I would like to say, but let him finish. There's one little thing I
Do
forgot to
everything,
add.
all right? So my other tables are turning very, very fast. So men should not be scared. We don't need to measure up to the speed these ladies are going. The speed they are going, we have to measure up. Secondly, somebody said something here. Women are powerful. Something happened in my village long time ago when I was 7 or 8. All right, you know what happened? In my place, there's a law that says when somebody died, nobody go to farm. All right, that this man is so rich, like he's so rich, powerful. Somebody died. He have a very large farm land. Then he started going to farm. The women came back from farm. Everybody they left the village. No community left. All women they left. I go to that village. I left only men in the village. When I got to that village, every day they are sorting 1 cow, 2 cows. All right. For 2 weeks, do you know who paid that money? The men, their husbands, start contributing money to pay all their wife are eating outside. That's how powerful women is. That prompted the men to sanction this man. That prompted the men, they are not be eating. Hungry my daddy was like cooking because my money. See, my mom ran also. So all women ran. Women are powerful.
So because the men cannot cook, that is why women are powerful.
I said for you to see how women powerful is this. When the women left, the men have to stand on their ground and start taking actions because they were not able to take action because this one was rich. All right. But when the women left, they forced the men. The men were forced to take actions. Nobody can do that. It's very, very hard. The women left for 2 weeks to see how powerful they are. So, man, the table are turning. We should be careful. Table are turning.
Basically, you just described the ultimate woman's power is to influence a man. I don't think.
It's not influence.
The man had the option to disagree.
No, we think that women are weak. They are not. They are very strong. I don't know what you are saying. Maybe we are scared. I don't know. But for me, I don't put on my own side. I will measure up to my own standard. All right? I will measure up. If my wife wake up today and say, I'm divorcing you, I'm still there. I'm still on top of my game. So on my own, I measure to my own standard.
Sorry,
right? That's not telling you.
There was something I missed saying, please, if you don't mind, before Righteous Man.
Okay.
Now, Manchester, don't be offended. I know you're supposed to speak, but I don't know to throw in this, please. So there is a fund for children. Olumide here can relate to that. The RESP for children. Is an education fund that here in Canada you must set it up for your children. The government gives you a certain amount of money, and then you add money to it. Now, if you add more money, the government gives you more. That's the way it works. But usually the plan is for you to use it to train your children at university level, because elementary and secondary school is give or take slightly free. You relatively don't pay so much. But at university level, you now start paying huge amount. Now, this is what happened. When I was coming to Canada, I saved money for my kids. I put away money from my own income. Every month, I put away in each person's name. When I was relocating, I pulled out fund, turned it to the dollars, came to Canada, and the whole plan was to also reinvest it for the children, which I did. Do you know that after I set up this account, I don't have access to it? Guess who has access to that account? This is the law of Canada. Olumide is here. He knows I'm not lying. You can't have access to it. It's your wife that has access to it.
Because if you are going to die in time, your wife will be alive.
Even that's not why. That's not why.
Yeah,
no, Amadia, that's not why. No, the reason is that the law says in case there's a divorce situation, the woman will go with that fund to take care of the children. The intention may look good, but guess what that has covered? Do you know the high level of divorce in Canada? Canada has one of the highest levels of divorce across the world. Go and check it on the internet. You see.
You mean divorce? You mean divorce?
Yes.
Jim, that was what I was trying to say to Omoye, that some ladies have manipulated some loopholes of the rights they've given them, and they're using it against men.
You know.
Especially
I had to throw that in because those are some of the things that are happening, and some of these things are. Listen, there are people who are not family-centric and they are in government. Their intention is to break the family system. They don't want it the way it is. They don't want it the way it is. And so the only thing they do, they come up with policies and programs that ultimately help, water down the rubrics of the family system.
Wow.
Okay, I think I'm beginning to piece some things together. I'm a righteous man. Please go ahead. I know you've been waiting for a long time. Righteous man is a
Yeah,
feminist. You're a feminist now, aren't you?
it is good. It is good, whatever you like. It is good for us to recognize the existence of the creator, the maker. Since we cannot defend the scientific proof or theory that their grandfather came from it, I submit to the history that I have that have given me a clear understanding of how I came to be as a woman, which refers back to the Bible. Now, the Bible said, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And then he got to a certain verse and he said, let us make man in our own image. Then after that, the Bible said that, and God saw that it was no good that man should be alone. Then he caused man to fall asleep, and out of his rib he created or he made a woman to be a helpmate, which means a woman was created to complement man. And therefore, in a very good sound family setting or society, there is no competition between the male and the female. Each of them, God has created them to complement each other. Now, those of you living in the so-called Western world that have turned the history of humanity upside down in the name of civilization, you have the conservative, you have the lefty, like in America, there you have those who are called the leftists and the conservatives. Now, the conservatives, if you look at them, they are trying and struggling to maintain the tradition of the Bible. While the leftists, which many of you belongs to, and you love and you like and you defend them, are the one destroying the family setting that is natural. That is the problem we are having. And you see, when you are talking of why are the Asian people having more children, and because of the kind of civilization they had at that time, they were agrarian, and you need many wives and many children in order to cultivate your farmland. Yes, as at that time, the kind of civilization and development we had was all about agriculture. They were not so much into technology. They were not thinking outside the box. And as time and days goes by, men began to think outside the box. And when there is a class of civilization, definitely there will be change in human behavior. And so, what is happening today, please, no matter how literate you are, no matter how vast you are, go back to the origin, the beginning, the creation. Look unto heaven. Remember, there is somebody that is seated above all. There is no science today that will convince me there is no creator. There is
Righteous
no
man. Righteous
philosopher.
man.
There is
Righteous
no.
man.
Hold on,
No, no,
hold on,
fairly,
hold on,
fairly.
hold
I
on.
don't know, fairly.
This one when
Please,
they
righteous
talk,
man,
it go
continue.
hard small. Oh.
No, man, make it, you only for Western world now. Make it cover there for food. Don't go just finish up.
Carry on.
He live in Western world. Know how it is. Carry on.
My brother was speaking deeply. Oh.
Yeah, living in the Western world was not a choice. Some of us were forced to go there. If things work out well here, some of you that are there, you will return back home. So it was not a choice. It was just in order to save our life and make a good living. If the time my uncle's son was schooling in the US, my uncle was sending him money, paying his school fees and house rent over there. Naira was better than dollars. Naira was competing with pounds. I know some of you that time you
Righteous
were
man,
not
sorry,
yet in
I don't
primary
mean to
school.
cut you again, Righteous man. My own grouse with where you're coming from is that you seem to be blaming Western civilization, but our own
No, no,
civilization,
okay, yeah.
civilization back there
Olumide,
is not on there.
let me tell you this. The Western world interfered in the African civilization, and we were enslaved for close to 600 years. Now, everything about black man, go back to history, you are school. Look at the ancient Egypt, the kind of civilization the Europeans never had it that time. America is a new world. It's a home of migrants. Okay? When you talk of civilization, it started in Africa. Look at Egypt, look at Ethiopia, look at Libya. But when the issue of slavery came, okay, I want to ask you a question, Olumide. Who gave the white man visa to come to Africa?
See, Righteous man, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying, it is hard to argue.
But today, when you are going to their when you are going to their country,
somebody else's civilization when your civilization has not brought you any progress.
Who are we?
No,
we are the other topic.
No.
Where are you taking us to? Take us to where we don't know.
This is
about
the level. This is the level of argument that Olumide is a distraction. Because unfortunately,
I'm sorry, Jagun. I'm sorry.
Wait, let me just learn what I'm going to say.
Listen, I'm sorry.
I know. I only use your name. You don't know why. You don't know why I'm saying your name. Hear what I have to say about you, my friend.
Let's on the topic.
Wait. Let me just call a quick halt, if I may. Unfortunately, Olumide, you butted in as though to ask a question of what was being said in order to follow the line of the communication. But you insist on taking it so far away that it's now a new conversation. I don't believe it's fair. I don't believe it's fair for you to do that. I don't believe it's fair. You're just being a distraction. We're here having a conversation, and you are determined in breaking the communication down. Why? Why?
No, I'm not trying to take it away, Jagun. I'm just trying to understand that it's not being contradictory. He's lambasting the Western
civilization. Not being contradictory. When he mentioned the West, and he spoke of us being in the West, he wasn't blaming us. He was taking a quick jibe. And we should accept that jibe, because truly we are in the West, in the belly of the beast, as it were, enjoying the West's fruits, as panicky as that is. Now, from that, I don't think you need to extrapolate anymore. It's just a quick jibe, but you want to make it a whole conversation piece. I don't believe we are all corpus mentis here. That kind of speech is just useless.
It's okay. Let's just allow Righteous Man to finish his submission.
Righteous Man is on darkness. I bet. Let him to finish.
Finish your submission, Righteous Man.
I'm not in darkness. So Amadia.
Don't mind this.
Amadia, you're a distraction.
What would they do? Moonlight play. If you hide for darkness, no one will see you.
My brother, if you face what I'm facing under the sun, you will be also black. And black is beauty. I'm proud of my color.
Should be.
Yeah. So back to the issue we are talking about. You see, Africa had a setting. When you trace the African setting, it collaborates with what we have in the Bible. Okay? Now, if you read the book of Matthew 24, those of us that are Christian, those of us who care to read, the Bible says the love of many will wax cold, and people will turn away. People will turn away from faith and practice those things that is against nature. So what is happening today? See, I was growing up. I lived in Germany. There were some certain things that was of a great value that when you see the white Christians, they value it. Today they have discarded those things. It's of no value again. And they are trying to export those things through IMF, through all these financial corporations to Africa, forcing Africa to do those things that culturally and traditionally our people reject it. And you see, you can't say it there because if you say it, you have committed a crime against the state. And so, Bible have already made a prophecy of this thing that in the last days, these are the things you should experience. Now, men cannot be subjected to be under women naturally. There is no amount of development or civilization that will put a man under woman. That a woman occupy a space of leadership does not mean she's ruling over the man. I think we have 195 or 200 and something countries of the world, both states. How many out of those countries are ruled by women? So there is no way, nobody should panic. The thing is that the Western world is trying to achieve something. There is a game they are playing, and that game, they want to see how far they can go with it. But you see, one good thing that gives me joy.
Play game against who?
Game against humanity.
Or even the white, the black, everybody though.
Yes.
So they are playing game against themselves also. Is that what they are saying?
Listen, the target is the black. The target is the black people. Yes.
Well, all this you are saying is more dominant here, is more worse in this place that we are than our country. They say target is the black. How is the target is the black? What is he saying? The target is more worse here.
I think what he's saying. You don't understand what I'm saying. You don't understand what I'm saying, Amadio. You are taking it to the other side.
No, we try blaming everything to people. Whatever happens, start want to blame it to Bamba. Someone will stop blaming everything to the.
It's not, bro, honestly, bros, you have to take it bigger than that, bros. I beg you. In that, what the whole narrative where righteous man is coming from. If you listen to the whole thing and not just take one aspect, you'll understand him in his entirety. He's balancing what's going on outside to what's going on in the book. And when the book is suggesting that these things would happen, wait. Let me quickly land. I'll be very quick.
Land like APs.
Thank you. Make APs land very, very smoothly.
I'm not surprised you seem to be the only one who understands righteous man. Keep your book to yourself and speak to the issue.
No, it's okay, my brother. Okay? It's okay. I'm just reiterating what he
keep your
mentioned.
book to yourself. Speak about the issue.
Bro, let me speak. Allow my free speech. If you're so political, allow my free speech.
Let's try to allow conversation to flow. Try to round up, Jagmo, so that
all I'm saying is that for the one small piece that you picked up, speaking about who's to blame, and we shouldn't get into the blame game. You have a right to say that. That's not where righteous man is coming from. Righteous man is coming from the humanity aspect. He mentioned that spontaneous. All of us are in it. Do you know that as ignorant as we may think black people are, that there are more white people, more ignorant? A lot of Oyumbos, they're not having this kind of discussion. A lot of them are far more ignorant than we are about what we're talking about. The fact is that the British people where me are, they live amongst. When I engage with them in conversation and I hear what their paradigm is, it is so narrow. Amongst our black people, no matter how much foolishness they might be talking, or our minds are active all the time because it has to be. We can't afford to just remain in this relaxed world where everything's comfortable for us, because that's not how it is. Whether we're comfortable or not, there is war out there. And when people are discussing issues of life, I think it's only respectful to listen to sensible people speaking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Righteous man.
Right?
Righteous man, have you finished?
Let me ask this. How do we discussing about about. I started this topic of people in Nigeria having multiple children or having less children. How did the Western decision affect my brother that have no job? All right, they have no job, but I send money for him for him to keep up with the family. There's no school, no local government school, no nothing. He had to go pay school fees. How does it affect him? Why must he have 7 children or 8 children? Is it
you're being narrow. Amadioha, you're being narrow with that perspective because
I'm telling you.
In case you don't know,
No, I want to understand.
Wait, in case you don't know, Amadioha, in case you don't know, Elumelu, Tony Elumelu has 7 or 8 children. Did you know that?
Okay.
Did you know that? That Elumelu has almost a national football team as children, biological children from him and his wife.
Okay.
Okay, so it is not everybody. I hear you on that poverty thing, and nobody is saying if anybody can't afford to have 4 children, you should go and have 10. No, but the point is this. There is a global perception, and we were all in Nigeria. At least most of us didn't leave Nigeria. We're in Nigeria when Babangida was head of state, and we saw Babangida's policy on children. He said 4 children. You know, the era when they were saying housing for all by the year 2000, this for all by the year 2000. That government was pushing a family of 4, father, mother, 2 children. If we can remember very well, those of us who followed these policies very well.
Better life now.
Those things were all from the Brentwood, institutions. These are some of the things they were selling to. And I'm not saying we don't have issues where people are having children too many. I agree, there are instances, but that is not the issue. The issue is that there is a global plot to peg the population within a certain number. There is a global plot.
Yeah, and that is why I was asking that question about where did he come from this ideology, where did he start behaving like this?
It's only in Africa. The plot is only in Africa, all over the world.
Amadioha, let me ask you a simple question.
Okay.
I think China is about 1.3 billion and India is about 1.4 billion. The population of China has it in any way, I think the second biggest economy in the whole world. America is about 308 or 310 million, and China is about 1.3 billion, and India is about 1.4 billion. Now, Nigeria that is below 200 million, because I don't believe that we're up to 200 million. Nigeria that is below or 200 million, when you compare because of our population, are we more advanced than the Indians or the Chinese? Have the population of the Chinese affect their development and their civilization?
As much as we think that they are civilized, they are still crossing border. Try to enter the country illegally.
Oga, if you go to China, listen. No, save money. I know you're Igbo man, Amadioha. Save where you go. During summertime, if you go to China and come back, and your mentality towards those people did not change, then you are partial. If anybody in this planet has been to China,
it's just like somebody. It's what they're saying. I just like I tell somebody, go to Lagos, go to Victoria Island, Aja, and come back. It means that Africa will change. Yeah, the person will change. He will tell me that that's not the Nigeria they show the TV. All right. If you want me to go to Beijing, go to some cities. Yeah, go to Nigeria. Then come back. All right. That's my own argument.
Listen. Do you know that America? Do you know that America you are talking to? Amadioha, do you know that the America some of you are proud of today? In the year 1927, some areas are slums. They are ghettos that human beings. In fact, it's just like a refugee camp. Are you aware? Do you know that the dirtiest place in the world today is in the US? Are you aware?
What? The dirtiest place in the US, in the world? I'm not sure.
Up to today, yes. Google it. Yes, Google it. Google it.
You can
Google
say
it.
anything. They have ghetto. They have ghetto. They have ghetto. But
Put it on
listen, you can
Google.
say everything. They have ghetto. But none of
Get
that you have
yes,
said now.
Google it now. Put it on Google.
Dirtiest place in the world.
No, I mean,
Okay,
I'm not
okay.
saying the
Maybe
ghetto.
I'm wrong.
It's a
Maybe it
historical
before.
area. We call it ghetto, but it's a historical. They can't demolish those
Okay, let me.
houses.
But
Amadu, you have caused a lot of
you
distraction. You caused
can't
a lot of
use
distraction,
population.
honestly.
You can't use population alone to advance or to mean that the country is developed. Your
You see,
population is of no
Amadu
advantage.
have caused a lot of Amadu, you caused a lot of distraction in this
Cause a lot
topic.
of
You have
confusion.
just
When
you
you
and
are telling me that
Olumide, you have turned
the
everything
economy,
upside down.
wait, see, not all this time. I will not stay here. You tell me that even the Americans are also suffering. This is affecting them. And you here tell me that my brother have 7 children, cannot feed them. It's the same of people in Europe. I cannot accept that. Very right,
Amadu,
One at a
okay.
time.
Amadu, do you know there are people that have 2 kids? Do you know there are people that have 2 kids, but they can't take care of them? And there are people that have 11 kids and they are taking care of them very well. Are you aware?
Just like me, I only having 2 kids. Not I cannot take care of 5. I mentioned to have I can trade them good. So that's my decision. All right. There's no blame it. I won't blame it to anybody. I won't blame it to anybody.
For today's
I can't
Nigeria,
blame
for
it to anybody.
Lagos,
It's my own decision.
you go
I can't blame it to anybody.
educated person, you go born 10 pikin.
See,
Even
okay,
now.
hold on, Amadia, hold on. I think part of the conversation we need to have an idea of is one, generally, especially Asians, their population in terms of their landmass, they tend to be very, very high compared to us. So, and I think we have to look at this from a bit of a more detached or depending on societal level, where you have to choose what is better for your people. Because they chose their own, and the truth is, I think somebody tried to highlight it, that they actually try to use their own societies. They try to encourage us to do what they've done, even when it doesn't suit us completely. Like death penalty, they try to tell us don't use death penalty. They try to tell us to allow for LGBT rights, all those sort of things that works for them, because most of these things were designed for them. But if they apply it to us, it's going to do us damage. Like, you can't expect the child of a very rich man that he buys Gucci watches and all that stuff for the child. Then that same rich man come and tell you, oh, buy all those things for your child when you are a poor man. You're going to collapse. If you have your little income and use it to go and buy a Gucci watch for your child, you'll be
But
done.
what is stopping us from implementing that death penalty?
Because the Western people are telling us not to do it. Because if you do it, they will say, oh, you are killing people, and then they will start sanctioning us, and then they will start pulling money from NGOs and all the rest. That's what they do. And that's how they pressure African countries to do what they want. So, and if you go online, you will see a list of different places where they have this plea to stop death penalty, cancel it, and all the rest. Well, I think I talked about this before, where the danger of that is that for us, is that because you don't have death penalty, and in other words, you allow people with less integrity to reign supreme. Because the ones that are good will be trying to do the right thing. Doing the right thing takes longer. So they will try to do the right thing. But while the guy that is cheating and stealing will come in, steal, cheat, but because he doesn't fear his death, if he goes to prison, they control the prison even. They control the prison and they leave them, they let them go from the prison because everything becomes corrupt. And because of that, you are discouraging people from having integrity in Nigeria. That's what is happening in Nigeria now. So, but in their own society, they had a chance to have death penalty where people with better integrity emerged and started controlling the system. Then they can now afford to face it out.
Fathers, this again leads me back to what I always say, that to call their bluff, we have to be financially independent. How can we be financially independent? We have to get leaders, like you said, with integrity, who will spend money and use money the way it's supposed to be done. We are supposed to have a free and fair. The only way we can get those leaders is to have a free and fair election. We had a man who was ready to who was wanting to do that. We never gave him the opportunity. We don't get leadership right.
Free and fair election is just a mark of, it's a symptom of actually something being done right. The free and fair election is something else comes before free. No, I know. It's just like security too. Something is crucial, But something comes before that. The mindset needs to be there first. The people that have to choose those leaders have to have the right mindset to choose the right person. And otherwise, they can go and choose
No,
crazy too.
no, forefather, I disagree with you. The Nigerian people, larger population of Nigerian people in the last election choose somebody else. But
I agree with you. They were
some
ready. They
cabal,
were ready. Everybody
some
cannot be
cabal
100% ready.
decided to go against the choice of Nigerians. It's not as if Nigerians did not make a choice. Nigerians made a positive choice, but
Not
the
all of them.
cabals offered the
Clearly,
choice.
not all of them made a choice, a good choice.
I say larger population of Nigeria, larger population made a right
Not
choice.
necessarily. Not necessarily. If Atiku could get one vote, I'm worried.
But
So
forget that
Atiku
number.
got one
Forget
vote,
that
not
number they
everybody.
allocated. Let's not always.
Hold on, forefather. I am surprised
We've
in
left
what you are saying.
we've left the conversation on
There is
Yes,
no
yes, we
somewhere else.
have. We have. I thought we
there
have.
is
Just to,
no
just to remind
court.
people,
There is
I
no
I
will
like to
court
return
be
in
back to it. I
Nigeria.
will return back to it.
There is no court in Nigeria, forefather. There is no court in Nigeria that have convicted Atiku of any crime against the state, either
That
economic
is not what I'm
sabotage or
saying.
embezzlement.
I just don't
So
see
why
him as a
why
very
are
good
you using him
politician.
as an example?
It doesn't make a good leader. That's why. It's not going to make a good leader.
Who told you? Who told you?
Because he's been in office before and he's just using it to enrich himself. This is a man that told us that he's going to give his friends contracts. So I'm
But he
sorry.
has never been the president of this country.
And then
Atiku has
last
never
year,
been the president
righteous
of
hold
this
man.
on
country.
now, and hold on. Last year he said he was going to sell our institutions to Arab countries. What do you want from me? The guy is telling you he's going to sell the
Righteous
institutions to
man.
Arabs,
Don't
sell
argue
Those
this thing, man.
institutions
Please.
are they not be sold? No. Those
No,
institutions are
righteous
they not
man.
be
No,
sold?
Please, please.
actually, not all of them have been sold. At least not to
Oh,
Arabs.
Who told
man,
you?
you're arguing. You're arguing away from yourself. Don't make this argument, please.
So the
It's
original
not
question
interesting.
still remains. Let's go back to the original question. The original question still remains. When did they decide that okay, having more population that could potentially create more machines and expand the economy, and they keep expanding? When did they decide that not a good idea? We don't want it anymore. Let's just send the women out of the kitchen. Let them go and start working. Why did they make that choice? I want to force us to get to the reason behind why they chose that direction.
Let me just
Nobody, nobody
like
made
this.
that choice.
Wait,
Please,
righteous man.
nobody
You don't
made
talk
that
finish.
choice.
Righteous man, you don't talk finish, my brother. You never stick to subjects. That's why you have to stick clear. So
Hey,
let me
Loco
just
is back.
yes, it's good. Ati,
I speak the truth.
yes, that's even better. Well done.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome. If we look at the size of Europe, the geographical size of Europe, before they traveled on their many sea voyages, they were almost, I won't say overpopulated, but there was a great population here. They spilt out into the Americas, both north, south, and central. They took Canada and America together. They entered Australia and New Zealand. Now, when we look at the global world and we see the kind of geographical area that they are now covering, and all of them deemed to have more nuclear families, as has been their tradition, the lessening of the population is their objectives. A lot of it is not down to lessening themselves because they largely are already in control, even though they will give you all the stats based on their dangerously shrinking population amongst the Caucasian or the European Anglo-Saxon. When we have an understanding of this, yet we have countries like China and India and indeed Nigeria, which continue to grow their populations on dangerous levels, on many levels. We now are also pushed within this education that our population is quite dangerous if we don't organize ourselves. But unfortunately, because many of us don't like to be educated, don't like education, don't like to research. You can see with some of the comments that have been made today where you see that, how can you ask that? How can you come to that conclusion from what's been said? And I feel it's because the mind is such that it hasn't begin to grapple with some of the situations that we have at hand in the planet. So I'm hoping, I want to step away, quick comment. I'm just hoping that that allows us to speak more about what's been spoken about.
But why do you say that? You said something about population is a danger. Do you know any nation that population has been a danger to that? They said, okay, this nation imploded because they had too much population.
I did say population is a danger, and I said population is a danger population is a danger, especially if you're not planning for it. If I give you the example of Nigeria, we're saying that we're about 220 million right now. I believe that we're about 300 million, to be honest, in that country. And yet we're about a good 20 more million plus outside of the country. So when we look at Nigeria and its geographical space, we know that most of our neighboring countries are actually underpopulated. It would be of nous for the government, due to development, to be able to market its people for other areas of settlement across West Africa, not just because we want to settle there, but because we will go there with technology, education, some level of wealth that we're bringing. We're not just going there to take up space, as it were.
So there's no nation that we know that has collapsed because of too much population.
Well, there are nations that have gone into starvation because they have too many people that they can't feed. This is China, India. Both of them have gone through lots of starvation, down to all kinds of bad economics. But basically, they can't feed their people.
I think that had something to do with famine or something, isn't it?
Yeah, there have been many famines across there.
Well, it didn't destroy them.
No, it didn't destroy them completely. But it basically they could not feed their population, which is a serious underlining.
Nigeria could not feed its population too. There are many.
Serious
Somalia.
underlining now.
Somalia. The reason why I'm arguing that to an extent is because I think population is power instead of necessarily a burden, depending on how you tap into it. And because most nations that like the China, I remember when China was rising like 10, 20 years ago, when they were saying, oh my God, Chinese people, they are coming, the ones coming out of university is more than the entire population. Let's say the Chinese graduates from university, the population now, the number is over that coming out of the entire European continent. So you can see that power, like engineers, they are pumping out engineers, and China now is building faster than America by far. That the number of concrete, the amount of concrete they use, I think we saw a video about it on here, and is vastly outnumbers that of this in America. That's why it's scaring the West right now. Because they know in time, if they allow the status quo to remain, China is just going to be bigger and stronger than them. And that is what they are trying to prevent. So what the power that China has is coming from the population that they have, because they can build more, they can build faster. And so
you're right in some ways, but it's not as strict as that, because we have to understand that there's been thinking. You see, we're missing that last part, even though you did make mention of if you know what you're doing. But there has been strategic thinking on behalf of the Chinese, and it's been progressive over decades. It didn't happen over a 5-year period when somebody had a great idea and then they went up and then all of a sudden they came down again. It's been progressive thinking that has strategically taken them to where they are today. They deserve their position. You understand? We who want to complain about many things, we have not deserved, as we well know, a position of constant growth. We haven't built that. We haven't envisaged that. We haven't planned for that. We haven't designed that. Unless these things are planned and designed, they're not going to happen.
The Chinese did one thing though, like the West did. They had that one-child policy, which they are regretting now. They are regretting it now.
Well, I don't know if they're necessarily regretting it, but for them it was purposeful, because again, of your question about population and how panicked they became
became about the growth in their populace. You know,
Yeah, they panicked, and I think it was I think at the crux of this question that I was asking, I think my suggestion was something that what happened in the 80s, 90s, because there was a kind of scientists were going around saying, "Oh my God, the whole world is going to starve, the population is going too fast, and all the rest," and people thought it was going to happen. So, and I think that probably scared a lot of governments into constricting the number of births that they were having, because they didn't have the food or crop technology that they have now. So they started constricting their birth rate. And by the time they start realizing that, okay, that is not actually going to be true, that they have the capacity to even grow more food, it was too late. And that is the problem now. The culture has changed, that now to start encouraging women to have children or couples to have children is very, very hard for them to do. And that's why I think they are regretting it now. And maybe in my own case, I don't know whether that is like the population issue is the reason why the Chinese made that decision. But I know for sure that there was an argument about this during that period. And the people that won the argument were the ones that were saying exercise caution. You can't have too many children that you cannot feed. Because everybody just assumed that we couldn't. We couldn't.
well, we say that they're regretting it now. All I'll say is, whilst their population is heading down, it's still very big. It's still the biggest in the world, and India won't take over China in terms of population until the next 15, 20 years. That's the time period.
That's
And
a
then
short time now. No, India has
yeah,
over.
it is a short time in
India
terms.
has
Wait.
overtaken China already. Oh.
Well, there you
Yeah,
go.
they just did it
There
about last
you
year.
go. So if India has taken over China, we know that the population of China has come down quite significantly in terms of its growth pattern. But the world goes forward, and where technology is concerned, as somebody has already argued here, where technology is concerned, they're designing a world for where there will be less and less need for human intervention in the workplace as we have it. So the more we go into that space, we don't know what it's going to become. So we won't say. I will say though that China's yearly GDP, the yearly growth, has begun for the first time to come down, and with that is a suspicion for them.
Yeah, it's worrying them now, because if the population start getting older, it's not even when the population starts declining heavily. If they start getting older, who is going to care for all of them? It becomes a problem, because you don't have young population coming in. So societally, the problem will start showing up, because you are not looking to, they didn't plan to stabilize quickly
Well,
enough, properly
the
enough.
thing is, I will put to you, forefather, is whilst there are all these facts that actually pay into the advantage of a continent such as Africa, are Africa doing any plans as to this data that you're spewing? Are we doing anything in order? Wait, in order to reconfigure how we operate in terms of building ourselves, or are we just throwing out data? Because this is the thing. Is how are we affecting ourselves? These are all advantageous things that you're commenting upon for the Africans, but are
Yes.
the Africans taking any advantage of it?
No, I think so. So far, if anything, we are trying to copy other
And
parts of the
Father,
world.
speaking to
Yes.
that, speaking to your point about China GDP coming down, I think it's also attributable to the fact that some of the Western powers are
Yes, that
withdrawing
too.
their capital from China, and Xi Jinping, their chairman, had to kind of hold a meeting with some of them
Biden.
to kind of persuade them to come back, and you can see that China is keeping quiet in the midst of all these conflicts now. They're
That's
not saying,
interesting, actually.
they were, you can see they were flexing muscles before, holding meetings with Putin, but now they are kind of a bit relaxed in all this conflict.
Wow, Olumide, that's the first strategic thing you've said. I never thought you were a strategic mind.
No, no,
I
of course,
never thought that you to care about these things.
I follow world defense. I do, and
And it seems reasonable, actually, to some
Olumide is an erudite now, but he's just a cantankerous old chemistry fart.
He has to come with his fork at night and jab everybody.
Jago, to your point.
He just one jab.
Jago, to your point. I'm not a Britico like you. I'm not English. I'm not
English either. I'm not English.
You're English. You speak the English.
Bro, do you know the meaning of
So
English?
I'm not as
No,
organized as
English.
you. As the
Take out
Britico.
Yoruba now.
I just
Take
want to
out
drive my
Yoruba.
point. That's it.
Take out Yoruba here. If I'm speaking English, man, I'll face Yoruba. Go. It's only English is a tribe. British is the passport I carry. British is a club, basically, because they had so much of the world. Me, I'm in the share of those who are eating my own back from them over. I'm part of them. You get
Okay. Let's move away from this topic so that at least there are no women here anyway. So the longer we talk about it, the more it looks like we're
we
just.
don't move on already. We don't talk to China.
Let's because the women are not here. So, but no, I wanted to go to this other topic. I think it's part of the question that I asked Omoye, the guest today, regarding how we talk to each other, to be more civil. So that even when we have difference of opinion, we can still, because me, I feel like I have a few things to learn from this actually, because people have been known to be condescending, I've been accused of, be combative, all kinds of accusations like that. So maybe there's something for me to learn. And I've had people call me the devil because of my opinion and all kinds of stuff. What have they not called me? Government agent. Loco, you wanted to say something about the other topic? I don't know. I didn't ask you at all before we go to the new one. And
which topic?
The feminist stuff.
Nah. The more we're dragging it too much, it seems as if maybe this men just be talking about women.
Oh, we didn't even talk about what happened in Israel last night.
I was thinking that's where he was going to go.
Yeah.
I like where you were going anyway. But I think because it's the truth.
The truth is
he hasn't spoken today. Make
and
you say something now.
Hold on, before he goes, I'll say like this. When I asked the question when they were talking about what is femininity or what is feminism or whatever, and I asked, okay, what is the antonym of that? If you're using the word feminism or feminist or whatever, what's the antonym?
Man, Loco, you really take me back. I've not heard the word antonym for a long time.
You understand? What's the antonym of that?
It's only Nigeria they taught me antonym.
If you can tell him the antonym of that, then can you define it? You understand? If you tell me the antonym, will you tell me the antonym of feminism is also the antonym of the meaning? Of course, literally that's what it's supposed to be. So then, if you say being a feminist or feminism is a good thing, or just fighting for equal rights, that means alternatively you are saying the antonym of feminism, which is masculinity, is fighting against women equality, which is not.
I like the way you took it on. Actually,
you just being a man. You just being a man. You just being the real G. That's just being masculine. Just be masculinity. Just be a man. You stand up, head over above your shoulder, guy. So why should that be opposite of feminism? You understand? Or feminists? If they say feminist is all about equality for women, which is wrong.
So they say equality for all.
So
equality for all, men and women alike.
Okay, if you say the head, so that means what America is doing right now, trying to turn everybody to a cross-dresser or drag queen in America or the Western, that means it's correct. That means it's like I said, it's an agenda. You understand? Because you think it's like I tell you, trust me, right? This
but to what end? I keep asking, to what end? Why did they want to do these things?
Why do you think? Why do you think?
Let me tell you.
What's your father? You're asking the question 3 times. I want to hear your perspective.
No, see, Jago, hold on. Let me tell you why I think so, right? Now,
that one, it still mystifies me.
No, hold on. I don't know. For me, let me tell you what I think so, right? One is like this. Okay, the world is being controlled by certain people, right? And few powers. Okay, they are trying so hard to manipulate the people, and so they can control. but we have some few percentage, like maybe the 5 percentagers who will definitely fighting against them, not strength for strength, but trying to open the eyes of the foolish majority who just follow the trend, not even cannot even see the hidden truth, or as in the hidden truth on the wall that's written on their face. They don't see it, but they're just following, thinking, yes, civilization is trend is following, let's follow, but not knowing that there are people out there who are hiding the truth in plain sight, and they are manipulating people. So I think it will not get to a point whereby if they want to control the world, they are afraid of getting rebel against. Just like you say, like the Bible always say,
That's
they will
interesting.
they will control men, and trying to control the anything that will rebel against them. One, by taking out natural plants, natural seed, and putting GMO seeds. So by the time they are the ones controlling GMO seeds and there's no natural seed anymore, they can tell you, oh, we will not produce seed to feed everybody if people don't comply.
Control,
But
bro.
by so doing, they control everybody. So this
That's
this rebel,
interesting.
this rebel, hold
That's
on,
the
let me
thing
let me
now.
finish. This
That's
rebel
the
they are
thing.
fighting against is
I'm
rebel
happy you're
against,
getting
they are
it.
fighting against men now, right now. Fighting against me, taking out more men so that they
Yes,
can control everybody who is
that's right. And
who
there's
have
no one to
that
stand up
whatever thing
against
to
him.
rebel against them.
That's
So like
right.
I said, it might be
The
an agenda
forefathers
against
face.
me, but people will not see it now. They don't see it
Yeah,
now.
because the reason why I say is resembling a program I watched recently where they have what they call type A, type 2, type B personality. So if you
Yeah,
are
yes, sir.
type 1 personality, they try to get rid of you. But if you are
You
type
get my
B
point.
mentality, they will keep
So they
preserve
are
it because
looking
you
at,
don't pose
okay,
any threat to them.
there are
That's
people
right,
who
bro.
there are men who think if they are fighting for their rights, they will say they are toxic men.
Mm.
They label
That's
them
right.
again. They will
Yeah.
say they are toxic men.
They start
That
labeling
they're
you.
supposed to
Mm.
be
That's why I
gentle.
don't like being labeled.
Mm.
They're supposed to be
Yeah.
this and that. All is to
Um,
take you out, so that
mm.
at the end of that one world government, they can control whoever they want
Oh
to
my
control.
God. Do you even know that? Oh my God. It's weird. We are saying all this thing that we are saying is being to learn this thing
Ah,
because there is a don't start
Local
that.
P. Local P. I know the route now. I get to talk to you, make you the talk to forefather,
Don't start.
make you the
Don't start.
translate. Make you the
Don't
translate for
start.
me.
Don't start. There is,
I
because
don't find now.
there is this guy. I think he was a philosopher. Either Dostoevsky or Nietzsche. He argued that this is going to come, where they are going to be men are going to be like women and all the rest. And I don't know
No,
what he said.
There
It
you
was a
go.
forefathers.
yeah.
We both live in London specifically,
Mm,
and if you look across, I'm sure it happens in your area.
mm,
Most women don't even cook. And what is
yep.
cooking? Going organic, cooking for their children. It's all about the takeaways, those
Mm,
things that look like chicken. Sometimes I don't eat that rubbish. I've eaten, it was years ago. I ate all that rubbish. Now, it's very interesting that Loco mentioned this thing about fruit. Do you notice that your our grapes, our oranges, Jago, you too, check it out tomorrow. Go for your local place, even in all the supermarkets, you cannot get any grape with seeds anymore.
Oh, it's
Don't eat that
finished.
rubbish.
It's over. That's over.
They are dangerous to you. Those things that they have taken
But
out.
yes,
But
so
however, where I live, because I live very close to
you're in Kent,
I live very close to
the Garden of England.
there's a kind of traditional footer or whatever you call them and all that. I mean, a bag of because I love my grapes with seeds. They cost me money. Sometimes they cost me about £6 for a bag. I prefer that when I can afford it. I prefer that. So what they were having a discussion. I was having a discussion. It was a Chinese guy. He said, "Bro, you're a smart guy." I thought he was saying, I said, "Why do you call me smart guy?" He said, "I see you come sometimes, you buy grapes from me, and you ask for the seeded one specifically. It seems you're glued on." Said there's something going on. So
Hi.
listen, he said, "There's something going on, bro. Do not buy those supermarket one without seed, man. They are dangerous for you. It's dumbing you down. The amount even of, I mean, look at the crazy things. Men's sperm count are going down. the world over. All those chemtrails that you see on the sky, do you think they are for nothing?
I'm really bros. I have Loco P and Tone. Right now, I have to give both of you fucking capital salute, mate, because you're communicating. You understand? You're letting us go on. I like it.
See, the thing is, we just need to know. We just us black people especially. We just need to come back to ourselves. Our we need to eat what we are. We need to eat our own food. I mean, like when I go to the market, I just don't. These days I go for my fish. I know it's a bit expensive, but I try to get the ones and all that. And there are few people. You know, I've said in this program, there's a few companies that I know. If you want, I can give you only that the cost of sending it to Europe or America is so expensive. Yeah, Mazi Prince said it even yesterday. I know that, you know. So we don't. They just want the man. They just want to dump you down to the extent you become you just become you become a female.
This guy was like, men are supposed to be like, strong and all the rest, and he believed that society has captured men
Is breaking
in
them
such a
down.
way
Is
that,
breaking them.
that is
Is
breaking
breaking
them
them.
down.
Is breaking them down.
And the area he didn't talk about was, I think he didn't talk about the fact that most of the men actually surrendered their control because they felt society would
Yes,
offer
sir.
them something.
Are you still
For
talking
freedom.
about WSP?
Dostoevsky and Nietzsche. And Nietzsche is
Nietzsche.
the one that, he's the one that believes in, he believes that men should be strong and get better and better and stronger over time. That's evolutionarily. And I think there was a point. I don't know what I seen, because this way there can be models sometimes. You know, on YouTube you watch different people. So, but one of them actually said there was a point in society where men are going to be more feminized, and this is something that they said more than 100 years ago. Some of them,
Yeah.
yeah. Go ahead.
Let me just ask Tone real quick. So who do you blame for that though? Who do you blame for what you just stated? Like they trying to dump.
Us, our leaders, we lost it.
No.
We
I
lost
mean like
our way.
no. I mean like sex, like gender wise. Who do you blame?
It's our leaders. Our leaders are
No. I mean
killing.
like
I mean, he's asking, are you blaming men or
are you
women?
blaming men or are you blaming women?
You blame men or women. That's what he's asking.
I'm not blaming anybody.
Oh well, I'll blame men.
Well, it's,
Men are in charge of
it's a
everything.
man's word, so
Hey,
what you blame
see,
is
the
the
thing
man.
the thing is, see, bro, we sit up here. Look at what's time now, 2:30. Somebody will say we're crazy, talking trash. Listen, I've learned a whole lot on here. I know sometimes we holler at each other, insults fly, but at the end of the day, there is always some one or two things to take away. I hear you, bro. You're correct to some extent. But the thing is, you tell a brother this is he doesn't want to talk. He doesn't want to even listen to you.
Yeah,
The
that's
average
true.
the average black brother, the average brother makes money. He wants he wants a white girl. Anyway, that is. But again, that is part of the way we're stealing away our. He thinks it's fashionable to be seen with a white girl or have a misraised kid. That's the thing. It's a
Okay.
mindset. Mindset.
Yeah. The question of the roles and the reasons why things are going in this direction, like, I watch some of these South Korean TV programs, and you see the men. It's like, I watch them, like they look like small boys, no hairs on their face. It's like, what is going on here?
But have you
And
ever?
these men used to look fierce those
Sorry.
days. Now they
So,
look like little
there's,
boys.
there's there's a video I'm going to show you. This guy was talking about diet. My guy is 54, but I bet you, if this guy says he's 22, you believe him.
You
He
see what I
is
mean?
fit, he's keen. He says it's all about diet. I
Mm.
think he's from that area as well, you're mentioning.
Yeah. I think the East, like Japan and South Korea, they tend to travel the direction the West is traveling, but they are just a little bit ahead.
But their
And
genetics too.
their birth rate drops faster. Their society, the technology they're using is more advanced than what the West is using. And if you look at their pop and their this thing, it's like they even their pop stars are not allowed to have boyfriends. Like one of the ladies revealed that she had a boyfriend and her fans lost it. Like,
Yes,
why are
sir.
you having a boyfriend? It's like she's betraying them. It's like, is this the birth rate of North South Korea is one of the lowest in the world. I think it's almost below one now. It's one of the
South
lowest in the
Korea.
world. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
South Korea.
Mm-hmm.
Let me
Wow.
check it now. The birth rate is so low now. It's like they've gone crazy or something. It's like, what is going on here? Eh? Because of it, one thing I noticed was that whenever, like, you see some African men in South Korea or Japan, and let's say they are dating their women, and they will ask the women what are the things they like about the Nigerian or African men. They'll say they are real men. They are like traditional men. Those are the key things that they like most about them, because there are men there have become like it's crazy. I don't even know what to describe because I have not experienced it. But when you look at them, I said they've lost a lot of things has been lost completely. Let me confirm the birth rate again just to be sure. So I was surprised when I saw it. I was like, this is not real.
It's pretty
South
low.
Korean birth rate, yeah, stupid low,
Very low, just like
0.8,
Japan.
0.8. So there are people that are
Wow.
just going around not having children at all. Like,
Mhm.
no, I'm not. I'm not. And it means that it will be rare to see somebody that have two children in that country. That's how
But,
crazy it is.
but then you can also look at it from the from the point of view of the kind of economic model that they picked. So the economic model that the West has spread around the world discourages of building a family.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
You get what I'm saying? So if
yes.
you follow the capitalism model,
And that's why we have to be careful what we're
inevitably this
copying.
is what you're gonna get. Yes.
We have to be careful. I'm not even sure socialism is any better because China practices communism. They did the same thing too. So it's about being conscious and intentional about these
Well,
things. Because many of these
China
people made the mistakes. We shouldn't make it ourselves.
China's was forced governmental policies. So for all
Yes.
intents and purposes in capitalist society, you have freedom. You have freedom to do whatever you want to do.
It's an
And
illusion.
yeah. But that's how I said. For all intents and purposes, you have the freedom to do whatever you want to do. You want to
Mm,
have 10 kids, you can have 10 kids. You want to have 20 abortions, you can have 20 abortions, right? But in
hmm
China, then they have this one child policy or two child policy.
mm.
So it depends on
But
the
in
economic
practice,
model.
what actually happens? You see, the West, they seem to be very sophisticated. They know, I think in the UK, they call it this nudge thing, where they call it's like a nudge program or something that they call it. I don't know whether anybody has heard about it in the UK and I was surprised that that stuff actually existed. They said it's a way of nudging people to do things that they would not normally do. That
Mhm.
because of the way they can even influence the way you urinate inside the urinary space just because of nudge. And if you look at the simple thing that they can do, just the positioning of a picture on the urinary stuff can influence the way you behave. All kinds of stuff that they use. So if they are that sophisticated to think like that, I felt like they knew whenever they are proposing a policy, they know the impact of that policy.
Mhm, of course.
They always do the evaluation. They know, okay, how many children are going to be, how many people are going to, what kind of children are going to come out of this, and all the rest. So they know, and they infuse all this into the system, and they say, you are free, go and try having more than 3 children. Let's see how far you're going to get. So it's a strategy that they use, and I don't see it as different from the Chinese. The Chinese are just more open about it. Stop having children, period. And if
Most
you want to have
most
children, you have to
African
come to us.
most African leaders are just not the thinkers. That's just the thing. All they are just thinking about is fancy houses, build house, buy
Cost.
houses in
Mm,
Europe and America. That's it. They are not deep
mm.
thinkers.
Yeah, they're not. They are not. Many of them have degrees, though. They are degrees.
Yeah, but we talking
Which
about
is
the
not,
That doesn't mean
but
anything.
Too many
degree is
degrees.
not equivalent to intelligence, though.
It's not clearly. It's not, right? And that is one thing
Let me let me let me
I've
put
come
this.
to
Let me
understand.
put this to you. Sorry, Fofa. Let me put this to you real quick. Again, this is a hypothetical, so stretch your mind. Imagine the world has basically World War III is over, and there are only a few people left on the planet. And with these few people that are left on the planet, we have to now rebuild. Now, what's left is about anything between 250 and 1 million people. That's what's left on the planet from 8 billion as we are today. So now, in terms of organizing, we have all kinds of people around us all. And we find ourselves not in the depths of the West because the West has been completely decimated. We're somewhere out in the Great South, be it South America, Africa, South Asia. So now we have to rebuild. Tell me, if you are the head of that camp, is your first request going to be, now who has a PhD?
So, depends on what is left, though. To be fair, and in
No.
what?
Let's be really serious. Let's be really serious. Take this mindset seriously. In that we have to rebuild, bro. The place is decimated. We're fucking starving, hungry. There's nowhere to live. We have no shelter. We've just opened our eyes from half of us are
Oh
mashed up.
no! Forget I won't even ask for graduates. Then forget.
This is what I'm talking about.
You go
This
back
is
to
where,
basics now.
when we posit our minds to say that a graduate is the all in all, bruh.
Jacob, something just hit me now. Something just hit me now. Do you know that these people have been telling us fucking lies for millions of years?
About what?
About creature, about everything. Because think about it. Look at the latest thing from Putin saying hands on chest and very, very confident that, listen, forget about white Jesus, that Jesus was a black man.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's saying that.
that shook the church. Now, how did I come about this color? Was it because my ancestors were so scotched and they turned brown? Not lie.
But Tom, that with the Putin thing, right? It's always been out there. But
Yes, sir.
but the problem is a lot of people have been brainwashed, and people were not willing
Even
to.
if they see it, they
People were
didn't accept
not
it.
willing to listen.
Especially, no disrespect to anybody that's Catholic. The Catholic Church is the most brainwashed
Well, I
Christian
wouldn't even say the Catholic. I just say black people as a whole.
those
So
people, yeah.
yeah, so when you have somebody that, and at the risk of us diverting now, but we have to go back to what we was originally talking about. But when you have someone that enslaved you, trying to tell you how to get to heaven, and you believe it, oh well, yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's as simple as that. I understand both of your points. It's not as simple as that. And whilst this has come out, we have to understand it's again strategic, because as was said, we've known about this a long time ago. Those of us who know, or at least it's been out there in the public. So I lived in Spain.
For the
It's been,
taboo, for the
Somebody
taboo
is saying
things
that.
and stuff.
Sorry. PolitiFact is saying video does not show Russian President Vladimir Putin revealing Jesus was black. So this organization, PolitiFact, they like to say that they are the ones that check the facts of situations. So maybe some people put videos up there that's what Putin is saying.
no, that's rubbish.
Not
What that guy is
necessarily.
saying is rubbish. It's an actual, what Putin has done over the last couple of weeks is an actual exhibition. The exhibition has been taken from the vaults, from one or two museums, and replaced in the cathedrals where they were before. So publicly, people can go and see them. People shouldn't just talk anyhow.
I've seen those pictures. I've seen the Orthodox and Christian pictures of Christ.
That's
It
right.
was very, very dark. And I think even in Europe, they have statues of
All
black
over Europe.
Jesus.
All
Yeah,
over Europe.
especially it's shockingly in the Eastern Europe,
But
So
it's in
that's
the
where you see most of it.
Bible. It's in the
You
Bible.
want real
A lot of
Bible?
the,
The
a lot of,
Ethiopian Bible is a real Bible.
yeah,
Why
but
did they remove? Why did they remove those books? I
no,
know that they tell it even.
even forgetting the Ethiopian Bible, it's in the regular KJV Bible. It describes who Moses was. It describes what Aaron was, his brother. It
Exactly.
describes Ishmael. It describes Esau. It describes how Abraham's color. So it describes all these things, but a lot of black people have just been brainwashed to think low of themselves. So even if
That's
you
right.
tell them that this is you they talking
They
about, and
they
they've
can
been
punch
saying
you in
it,
your eye hole if you
they can
tell them
knock
the
your
wrong
head off.
Bible.
You know, so
I'm not sure whether even they tell black people that that is Jesus or that's going to make a difference to our own way of perceiving ourselves. Because I think the way we perceive ourselves comes mostly from the media we consume and our leadership, the way our people tell themselves what they are like. So because people like us that are saying all this is, we are very few compared to the vast majority of the information that our people consume.
Somebody calling me conspiracy theory. You see, that's part of the problem we have within us, our black society. When you tell some certain brothers or sisters the truth, they'll start calling you a conspiracy theorist. That's fine. We'll learn one day.
For
If you
me though,
remember,
the one that's giving me satisfaction recently was Tone. That's giving me a bit more satisfaction recently was to hear current Egyptians that they created this new museum in Egypt where they are bragging, and they barely invited any black people or Africans or even Sudanese to even come. But in reality, the people that founded Egypt are those people. And to hear them start admitting it now, before they always like side eye and
Yes, it did.
academics will say it, but to
Yes, it
hear
did.
even on YouTube, YouTubers even admit it now because some black guys are competing with them now and challenging all those things they are saying,
Yes,
and
so
to hear them admitting that okay, yeah. These people, the people that created this were the black ones in Egypt. They were the one that founded it because that's a critical argument. Who founded Egypt? They were the black
why do
pharaohs,
you think
the
they
one that
chopped off
founded
the
it.
noses of all the statues of the
Yes, some
pharaohs?
say it's just accident.
No, they weren't accidents. They
It's
were,
by accident. They
dude.
knocked it off.
They were not by accident. They actually did go there, and they were chopping off the noses. And back to there was
Do
something
you
I
have
wanted to
evidence
say.
of that?
Oh, of course, you do your reading. There's a lot of evidence of them when they found those sculptures. They
Napoleon
chopped off
was
the
said to
nose.
be one.
Yeah.
Napoleon was said to be one
There's
of the five.
A lot of British, what do they call anthropologists that they'll go out there and find all these things and they just
if you
start this.
remember, if you
So,
remember some time
so
ago,
there was some, hold on 1 second, please. There was something
mm,
I just wanted to know what you said about the black people, right? Anwar Sadat, the president of
Yeah, I've heard
Egypt,
of
that
him.
was assassinated. You know why he never accepted the Jews? He said they left here black and they came
It
back
wasn't
white.
Anwar Sadat who said that. It was NASA. It was NASA.
Nasser, Gamal
No, it
Nasser,
was NASA.
Gamal
Okay.
Nasser. It was Gamal Nasser. Yes.
And I think he was more black, was he not?
Yeah.
Black,
Anwar
No,
black
Sadat
Arab.
was black,
Sadat was a
but
black
NASA
guy.
was an Arab.
Yeah.
Well, they're both
Okay.
Arabs.
hmm
They're both Arabs.
Let's see them.
It was
So
Gamal
you
Nasser.
see, the Arabs, we really need to study them a little bit because what I tend to find is that you have some people that call themselves Arab in Africa, while in reality, it's just paternally, they have maybe 20% occurrence of Arab gene, but
Arab,
maternally,
Arab,
they're completely black. They will
bros,
call
bros, bros.
themselves.
Let me quickly
Mm,
explain. Arab
mm,
is an African word. The
mm.
word Arab, and initially it meant nomadic wanderer. That's what it meant. And
Yeah,
we ones who were in the desert and between the Saharas and the Arabian deserts. In
yeah.
this, in this, if you check what the Arabs are today, they are basically mixed race people between Caucasian and African. In that, we get the Arab. They are they are a new people in terms of the longevity that they've had on this earth. If you want evidence of that, you look at the New World, the Caribbean, South America, and some parts of North America. When you see the mixed races and how the mixed races have kept, many of them may call themselves black, a lot of them call themselves Latino, and all these other names. But when you look
Mm,
at them, they look exactly like Arabs.
yeah, they do. And the darker ones are the ones that are a little bit bothering, because if you look at the Saudi Arabians, they are the ones that have those what they call single eyebrows or the mono eyebrows. Yeah, they have
Pakistan more.
they have mono eyebrows, but you don't see that in these funny African so-called Arabs.
There's no black Arab. None.
Somehow, but
In
they
North
should be though.
Africa, there's none. They got a little bit of Arab in them. European, black, Berber. They're mostly
Okay.
Berbers. They're mostly Tuaregs. So we don't
Okay.
have black Arabs in North Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Mauritania. Well, not Mauritania is not North Africa, but Algeria,
It's North Africa,
Egypt.
Northwest.
Yeah, Northwest. But there's no black Arab. They are all Berbers. Berber, majority Berber, Tuareg.
But are you aware that if
Arab.
you see, to my understanding, I can readily call the Hausa, the Chadic, the
Fulani.
Yemeni, wait, the Yemenis, and in Saudi Arabia, if you see the type of black Arab that there is out there, these are black Arabs. As I said, the word Arab is an African word. It comes from us, that word. You understand? And it is given to people who wander in the desert specifically. That's where the word comes from. Sorry?
The Bedouins.
The Bedouin, these are still quite, as ancient as they are, they're still quite modern language. Like the Berber, this is a modern language. Understand? Because they've been known as the Berber since the Europeans. And where North Africa is concerned, many North Africans are a mix between Europeans, African, and old Arabs. This is the mix-up that we have in Africa.
Okay. That is quite interesting, because I'm just trying to figure out where they fully belong, because from what I can see, I can't see that clearly actually where because right now when they check the population of North Africa, they tend to have their own kind of mix. You have the ones that call themselves Arab culturally, but genetically they are not Africans. And then you have some of them that say that they are not, like Tuaregs or the others, but Berbers too. And so there's a little bit of a mix there that is causing a bit of a confusion. But then again, you should expect it. I think what happened in North Africa, I've said it before, is the Sahara Desert, the weather, the climate had more effect than them coming into Africa. Because when black for some reason, black people prefer to be in more humid environment. So over time, these areas have been drying up and pushing us further and further south, which is still happening today. It's almost like in the Sahara area, it's pushing black people south and opening the gate for people to come from the north to come into Africa.
Well, Africa used to be a Roman outpost.
Before then, even I think the trend started happening just before then.
No, how they started mixing up was after Rome invaded Carthage. Okay, so after the fight with Hannibal and Romanos Africanos, when they invaded, this was like 3,000 years before Christ was born. So when they invaded Carthage, they started spreading down.
What are you talking about? That's crazy.
I'm telling you, I'm just telling you.
Romans, their conflict with Carthage wasn't before Christ. The Roman Empire was just around the time of Christ.
Father, I told you something yesterday. I said
what?
I told you something yesterday. I said when someone says something, instead of
check
arguing, go check it. Instead of
I'll check it then.
So where Hannibal and went to war, the Carthage went to war with the Roman Empire. This was thousands, at least a few thousand years before.
I don't think it was as long as that, but I'll continue.
Well, man, I beg to. You might be right. But
I was right, mister. I was right. It's born 247 BC. So just 100 years of Christ.
Who was born 200?
Hannibal himself.
Yes, I said either 300 or 3,000 years.
Well, this is it. Carthage.
3,000 years is quite a lot.
Wait, guys.
Carthage, obviously.
Carthage began 480 BC.
Mm.
You
No,
understand?
listen. The whole point is
It was founded
Carthage
by
was
the
before.
It was founded by the Phoenician settlement, which is
Yeah.
correct, in 804 BC. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and then in the middle of the 6th century, which was 146 BC, the Romans destroyed it. So that
Okay.
gives us the timeline.
But the bottom exactly. So the bottom line is it was before Christ. That's just the end of the story.
Indeed,
It was
indeed.
that was it. 300 years or three. I made a mistake. I did an extra zero.
Yes,
So
indeed.
300 years before Christ. So forefathers again. Yes. Thank you. You owe me $10. So.
You owe me. What are you talking about?
You said it was the correct.
I was more accurate. What are you talking about? Go ahead.
Yeah. So that what I was just trying to say is that was the time they started flooding into Africa and taking over that part of Africa. Prior to that, it was all us. So
I think it was the Hittites, those bastards that started the
No, the
nonsense.
Hittites are black. Hittites
Was it
are
the
black
Hittites? No,
people.
no, 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 no. Oh, sorry, not the Hittites. Hyksos. Hyksos. They were the first to defeat the Egyptians. Just about 3,000 years ago.
I don't even know that the Hyksos. I don't even know if they were naturally European. But I must say, the four breakdowns that they've had scientifically in the UK in European terms. They had the Negroid, something that they coined Negroid. Then they had the Cascoid, which is the Caucasian. Then they had the Mongoloid, which are the Chinese and people of that ilk. And then they had the Australoid, which were largely those in
Pacifics.
Aborigines in
Those
Australia.
are
Yes, that type. Now, in that breakdown, we look particularly at the people. Now, where I see the Africans were in terms of them coming out of Africa and entertaining and beginning to explore the whole world, the strong part was what they today call the Middle East. If you add to the Middle East, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and a good portion of Western India, all the way into Africa, this area was particularly black, dark skinned human beings. The Cocos Mountains, which is it crosses between Europe and Asia, the Cocos Mountains, this is where the European began coming down from. They came down right across that board, so past Russia, into Turkey, past places like Turkmenistan, into Iran, and that kind of region. This is where they came down from and began mixing with the people who were already there as Africans or black and mixed with the Caucasian. So this is where we get the Arab identity, their actual phenotypes, and how they were entertained in that area, so to speak.
You see, the people from the Caucasus Mountains, it's very interesting because what I noticed was that I think I was looking at something to do with Azerbaijan recently and all that. I noticed that they really have this mono eyebrow thing going for them, like it's a big thing there. So they had it, and I think that could explain why the Arabs we see in the as Arabian area are like the way they are. They mixed with some of those because they are quite light for people to have evolved there. Some of them are. If you look at those princes and all that, they are like white. They couldn't have evolved in such harsh white this in a hot climate. So and in that includes some of these North Africans too. The lightness of their skin indicates that they are recent arrivals. Maybe when we say recent, it could be 2,000 years when we have technology to have homes and all the rest of it. But they are relatively recent. They started coming from the north. And there's something I wanted to add. You know, they said the white skin itself is relatively recent. That like they are talking about around 6,000 years ago. And that's how recent it is. It started emerging. And they said just during the time of the fall of Egypt, when the Hyksos defeated Egypt, that was around 5,000 years ago now. Was it maybe 5,000 years ago now, 3,000 years ago? I'm a bit confused. Oh, 3,000 years ago. That was when the white skin color, around that time, that was when the selection for white skin started increasing. but they didn't connect it to that. But I was the one that made that connection. But I was like, it's odd that it's the same time Egypt fell the first time, and it's around 3,000 years ago. Selection for white skin started increasing. So you can see that originally almost the whole world was black, and
Absolutely.
then
Absolutely.
the
Can you now
then the
can you
mm.
can you now understand why history is being polluted worldwide?
But but they are the ones telling us the same thing. I didn't do the research myself, so how is it polluting on this one anyway? I don't know
No,
whether.
they're not. No, they are polluting the history so that people don't know the past. That's what I'm trying to say.
Mm. Well, I don't understand. What do you mean? They don't want. They are the ones revealing that the world was black. So I don't understand.
No, well,
Mm.
but it's not
Nah,
what is
they've been
taught in
hiding
school.
it forever though.
This stuff are not taught in school, though.
They are not. That's we. It's our job now. Our own people need to start understanding that. You know what? You guys really kicked backsides, and you did found the Egyptian kingdom. Black people actually did with afros. It's crazy. People with afros did all this. It's when you think about it now, I still can't imagine it because I didn't grow up thinking like that. Can you imagine children growing up knowing that people with afros created that kingdom? One of the most remarkable kingdoms in all of history that lasted for that even by the time of Cleopatra, Egypt was already ancient. That is how
Really?
ancient it was.
Oh no,
Mm.
I can only speak for my parents. I was raised to think like that. So,
Yo, you were raised like that. Okay, that's
oh,
interesting.
of course,
African
no,
parents,
it's not.
all they worry about is
Mhm.
going to heaven and not offending
It
Christ. And
depends if your parents like to read. If that's why, remember, I kept saying, even yesterday, I said it is imperative that people make their kids to read. Once your kids start, don't do the
Wait.
old Bible baby talk with your kids.
Channel.
Don't do the Google Gaga. Talk to them
Absolutely.
in full
I have to tell my younger
sentences
brother that,
as
man, with his kids.
babies. Once I guarantee you, by the time, even before your baby can talk, your baby will know its body parts. It'll know come, go, sit. It'll be able to make sense. It'll be able to just speak before its own contemporaries. So you have to fully imbibe that in your children. Your children open their eyes, start talking to them
Talking.
in adult.
Language.
Have conversations and have them sit down and let them be there with the adults. If you're a guy, let them sit with your friends. You with your baby, let them sit there. If they're with their mother, let them sit there with their mother and listen to adult conversations. Watch the news with your baby. Read newspapers to your baby. Read this. Babies are
Engage.
creatures of habit. They will pick it up and follow you and learn it. By the time your kid is 3, 4, they start reading far
My
ahead of
my
the
nephews,
age
just to
limit.
add to what you're saying, my nephews, nieces, they speak 4 languages already.
Mm-hmm.
4 languages by the time that they're 3, each of them. And in that, their communication is wide. They take longer to actually pronounce words because they're learning more than one language. But as soon as they come to that kind of age 3, and you've been speaking to them in several languages, they know the languages are different and who to speak these languages to. I mean, the growth of children is so amazing. Just looking
Yeah,
at them, watching them grow is what we
it's
could,
crazy,
what we
isn't it?
is all this Oyibo way of doing things is not correct. I mean, some of it is good, don't get me wrong. But as my man said, talking boo boo baba, nya, 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 and you're not making words, right? That's just confusing for a child. Speak to them properly. They will begin to, that's how, just as Tell the Truth said, me too. I was by 5, 6, I was in um, London uh, museum, the British Museum, looking at all the artifacts depicting Egypt, and they're there to this day, the best ones. My papa, now he tell me say we are the original Egyptians. Now my papa, I mean, I was looking at that. We talking about food was Nigerian, mate. We talking about Egyptians, but the seed was sown for my interest at a very young age. So when I pick up on things, and I begin to realize the magnitude of what's been said, and that's how children grow.
Let me the black experience. What are you talking about? 30,000 years? I don't know. Is he saying that that's when white people evolved? No, it's not. Oh. As I'm looking at the numbers now, they are talking about 8,000 years. The first edition, and this is why I said I did read a paper. Oh, I don't know what I would call it, a paper or report, where they were actually talking about the selection was around 3,000 years ago, that people started preferring to have lighter skin somewhere in the European this thing. So and it's funny because it coincided with the fall of Egypt during that same period. So who knows how this is why it's good for us to have the population that are capable of doing all this research. Somebody just specialize, go and find out this information, go and dig out this in the wall in the Ife or Ijebu land, whether how long
Well,
is the wall. So
again, this
we don't
is
do a lot of our own research.
whilst you're right in what you're saying, you therefore, and I'm not doing it because you don't know it, because I know you know it, but we have to raise those who began us in this way of thinking. And the Sheikh Anta Diop is to be saluted in terms of what you are saying.
Yeah, that
Because
guy was a genius.
what he did, I mean, his first study was to take the Yorubas and the Egyptians and compare them. Where he got this thing from, because he speaks deeply about the Yorubas. Sheikh Anta Diop.
Highly educated. He did a lot of things.
Oh,
That guy.
bros, the guy not be joke. He's not a joke at all.
He said he came up with his own method of dating stuff. The guy
which was better than theirs, which
Yeah.
they discovered 30 years after him died.
Crazy. Pardon?
Sheikh Anta Diop. He's a
Sheikh Anta
Senegalese.
Diop. Yeah, he's the first person to actually debate Europeans about the true origin of the Egyptian kingdom.
Right.
He argued that they were black, and in those days, everybody was just thinking that they are partly Mediterranean, Levant, and all the rest. So, and it was sad because we were not there to defend ourselves. It's crazy because when you look at those things now, it's like there are some good young men out there fighting, and they are forcing the other groups to concede ground. Because at the core of it is who created this kingdom. We don't care about what the Romans did, Cleopatra and all that nonsense that they used to distract us recently. That who created this stuff? To hear them admitting to it now, that is the black ones that actually created it. And in a way, we should have known because it was in the Nama palette. It was right there, staring at people in the face, and we just didn't know.
It's there, bro.
It's crazy. And this is why all this symbolism matters in history. Because that Nama palette comes down to us from 5,000 years ago. If he didn't do it, who would tell our story? If they didn't make all those sculptures, who would tell our story? It wouldn't exist. If they only built just those temples and all those things and they didn't put their image there, that's it. They will claim everything. You remember, we like, we built this. It's over.
Bro, let me tell you something that has made me so sick. I've gotten over it slightly, but not fully. You see the word woke. This thing has been taken by the European and bastardized completely. When I was growing up in this here England, London, we used to use the word woke in primary school, and we knew what it meant. It was a black thing. It was an English word, woke, like to awaken. That's why we put that word and we pronounced it the same way. We spelt it the same way. We used it in our ilk. To be woke was to come into new information that made you realize how wrong you were yesterday. It was as simple as that. That was the meaning of that word woke.
Yeah.
This is a good 40 years ago that I'm talking about. All of a sudden, people like Piers Morgan and all these other white, horrific...
You always copy black people now and start using
Bro,
it.
I don't take the word, put that in the dustbin and say that this is what the word now means. That you are transgender, that you suffer black issues, that you are basically not dealing with reality. They put all these words to their own English called woke, which now to be asleep. And now imagine what's going on.
The thing is that most of all this thing they are doing themselves. Even many of their people are pushing back now with all these agendas they are going on. But from their own point of view, in the end, like if I look at it from their point of view, you can argue that they have a reason to have all these arguments among themselves. After all, they did feminism, they did all this among themselves. But from our point of view, is what I always say, that our people should hold the line. They cannot allow certain things that are going on in the West come into our own societal beliefs, because it's not for us, it's for them.
For
Leave
us
it
at
there.
all.
Let them have their own argument about it. All these things. So yeah, I wanted to go because today is Sunday, so we are closing a bit earlier. Yesterday, man, we almost destroyed the P2B's interview. Me and I Speak the Truth were here, and he was just warming up, like to get going, and we are going to 18 hours.
Well, did it go like that? Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to 18 hours.
I couldn't laugh that time.
Oh, like before we destroy P2B's video, man, because I think this is Dr. Drew Damage said that if we had gone to 18 hours, they would have chopped off this thing, that we may not even have gotten it. So good thing we stopped.
So that was all live. That was all live.
Yes.
You didn't go behind stage.
No.
Yeah.
It was live. We went. There was no backstage this thing. So
It went for like what, like 16 hours.
Yeah, we didn't. We finished at 17 hours actually.
17? Because I know I came in like probably like 15. I came in.
So it was just the two of you left.
Yeah. By the time
That
you
was
finish getting
me
upset about Israel.
and this doctor guy, Daniel.
Yeah, Spirit was really cross yesterday. No, I
wasn't cross. I was asking him questions and he was just talking and
yeah, Dr.
like
Messi, I think he might come in tomorrow today, Dr. Messi, you guys were really going at it big time. But this thing has started now. You also Iran respond yesterday. That's quite a thing. It was quite a sight to behold, actually. And guess what? They said almost all the missiles that they sent to Israel was shot down, but about 7 made it through.
Okay.
One destination.
It was two when I heard last.
Oh, 2. I think it could be 2 for all I know. Or no, I think maybe I'm going to say maybe 2. And the place it made it through was a base, a military base. That the base that they took off. You know where the Israelis aircraft that took off to go and strike at the Iranian consulate. Yes, that base where the aircraft took off. That's where
it landed.
That's where it landed.
Good shot.
So it's like they are making a point or something.
Yes,
because Iran had no intention of attacking civilian installations.
That's why they gave them warning.
Military bases. That's what they did.
They gave them a lot of warning, and they knew this was what they just wanted to show them that we can do this. We can light up the skies. And it's funny they chose the night. What is wrong with them?
Saudi Arabia,
they deliberately want to show off.
Saudi Arabia and Jordan was helping them take some of the missiles.
How sad is that?
Yeah.
How sad is that?
I was surprised that Jordan, but maybe not. Saudi Arabia, I didn't understand but I know that Saudi and Iran, they're enemies anyway.
Yeah.
So from that point of view,
they hated Iran so much that the guy that was slaughtering fellow Arab, the people that were slaughtering fellow Arab, they were defending them. That's how crazy it is.
No, but the Persians are not Arabs.
No, I mean the Israelis are slaughtering Palestinians that are Arabs. And fellow Arabs are defending Israel.
Yes, because it's more of a
irony. The irony.
It's crazy.
They hate Iran so much that they are willing to defend Israel as is slaughtering Arabs.
Yeah, because it's because of the way the Islamic sects are divided. So the Sunnis are backing the Sunnis, the Shiites are backing the Shiites. The Shiites, Iran, Lebanon, Qatar, Iraq.
Sunnis are too.
Are like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait.
I think in Islam, Sunnis are too aggressive.
Even
amongst Islam, they are too aggressive.
What do you mean aggressive?
They are very, very intolerant of their fellow Muslims. Like if they see,
when you say Sunni, sorry, are the Saudis? Are they Sunni? They are Sunni, isn't it?
Yeah, they are Sunnis.
Okay. So would you say the Iranians who are
Shia,
would you say that they are not aggressive?
They are not as aggressive in terms, especially against fellow Muslims. They are not as they are more tolerant.
So between Saudi Arabia and Iran, who has sponsored terrorism most in the world?
Good question.
That's not even a question. Even
it's
a question.
Iran doesn't sponsor terrorism.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean by Houthi? Houthi is not terrorists. They are fighting this thing. They are fighting a civil war.
But I'm not saying that the word terrorism is to be used lightly. I don't necessarily like the term how it spread all over. But
I'm not sure who these are
in
officially
terms of
terrorist
what we're
grouping.
speaking about, it is a fair question when we're talking about who is more aggressive, because we're saying that between Iran and Saudi, who has positioned themselves more terroristically. Now, in terms of Iran, they have Hezbollah, they have Hamas, and they have several other ones, including that they do fund the Houthis against Saudi onslaught. So this is their cavern, if you like, that we know
I
of
just want to
today.
know what he
They've
means
had things
by
in the
more
past, but
aggressive.
this is their up-to-date one. The Saudis, now, bros, that their level of Islam that they're pushing out, I forgot what they call it. They're giving one
Wahhabism.
Wahhabism. That thing there, no, bruh, is pure clubs with blades sticking out of it.
Extreme. It's quite extreme.
If
Yeah.
they swing that thing
What
at you,
makes it extreme, though?
Hmm?
What
What
makes
makes
it
it
extreme?
extreme? Because they are very intolerant. That's the whole
ideology.
point of
How?
extremism. They are very, very. If you say anything that violates their Christianity, their faith, they come at you violently
How?
too.
When has it ever happened that a Saudi person or the Saudi government has come after an individual?
What is wrong with you?
Hold
Who
on.
do you
Let
think?
me
Who do
finish.
you think? Who
Let
do
me
you think
finish my question,
attacked?
and you know.
Okay.
Hold on. You'll know what's wrong with me in a second. I know. So, when has it, to your knowledge, on the record, that the Saudi government has come after an individual or an organization because they said something over against their faith?
maybe not Saudi Arabia,
No, no,
maybe
hold
not
on,
Saudi.
Jagun, let him answer.
Um, you know, the what
Salman
is it?
Rushdie.
But it
Someone,
wasn't about
hold
his
on
faith,
now.
it was
That,
talking
that
against the government. He said
and
against the
that one
faith.
is not Saudi even. Khashoggi.
Khashoggi, you meant to
Khashoggi.
say.
The one that
But
was
that was against the government. You said
they
against the faith.
hold on now. They using the mix suya. Okay, fine.
Mm. So
Let's
against
carry on. Hold on.
the
Now,
faith.
let me hold on now. Then we have one for Osama bin Laden. We was Saudi, and 17 out of the 18 hijackers.
Wait. Listen. It's a very simple question, okay? We're not talking about what they felt against what the United States did to the Palestinians, which is why they attacked. You said against the faith. So stand on that and explain to us
Who
when
told you that that's the reason? That's not the
no,
only reason why.
just listen again, okay? I'm going with what you said. So you have to explain the statement you made. You kept reiterating that they were violent. And I said, do you think they're violent? You said, because if you say something against their faith, the Saudis, they will come after you. Now, when has an individual or an organization been attacked by the Saudi government based on them attacking the Islamic faith of the Saudis?
You see what he just did?
I'm asking you a question that
Hold
from
on
what
now.
you know.
Now you've had your say.
Mhm.
You just conflated two things. We are talking about Wahhabism, and you made it about Saudi house.
No. We didn't talk about Wahhabism. We talked about, you said Saudi Arabia. We talked about the Sunni.
No,
No, we
we're
talked
talking
about
about
the Sunni.
Wahhabism.
No, we talked about the Sunni and the Shia.
Oh boy.
You said the
No, I was talking
Sunni.
about Wahhabism.
No.
And
The
Me, I
war,
and
asked
the
what
war,
Wahhabism
brand.
comes from
No.
Sunnis.
the
Listen.
war with
All right,
Iran and
tell us about at what point
the
did the
war with
Saudi
Iran and Israel.
hold on, Jagun.
Sorry,
So tell us at what point did the
breaking news.
Saudis come at someone because they attacked their Wahhabi faith belief, which is not what it
But
was,
that was
but
not the
go
point I
ahead.
was making. So why would I answer? I never made that point.
You said because if they go after everybody that speaks against their faith. That's what you said.
Wahhabists do
So
that.
give us one example of the Wahhabis going after
Don't stay stuck
someone
here. We're not going to
that
stay stuck here
they
for
were.
You
ages.
see them in Nigeria all the time. Like they kill people in
There are
Nigeria, they kill people
Wahhabism.
everywhere. They put fatwa on people constantly.
There, you don't even have an idea what you're talking about. For Christ.
Let's move. Let's
This is
please move. We can't
Wahhabis
say
are extreme form of Sunniism, and we see them all the time. Where you say something against their faith, they come at you. Either they kill you, like that girl that was it Deborah in Nigeria that was killed because she
Yeah,
said something. Come on, let's not
exactly.
so.
pretend
You
as if
think
this
the
is not
people
happening.
that killed Deborah were Wahhabis?
No, they are Sunnis. I don't know whether they are Wahhabis,
Okay,
but
so you obviously
Wahhabism
don't
comes from
even understand the difference
no.
between a Wahhabi
Wahhabism
and a
is
Sunni.
more is a more extreme form of Sunni
Come
this, isn't
on,
it?
let's move on. You have no idea
Is it
what you're
not?
talking about.
Is
I
it
would
not?
tell you go read about something before you just start flapping your
You
gums.
see, let me check now because now last I told me to go and check Carthage and I found that that I was more correct. But fine, let me check again since you want to make for me to check. Point. So oh, you see one thing that you notice is that the moment this stuff happens, you suddenly they will wheel out the people, the kind of people that Abraham Traore talked about. He said they will just wheel out the sleeping cells. Now you already see people they are bringing on BBC saying, "Oh yeah, go and attack Iran." Iranians so saying they should come and attack Iran. You're already seeing people coming out to say all those things on TV now. That yeah, because these our leaders they just want to rule. They don't. It's like Jesus Christ. They just always have people ready to come and bastardize their own country all the time in their country whenever they want to do something. But that's it.
Then
I
one
just
day, 50 years from now, they're going to reveal that those so-called Iranians are actually MI6 members disguising as
of course,
Iranians
it's
for the
often
camera.
it's often like that with all these things. They knew what they were doing, and when when they always bring them, and that's what Trudy said. They will just awaken their sleeper cells to come and do their bidding, and it's how they always operate with these people. Okay, so now let's see, and it's so sad, really. When you think about it, you would think America would want to be able to work with the Middle East to an extent, but for some reason they don't feel comfortable doing that necessarily even if they have many military bases there, so it doesn't make sense. Why are they in conflict sometimes?
Why do
They
you
have
think they have a military base there to protect the Middle East?
no to protect their interests, which is fine. See, I'm not just viscerally against America having military base anywhere because if you look at the way they operate with this in Japan, it's not doing them any harm. They are doing very well from it. It's not doing South Korea any harm. So it's not their presence that is a problem. It's the way they deal with you. That is the problem. And to be fair, Qatar is doing fine. I don't know which other country. Kuwait is doing fine. Many countries that they are present is
Kuwait,
doing fine.
Oman, Saudi Arabia, United Arab
Yeah, they are doing
Emirates,
okay. Even if
Bahrain.
yeah. So it's not everybody they interact with that do badly. It's just that almost every black country they interact with is doing badly. That is what I don't like.
Who?
America.
Oh,
So what's the
I want
breaking news, Jacob?
because what's happening?
Well, I just wanted to say, based on our initial discussion between Iran and Israel, the bombing that's going on there has somehow pushed the oil price up, and Nigeria is in a quite strong possible opportunity
Mm-hmm.
to really turn its economy around just through this war.
You don't know why I
So,
said Tinubu is the luckiest president in a long time. He has a lot going for him. That guy.
But is
But
he gonna do it? Or does he have the brains to do it though?
that's my fear now. That's my fear. Whether he doesn't squander the opportunity.
they're gonna take all that
I
money.
if Israel decides to go after any other like if they go after Iran, oil price will be hitting 120. That because Iran has,
The financial market, all the financial market gapped about 300 points as of this evening.
you
Gapped
see?
up.
wow.
Well, you see what I'm saying?
Because if Israel goes after Iran says it's going to retaliate immediately.
Oh,
So
well, Israel is
Israel
not
has
going
to.
to. You see, the thing is, what I heard this morning after listening to the fact that Iran had retaliated in such a way that suggested that we are retaliating specifically for this action that Israel took. And as what they've done, as you said, the majority have been taken out. I was at the news at 2 being landed. I didn't know much from there, and then 4 or 5 others said that maybe 7, and they actually hit this specific target. Now that given what they were saying in the West, this is the UK and America, were saying, well, I really do believe that Israel has full right to really attack Israel and really show them who's boss in the middle. This is how the West and the Europe were speaking in these terms, and I was just looking with great suspicion. Now, I wanted to put what they were saying, that Israel will retaliate and will retaliate heavy. Iran said, America, keep out of it. If they retaliate, we are going to could say
Iran
that
knows that they will pepper Israel a lot
yeah,
if
we are going to
they
say
are
that
given
this
free hand.
is a war. This is going to be a war between us and them if that transpires.
But
Now,
But the
I
Israel,
West
want
will
to
never
ask. I
let it.
want to
The
ask,
West will never let it happen.
if
The
I
West
may,
will
if I may
intervene.
go round still, and I want to begin with speak the truth on this.
Mm.
What do you think are the possibilities of this particular interaction causing World War III? And if you don't believe so, why not?
Well,
I
if
don't have a position. I'm just putting the question out there.
I, from my point of view, I don't think this is going to spark World War III. Why? Because America is really reluctant to go to war on behalf of Israel. So yesterday,
Hmm.
Joe Biden, in a private call, and this was leaked by unknown White House sources, sternly told Netanyahu
Hmm.
not to attack Iran. Meanwhile,
Who did that? Sorry, who did that?
Joe Biden,
Oh,
Joe Biden.
okay. To Netanyahu, Biden tonight.
Yes,
Okay, good.
he told Netanyahu that. And now Netanyahu is insisting that the United States and NATO assist him in attacking Iran. And
Mm.
the rest of them are like, listen, we don't want to get involved in this. So that is the impasse they are at right now. Now, if they do join together, if they succumb to pressure from the IDF and Netanyahu, then who knows what this might kick off. But barring that, I don't think anything is going to
Well,
happen.
Netanyahu does not respect Biden, though.
Yeah, but he doesn't. But he does not have the power to go against Iran alone. They will deal Israel a decisive blow. If Hezbollah could deal with Israel each time they encountered them on the battlefield, that's just a militia. And Hamas could do the same thing. And all these little ragtag groups from Iraq. What do you think the IRGC will do facing the IDF? They will totally conflagrate the Middle East, and Israel or the United States doesn't want. Nobody wants it. None of us want it. But I don't. Without NATO and the United States, Israel on its own cannot take on Iran. It can't happen. They are not that strong. Their soldiers are not that
The
trained.
thing is that
They're
they
not
have
battle
nuclear weapons.
tested.
They
They
have
can't do it.
no nuclear facilities, nuclear power.
Oh, Israel?
Yes.
Yeah, but who's going to use it? Against who?
I believe that Israel and these people that are having power of nuclear ammunition, they are very well controlled, given that they have so much power at the touch of a finger. But there are some of them, many of them, in fact, who are crazy nations, and they will do it. And I count Israel amongst those crazy nations that would put the finger on the button.
Israel is crazy enough to use the nuclear weapons, yes, but nobody
They
can
won't. Oh.
determine in a small area as the Middle East where the
It depends
nuclear
what if
wind.
or not they have reason to
Let
do.
me finish.
Okay.
Nobody can determine how a nuclear wind blows because humanity has never tested.
Nobody can.
Exactly. So you don't want to go set off a nuclear weapon in Tehran and it blows back towards Tel Aviv or Haifa. And now you are in the storm of something you created. So nobody knows. Nobody really wants to test it, especially not so close to home. Israel is crazy, yes, but are they crazy enough to test it in their own backyard? I don't think so.
Iran is practically nuclear too. They wouldn't want
I hear
to
you.
try that
I hear you.
nonsense. But Iran is just going to throw their own back at them, and Iran doesn't need a lot. It just needs one to get through, and all hell will break
Iran
loose.
has enough ballistic missiles to cause Israel a lot of problems. Enough.
Mm.
You know, so they
How
have
many? How
enough.
many do you think they have? What is your estimate?
Iran is strong. It's
Iran.
very strong. And
Listen, all Iran did
remember all
yesterday.
that ammunition that they left, the Americans, when they left Afghanistan and when they left Iraq. Basically, in these two countries, Iran is the actual power. They don't go and bully them, but they're the actual power of that region.
Forefathers. All Iran did yesterday was just a drone
That's
swarm.
big.
That was all they did. They just used all kinds of drones, and maybe 70 of their old missiles, and just to see, all they were doing yesterday was just find out where the defense batteries are. Where are the anti-aircraft
That's
missiles?
right.
Where are they? So it wasn't like if they wanted to really, really, really attack Israel, they could have caused damage. They're not going to use
Yeah, they
drones.
are saying that they have about 3,000 ballistic
Yeah, so
missiles.
it's just chess. It's a chess game right now. Where are the batteries located? Things like that. Where are they? Where's their defense?
I'm not
Where
sure that's a lot in terms of a nation. What ballistic missile is not like they blow too many area up. They
Okay,
hardly take down the
so
whole
if
building.
3 ballistic missiles come into your country and it causes damage, you will know if 3,000 is more than enough or not.
My point is that let me see what the number North Korea has, because I was expecting them to have a bit more than, because I don't know. I'm trying to find. I think ICBMs. Who has 8,500 ICBMs? Is it North Korea? Oh, no,
Russia.
no, that's kilometer. Yeah. I don't know. I think 3,000 ballistic missiles. Yeah, it seems like a lot, because if all of them land in Tel Aviv, it could completely obliterate that area. But it's not the kind
If
of stuff
they
that is
land
bunker busting.
10, if 10 should pass the Patriot missile, it will totally listen. Israel will cease to exist.
Seriously, are they that powerful? Let me, because maybe I'm mistaken here. I don't know the power of ballistic missiles. I'm not talking about nuclear ones, ballistic ones.
You really think you need 10 nuclear weapons to hit Israel?
Oh,
Or
come on, man. What's it? I'm not very clear on mine. See, I
if you
think
if you threw 10 nuclear weapons into Iran, it'll affect Africa.
It will affect everyone.
It'll affect everybody.
not necessarily everybody, depends on the size of
But
the nuclear explosion.
the nuclear power that they have today is not that one of
It's not
Hiroshima.
Hiroshima, bro.
It's not that one of Hiroshima. It's not that one of Nagasaki.
We don't want to see it. If anybody
It's
pushes that
absolutely.
button, we're done. We're all
If
finished.
the
We're
thing
gone.
flash in Iran today, tomorrow morning we're gonna see the flash. We get to see the flash from here.
Yeah.
Or
Your
10
weather's
nuclear
gonna
bombs.
change. Everything. We don't want it. Nobody wants it.
Yeah. Well, okay. Give me an idea. What makes ballistic missile specifically deadly?
The force,
The speed, eh?
The
speed,
power.
size, and force, and the power.
The power of the
Yeah,
Impact when it
the
hit the
ballistic
bomb
ground.
aspect of
reaction.
it. Yeah, the
I would.
ballistic aspect of it
Mhm.
should have given me an idea, I guess. Okay, so that's interesting, because if it's fast moving, and it's then it hits the ground with all kinds of explosion with it, it could do serious damage. But I don't think 10 is capable of taking out Tel Aviv. It's not even close.
Oh,
Um,
it will damage
Okay,
television.
so
Television is not that big.
if
It
you
will,
hit,
it will
if
mash it
you
up.
hit, if you hit, how do you think war works? You think they just totally have to decimate the whole country and turn it to rubble? No. If
just
you
about
threw
actually.
it, no, not really, because Japan, if that's the case, then Japan could have kept going. Just they only hit Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They could have kept going. They had other.
It's
Japan
because
was,
Israelis have bunkers. That's my point.
no. My point is, there's more to the bomb. There's more to the terror the bombs can cause to end the war than the force that it'll actually make. So if you're saying 10 is not enough. No, I'm saying if they hit Israel, God forbid, I don't want anybody to get hurt, So I'm saying if they hit a country the size of Israel, as small as it is,
Yep.
with even 3 ballistic missiles, they hadn't even started fighting. Everybody ran out of